Chapter 251. Unexpected fortune to the wild horse. The flaming skeleton was an unmanageable threat. That was why it sought help. And now, as fate would have it, the flaming skeleton was out of luck. Whoosh! A trident engulfed in flames in hand, with skeletal hounds and soldiers lined up behind it. 13 in total. 12, if the flaming skeleton itself wasn't counted. Corrupt and twisted. This was part of their misfortune. There was a devout soldier who couldn't help but react violently at the sight of undead. Whoosh! The flaming trident came down, and Odin deflected it with his palm. Flames briefly licked his hand, but Odin swung his arm in the air. Whoosh! The sound of wind accompanied his swing, and the fire on his hand extinguished, vanishing into thin air. It wasn't magic, but rather a feat of physical power and speed. After diverting the flaming trident, Odin began smashing the approaching skeletons. A single punch turned a skeleton's skull into shattered fragments. The skull broke into roughly 16 pieces, scattering everywhere. That brute! Even Rem was impressed by Odin's skill at extinguishing flames. Odin continued to crush every skeleton he encountered. He smashed skulls, shattered ribs, and even grabbed a skeleton soldier's spine, ripping it out and swinging it like a club to destroy a skeletal hound's skull. The flaming skeleton raised its trident high, aiming for Odin's back. Ragnar, who had been observing, suddenly stepped forward. With a single step, he unsheathed his sword and twisted his waist to swing. A mid-sword draw slash. Ragnar's blade sliced cleanly through the skeleton's neck. Its severed head fell to the ground, and as it fell, the flames around it disappeared. What remained was a charred, blackened skull rolling amidst vines and short grass. The skull came to rest against a jagged rock. Even without its head, the flaming skeleton continued to flail its arms and legs. What a nuisance! Rem stepped forward, using his axe to dismantle the flaming skeleton's limbs. He chopped, kicked, and broke it apart. The skeleton resisted, swinging its trident in a wide arc, as if in defiance. Despite being mere bones, its strength was formidable. Rem dodged the swings with a slight tilt of his head, then swung his axe upward from below. The axe blade gleamed as it severed the skeleton's elbow joint, sending the trident flying through the air. The trident spun wildly, scattering embers. Encrid shielded his eyes from the flying sparks with the back of his hand, but instinctively reached out. The trident was falling straight toward him. He had two choices: dodge or catch it. The trident seemed to carry a will of its own, as if intentionally flying toward him. Trusting his intuition, Encrid chose not to dodge and caught it. If it became too hot, he could always drop it or throw it away. He was confident he could do all this in an instant. Noticing that the flames on the trident didn't spread to the surroundings, he calculated that the fire wasn't the kind to burn indiscriminate. Of course, all these calculations were instinctual. Relying on his gut, Encrid grabbed the trident without hesitation. Whoosh! Thud! Surprisingly, it wasn't as hot as he expected. It wasn't scalding enough to make him drop it. Instead of heat, he heard a voice. Burn, turn to ash, be consumed by fire, die in flames. In an instant, the life of a man bound to a cross-shaped stake and burned to death flashed through his mind. A man had been burned alive, accused of practicing magic. There had been betrayal by ignorant villagers and a lord who orchestrated it all. Was it a curse? No, it was something slightly different. It's similar to the sword Fell wields, Encrid thought. It was a lingering grudge. That grudge had been infused into the weapon. The grudge that led to death transformed into human will. It resembled the concept of will. Encrid reflected on the man's life, accepted his will, and rejected it. He refused to burn to death. The trident's curse dissipated, its grudge vanishing completely. Through sheer strength of will, the trident had been purified. Whoosh! The flames on the trident extinguished abruptly. It was as if it had been dunked in cold water. though oddly, no steam rose from it. In a sudden, almost anticlimactic moment, the flames simply went out. What on earth was happening? Auden was the only one who understood the full context of the situation. From the beginning, he recognized that the weapon was forged from deep grudges and resentment. He also understood that the flames seemingly engulfing the skeleton originated from the weapon itself. Auden had intended to both subdue and purify it, knowing it would require him to endure immense pain due to the divine energy he would have to unleash. Using divine power came with excruciating agony because of a restriction placed on him. But the weapon was too dangerous to leave unattended. I might pass out, he thought. Purifying such a strong grudge might indeed take a toll on him, and enduring pain was not something entirely within his control. The ones who imposed the restriction on Auden had intended to render him completely incapable of using divine power, but Auden had chosen to defy them. So he had resigned himself to the potential consequences, even if it meant fainting. In the meantime, he focused on handling other malevolent threats first. Yet, before he could act, Encrid grabbed the trident, and the flames abruptly extinguished with a whoosh. By then, the entire horde of skeletons had been dealt with. Teresa crushed a skull lying on the ground with her foot. The sound of bones crunching echoed in the sudden silence. Even the wild horse fell quiet, observing the scene. Amidst this stillness, it was Rem's voice that broke the silence. "Got sweaty palms, huh?" Putting out flames with sweat from his hands. A ridiculous notion. "Sometimes your brain astounds me to no end," Jackson commented with a hint of disbelief. As someone familiar with cursed artifacts, he couldn't see this outcome as normal. "What are you rambling about, you mad lynx?" Rem turned to Encrid with a questioning look, silently demanding an explanation. "It said it wanted to burn me alive, so I said no." "Was that an explanation? Seriously?" Rem's incredulous expression sought confirmation from the others. Ragnar showed no interest, while Auden, already grasping the underlying principle, simply marveled. How long has it been since he discovered will? And he's already this proficient. Auden couldn't help but be impressed. "Well, it worked out, didn't it?" Jackson remarked lightly. After all, when had anything Encrid done ever been normal? Among this group, Jackson was the only one who could claim to be remotely ordinary. "Damn," Rem muttered, grabbing the trident. "Let me see that." The lingering resentment within the trident reacted to Rem, attacking him with the same fiery curse. Burn to death. Unlike with Encrid, it didn't show him any visions, merely striking with its remaining malice. But it was weak, a mere remnant of defiance. For a moment, flames seemed to flicker in Rem's grasp before they abruptly fizzled out. "Huh?" Auden was surprised again. This time, it wasn't sheer willpower suppressing the curse. "Looks like someone tampered with it. Can I use this?" Rem muttered, inspecting the weapon with a knowing expression. Encrid didn't ask for details. What would be the point? "Sure," he replied indifferently. Having no particular attachment to weapons, Encrid watched as Rem examined the trident carefully before chopping it in half with her axe. With a dull thud, the weapon's handle was reduced to half its original length. Now it resembled a hand axe, except for the sharp, spike-like tip at the end. While its weight distribution was suboptimal, it could still function as a makeshift weapon. "If I add a counterweight to the end of the handle, it'll work." Rem nodded in agreement with Encrid's suggestion, appearing quite pleased with her modification. "Feels like I just hit the jackpot." He expressed her satisfaction, and Encrid nodded in silent agreement. To reiterate, the skeletons here were truly unfortunate. Who were these people gathered here? The Madmen Unit, a group of brutal individuals capable of altering the course of any battlefield. Encrid sheathed his sword with a shing and turned to the horse. "Is that all?" The horse hesitated. What were these humans? The skeletons had been a major threat. Then again, This was the same human who had plunged a blade into the skull of that fearsome centaur. The horse eventually nodded in submission. Nay! It let out a cry of joy. Good. Well. Encrid moved forward, scanning the area. Whose graveyard was this? It didn't seem to belong to the impoverished, that much was clear. So, what was it? The flaming trident and skeletons couldn't possibly be all there was. Due to the skeletons and wild horses, there were no signs of grave robbers having visited. Should we dig? Encrid suggested digging around the area, particularly near what appeared to be remnants of walls. There are a few chests inside, Jackson replied. So that's what Jackson had been up to while avoiding the fight, scouting the area. Typical sneaky wildcat, Rem remarked, half praising him. Jackson ignored him as usual, and the group began heading inside. The terrain was rough, likely from rain eroding the ground, snow melting and drying under the sun. Sharp rocks protruding from the ground resembled natural traps. Not that any of it posed a problem for this group. Let me show you something interesting. Rem paused mid-stride and swung his axe at the air. Whoosh! First from top to bottom, then a second swing upward. The second swing was different. Whoosh! Flames ignited along the blade of the axe. Fire Axe Rem. How does that sound? My new nickname? Fiddling with it for a while, it seemed he had figured out how to use it. Sure. Encrid nodded calmly. If he fought with that thing, he'd probably go from being a crazy axeman to a crazy fire axeman. Of course, he didn't say it aloud. People always needed some encouragement after all. I like it. I like it a lot. As long as he was satisfied, that was what mattered. The group ignored him and continued deeper into the basin. The terrain gradually became easier to walk on, leading them to a stable plain. At the innermost point, the ground leveled out entirely. A faint warm breeze blew from somewhere, and they saw a partially open chest. Gentle warmth emanated from within. Thermal stone? The sun god's blessing? Oh, Lord, Odin murmured. Encrid concluded that whoever had built this tomb had an excess of gold to spare. Pack it all up. Encrid issued the order. Inside the chest, there wasn't a single silver coin, only gold. Alongside the coins were artifacts worthy of the name. To start, there was the thermal stone referred to as the sun god's blessing, and a peculiar bandage that felt like metallic fabric. These are rare items, Jackson remarked. Coming from him, a man who typically reacted with indifference unless handling an assassin's custom-forged dagger, it was high praise, meaning it truly was a precious item. Encrid examined the thick black bandage. It was about the width of a palm and not too long in length, enough to wrap tightly around a torso if necessary. This is made from the hide of a soft wild beast, treated through a special process, and designed to be worn as an inner garment. Think of it as a kind of under-armor, Jackson explained. Apart from that, there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. A glowing stone was discovered, but since they all had excellent night vision, it didn't draw much attention. Damaged boots and gloves were among the other items, as well as a few jewels and a journal. The contents of the journal were unremarkable, filled with fanciful tales of flying on a Pegasus and other implausible adventures. The writer had settled in this land, citing it as the hometown of a friend. The journal concluded with lines that suggested a life without roots, endlessly wandering without a home. A name was scrawled at the end, but then scratched out with charcoal. Encrid felt that the person buried here, the author of the journal, had expressed their fulfillment through that act of erasure. The journal was filled with words that exuded a sense of achievement, marveling at the wonders of the world and the thrill of exploration. Encrid found himself recognizing a kindred spirit in those words, a dreamer in pursuit of their aspirations. However, this person had achieved their goal, found satisfaction, and chosen to settle in their friend's hometown. By erasing their name, They signified the end of their journey, a life fulfilled. Is that romantic or just foolish? Romanticism and naivety often walked a fine line, after all. A swordsmanship instructor had once said something similar. Encrid allowed himself a moment of reflection, drawing a parallel to his own life. But it was just a fleeting thought, unimportant in the grand scheme of things. The journal was kept. It struck a chord with him. Meanwhile, Jackson inspected the surrounding walls and mechanisms, but found no hidden features. There had been a time when he'd found himself trapped in such a place and obtained his current sword. But here, the sky above was open and unobstructed. The unusual layout suggested it had been intentionally designed to reveal the sky even before the ground had collapsed. Perhaps this was why the chests and other contents had remained so well preserved. Nay. The horse approached, and Encrid placed a hand on its forehead. All done here? The sun was now setting, casting long shadows. Thanks to the thermal stone, the air wasn't cold. It seemed this resting place had been designed as a refuge, with warmth emanating not only from the thermal stone, but also from the remnants of the fiery skeletons. Jackson pointed out strange symbols carved on the walls. Such a perverse individual, Encrid thought, recalling the journal. The journal even explained the creation of the skeletons. Every adventure needs its challenges. Whoever finds this place should at least overcome this much. Then, enjoy my inheritance. As far as inheritances went, it was nothing extraordinary. Expensive, high-quality items, sure, Encrid thought. But where's the legendary artifact or holy relic? According to the journal, the rest of the adventurer's possessions had been scattered across the continent, given away here and there. Oh, and apparently this wasn't their only tomb. If you're a true explorer, find my other tombs too. A strange man indeed, but Encrid couldn't help but feel his heart race at the thought of such a passionate pursuit of a dream. It was exhilarating. We'll rest here tonight and return tomorrow. The tomb served well as a resting place. Its unseasonable warmth seemed to encourage repose. The horse deserved some time to part with its herd, too. Sounds good, Rem agreed, seeming content. In his left hand was the fire axe. In his right, the thermal stone. The thermal bandage was also a valuable item. But just that single stone could warm an entire tent. A high-ranking noble would pay a fortune for it. But none of them were particularly concerned about money. Encrid had simply handed the stone to Rem, knowing how susceptible he was to the cold. Ragnar remained disinterested, Auden began his prayers, and Jackson sat silently with his eyes closed. Teresa and Dunbakel were equally indifferent to financial matters. Their thoughts were preoccupied with their transformed lives and uncertain futures. Night fell, and without a campfire they lay beneath the open sky. Starlight poured into the tomb, creating a breathtakingly surreal scene. It was a night unlike any Encrid had ever seen. Lying under a blanket of stars, he felt the subtle warmth envelop him as he closed his eyes. In his dreams, he met the ferryman once again. As always, the ferryman mocked him, lacing his words with biting sarcasm. You really do keep the company of fools around. Encrid wondered if that was meant as a compliment. The dream was fleeting. Chapter 252. The horse thought this to itself. After Encrid and his group departed, Torres heard a feral scream echoing from the forest. Shouldn't we send reinforcements? A clueless soldier asked, to which Haya-1, a guard standing nearby, responded in his stead. Reinforcements? Those 4 could probably roast an entire domain for breakfast. Haya-1, a swordsman with strong pride stemming from his northern roots, spoke with certainty. Even Torres agreed with his assessment. Leave them be. They'll handle it. Who was really supposed to worry about whom? Torres instructed his soldiers to gather centaur sinews and intact beast hides while the remaining corpses were burned. How many have we lost? Several dozen had died in the previous battles, and Torres himself had narrowly escaped death during the first skirmish. Zimmer had nearly been killed as well. It had been a crisis of immense proportions, one where Torres had even considered desertion. He had voiced his concerns directly. "Lord Commander, no, my lord. If we stay here, we're finished. Barricading ourselves inside the castle won't hold for long." The fortress had towers, but no moat. When the centaurs came charging in with their massive wooden clubs, tearing trees apart to forge their weapons, the walls shook relentlessly. What if the reinforcements didn't arrive? And if we abandon the walls, do you have a solution? The lord of the castle had asked, challenging him. Torres had none. Outside was even deadlier. The creatures, centaurs by name, were relentless. Evading them was harder than holding the walls. Trapped on all sides, all they could do was send out a request for reinforcements. This centaur colony, led by an extraordinary leader, inspired bone-deep terror. When its leader howled, soldiers faltered. Some even wet themselves. Yet, this seemingly hopeless situation had been resolved by fewer than 10 people. Whoosh! Crackle! Crackle! Among the carnage of beasts and monsters, there were 3 casualties. One soldier had misstepped and been crushed under a beast's foot. 2 others, eager to demonstrate the bravery of the East, had charged ahead recklessly and met their end. Only 3 dead. The number of beasts and monsters slain? Too many to count. Over 200 at the very least. The Madmen unit wasn't solely responsible for this staggering victory. They were the cutting edge of the assault, shredding through the enemy like a singular, devastating blade. But the remaining monsters had been dispatched by the rest of the soldiers. The sky was overcast, threatening snow. After a grueling day of cleaning up the battlefield and taking brief, restless naps, Torres, while wandering, spotted the returning group passing through the fortress gates. It was drizzling, soon to turn into sleet with the dropping temperature. Having risen early to oversee the aftermath of the battle, Torres could finally smile. It was a day to be thankful for survival, and to rejoice in victory. The ones who had delivered that triumph were now back. Encrid and the Madmen unit walked in with the hazy sunlight at their backs. The heat of battle had long dissipated, but their presence still carried a weight that silenced all. "Colony slayers," someone murmured, breaking the stillness. A soldier by the gates repeated the phrase louder, and soon the crowd joined in a thunderous chant. "Colony slayers! Long live the Madmen unit! Whoa, they're amazing. Marry me, gods, thank you." Relief, victory, and admiration for the overwhelming power displayed combined in a raucous cheer. As the drizzle turned to frost, Torres watched Encrid's approach. Behind him trailed a wild horse emanating a strange energy, and his team carried crates and the glaive of the colony leader, which now rested in Rem's hands. But none of that mattered. Torres straightened, placed his feet together, and pressed a hand to his waist in a salute. Bowing his head, he expressed his gratitude for their salvation and the defense of the castle. Encrid acknowledged him with a mere nod before walking past. Behind him, Rem spoke up. "Hey, know any decent blacksmiths? There's a dwarf working near the outskirts of the market." "Great." Rem walked on, followed by the rest of the unit, who paid no heed to the cheers that echoed around them. The raucous gratitude of the soldiers couldn't hold them back. "I said there's a dwarf?" "A master of metallurgy, smelting, crafting, and skill, renowned as the epitome of artisanship. Of course, not every dwarf is a master blacksmith. Elves have their own superior metallurgy, and among humans, there are exceptional craftsmen as well. However, on average, dwarves are known for their superior and fundamentally exceptional smithing and metallurgy skills. So when a dwarf wandered into a human domain, it naturally piqued interest, especially when such a craftsman was currently needed. Though dwarves were infamous for their steep demands, no one here hesitated to pour out kronas in exchange for weapons. In fact, many thought it better to spend some gold for a quality sword. For those who live and die by the blade, a good weapon was like an extra arm, and sturdy armor was another life. Even Encrid felt the absence of a blade on his right hip. It wouldn't hurt to have another sword, he thought. A sword forged by a dwarf would undoubtedly be worth having. He had grown used to cobbling together armor from whatever he could find, and he had just acquired an inner layer made from beast hide, wound tightly like a bandage. As they entered the fortress, Lord Martai himself came to express his gratitude. "Thanks to you," he said. "No need to mention it," Encrid replied, observing the courtesies. After advising them to rest, the lord left. "We don't have private rooms here. This place is just as barren as the border garrisons," Torres remarked as he followed behind. Their assigned quarters turned out to be a shared room with 8 simple beds lined up in a row. Just as Torres said, the place was desolate. Apart from the beds, there wasn't a single piece of furniture. The room had no purpose other than sleep. A soldier skilled in handling horses approached, eyeing the wild horse cautiously. The horse snorted. It seemed to understand it was the subject of discussion, shaking its head. "Leave it," Encrid said casually. He had brought the horse along on a whim, and it had followed. That was all there was to it. If the horse wanted to leave, he would let it go. Of course, the horse had no intention of leaving. With its blood tainted by a monster, it was now half-beast. Its herd instinctively avoided it, sensing the fearsome presence of the monster's blood. For the same reason, it couldn't enter the stables. As a result, the wild horse had to leave its home. It was the only way for the rest of the herd to live safely. As the herd's leader, this was its duty. It had even helped dispose of the burning skull as a final act. Although technically the human before it had finished the job, just as Encrid felt an inexplicable closeness to the horse also felt a peculiar connection to him. This was what the world called bonding. "Good work." "Rest," Encrid said. The horse neighed softly, as if understanding. Watching this interaction, Ram stared quietly before speaking up. "Hey, is there any chance that thing turn?" "It doesn't," Encrid replied firmly. Unlike Esther, he instinctively knew this for certain. "Don't be so sure." "Who would have guessed the leopard could turn human?" Rem teased, but no one paid him any mind. While unpacking and sorting through their crates, Craze returned. "What is that thing?" He had been busy even here in Martai, running around with a constant air of urgency. Now, seeing the wild horse standing idly outside their quarters, he couldn't take his eyes off it. "It's a horse," Encrid answered plainly. "Craze," looking skeptical, asked again, "Does it turn into a human too?" He wasn't entirely unreasonable. After all, Esther's transformation had set a precedent. "It's male. And just so you know, if you try to check from behind, you'll get your skull bashed in," Encrid warned. While Esther had been fierce, this wild horse carried monster blood. If Cray wasn't careful, he might end up with hoof prints on his chest. "Do I look like Rem to you?" Crace retorted indignantly. "Did anyone call you an idiot? What I mean is, I don't go around checking a horse's balls from behind," Crace clarified. "I was just giving you a heads up." Encrid shrugged. With Craze being as peculiar as he was, it didn't hurt to warn him. "Do you even realize I'm right here listening to all this?" "Yeah." As soon as Rem voiced his complaint, Crace got smacked by him on the head. Whack! Ah! Considering the ridiculous conversation that had just transpired, Crace accepted the blow without protest. After rubbing the back of his head a few times, the conversation moved on. To be precise, Crace's attention shifted to something inside the quarters as soon as they entered. A scent lingered in the air. The scent of jewels. "What's in those chests?" "Gems," Encrid answered. Crace's eyes immediately sparkled with interest. As always, humans had a strange talent for turning their eyes into golden coins at the mere mention of wealth. opening the chests one by one. Cry let out a whistle. There's quite a haul here. Did you see the dwarf that came into the village? Ragnar, who had been watching Craze examine the gems and coins, asked. Did Ragnar have an interest as well? Was he perhaps tired of using scavenge swords? While mulling over this thought, Encrid watched as Cray replied, Oh, I was just about to mention that. It really is a dwarf. I've never seen one before, but they're quite pretty. Pretty? Fee, what did he mean by that? To confirm, he'd have to see for himself. After spending the late afternoon unpacking and loosening up his body, using the isolation technique, Encrid decided to visit the estate tomorrow. More accurately, his goal was to meet the dwarven blacksmith. After eating dinner, Encrid closed his eyes. It was time to do what he always did. Reflect. What if I hadn't missed at the start? Because he had let the monster leader slip away, he had to chase it. During the pursuit, he experienced an uncanny focus. He had always combined concentration with sense of evasion, but the moment he hurled his sword at the leader's head felt different. Was it will at work? No, it wasn't. He now understood what will was. It was a force rooted in willpower, an intangible strength, a mysterious phenomenon difficult to explain in human terms. While it bore some resemblance to magic or sorcery, it was a power confined to individuals. It manifested in those who trained their bodies, wielded weapons, or turned their fists into their weapons. So, no. What Encrid felt when he struck the monster leader, when he hurled his sword at its skull, was something crushed, fused, and unified. He had seen what he needed to do next, and it felt as though his senses had merged into a new form. It's called sense arts, he remembered Jackson explaining during training. The countless sparring sessions with Fel, his prior experiences, the insights gained through life. Mindset, and even the rejection he had honed through will, it all came together to create that moment. There's no need to separate the sixth sense and evasion. It's simply sense arts, Jackson had said. Damn Jackson. His explanations were as convoluted as Rem's. At the time, none of it made sense. Encrid closed his eyes, merging his senses. He stepped into the realm of the sixth sense. Without dividing them, his senses allowed him to hear, see, and feel. Half opening his eyes, he looked ahead. He saw Odin, praying. May he follow the will of the Father. Watch over the lamb, that it may not lose its way. A prayer for Ragnar? That wasn't important. What mattered was that Encrid felt as though he had opened a third eye. Despite Odin's thick tunic and wide cloak, Encrid sensed his body beneath. The firm muscles, the bursting strength, the unwavering posture, even in prayer, Odin's body was something perfected. The realization that struck Encrid came naturally. Without realizing it, he slightly parted his lips, lost in thought. Through the isolation technique, he saw a new path forward. The path revealed by merging his senses. Without training the body, none of this matters. Everything starts with the body. It was an unexpected realization, yet also something he had always known. To reaffirm what he already understood was, in its way, another form of insight. Encrid decided on the direction of his physical training. Of course, he would need Odin's help. Rem, watching this moment of realization, muttered, Hey, didn't someone say there's a temple in Martai? Beside him, Craze, polishing a gem, answered, Yes, there is. It's smaller than a shrine, but there's definitely a priest. Though the rumors about it aren't great. That guy is definitely broken, should we send him? Rem murmured. Craze glanced at Encrid, with his mouth half open and drooling. He didn't exactly look normal. That's just how he always is, Craze said. It wasn't the first time they had seen him like this. While no one else paid much attention, Dunbakel made a bold decision. Mimicking Encrid, she parted her lips halfway and tried drooling. From now on, she would learn and follow everything Encrid did. As her first step, She intended to discover why he behaved as he did by copying it herself. "Should I bash your head in? Why are you copying him?" Grim scolded, but Dunbuckle remained steadfast in her drooling. She was certainly mad. The door to the quarters was half open, and the wild horse peeked inside. For a moment, it deliberated. Should I leave? Should it take this chance to slip away? It hadn't responded to Encrid's words by chance. Even before the monster blood, the horse had been exceptionally intelligent and discerning. It knew this was the moment to decide. If it were to leave, it had to be now. The horse thought this to itself. Chapter 253. A Night of Stimulation. If you've had a realization, act on it immediately. If even the smallest clue comes to mind, act on it right away. If you delay, you'll lose it. And once it's lost, it's no longer yours. Lost things disappear forever. Even the slightest epiphany should be engraved into your body through action. It was a brief lesson, as Encrid remembered. The lesson came from a fencing school near the gateway to the southern continent. The instructor was a dark-skinned man. Following this wisdom, Encrid rose immediately. It didn't matter what he had done earlier that day, whether it was time for rest or anything else. It held no significance to him. He stepped outside, where the sun had long set. The sleet had ceased, leaving the ground wet and mushy. Beside him, a torch on a nearby post illuminated the surroundings with flickering flames. Whoosh, woo. The wild horse Encrid had rescued watched him silently. Passing by the horse without a word, Encrid began moving his body in front of the barracks. What muscles are critical for wielding a sword? The entire body is crucial. The forearm muscles influence grip strength, while a solid core serves as the foundation for generating centrifugal force in a strike. When slicing through fire, his thoughts reached the moment when he had cleaved through flames. A spell cast through a scroll, an astonishing and mysterious feat, but the only reality before him had been a fireball heading his way. He recalled his movements in that instant. He swung his sword perpendicular to the ground. The back. In his mind, Encrid dissected his body, breaking down its muscles and scattering them into fragments. He merged his senses into one intuitive realm, then used this unifying observation to fuel his training. Encrid mimicked the motion of splitting firewood. It was the movement he needed at that moment. Simultaneously, he analyzed how his muscles worked. This was the beginning of transformation, the foundation of progress, the cornerstone of something new. Inside the barracks, a few observers watched. Members of the Madmen unit. Dunbuckle slurped the drool back into her mouth, stood up, and thought, "If I copy him, perhaps I'll understand." "Don't, sister. You'll ruin your body," Auden said, stepping in to stop her. Auden moved forward, watching the man acting wildly under the moonlight with a mix of curiosity and amazement. "Why does the Lord grant me such joy through this sinner?" Auden whispered to his god, his father, as he approached. What Encrid was doing wasn't about following instructions or seeking guidance from others. It was the pursuit of self-driven discovery. Through observing and understanding the deficiencies in his body, he was forging his path to improvement. How could such a sight not bring joy? Although Auden had taught the isolation technique to countless individuals, or simpler, less effective versions of it, no one had reached this realm. It was rare to find those who found delight in mastering the technique, let alone improving it. Wait, balance, breathe deeply into your diaphragm. If your core wavers, everything else is useless, brother, Auden advised, standing beside Encrid. Encrid absorbed Auden's guidance. What had been mere habit and inertia yesterday transformed into purposeful navigation today. Like a sailor who had finally found his direction, he was ready to row his small boat properly. Auden couldn't suppress his laughter as he taught, his joy audible enough to draw the attention of nearby soldiers. They turned to look, their pupils quivering with confusion. "What's wrong with him? Didn't he just get back today? Why is he dancing with a rock in his hands?" So the Madmen unit isn't just insanely good at fighting. They're literally insane. Such whispers passed among the onlookers, for to them, Encrid's behavior was far from normal. Inside the barracks, Rem quietly shut the door. "You're letting the cold air in." Dunbakel was disappointed. She had wanted to observe Encrid's actions further. "Just ignore it. Pretend you didn't see anything. Why is he doing this in the dead of night? It's embarrassing to even look at," Rem grumbled. No one responded to his remarks. It was their nature to remain indifferent. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Dunbakel stepped outside. Rem didn't bother stopping her. In truth, he was preoccupied with his own thoughts. What kind of man does this? He enters battles and emerges victorious. He doesn't gloat over his absurd strength or revel in others' praise. Even the cheers of those he saved barely register with him. A spell-infused axe doesn't tempt him, nor do gold coins or gemstones. Then, after meditating until his eyes glaze over and drool drips from his lips, he runs outside to do this. Is that normal? No, it wasn't. But that very abnormality stirred something in Rem as well. After all, hadn't a flame-wreathed axe fallen into his hands just recently? It was undoubtedly an item imbued with magic. That made it manageable. Though some resentment lingered in the axe, Encrid had erased it. Rem reflected on what he had left behind when he departed his tribe. Those were things he would have to reclaim someday. As his thoughts churned, he began to process the stimulus Encrid had provided. Grasping the axe, Rem retreated into his own world. There are moments when physical training is paramount, but there are also times when refining and manifesting what one already possesses is key. For Rem, this was the latter. For Ragnar, it was the former. He too couldn't take his eyes off Encrid. Even after Encrid left, he stared blankly at the door, continuing even after Rem shut it. The same when Auden stepped out, and again when Dunbakel followed. Is this what it feels like? This sensation of blood boiling? In truth, if blood were to boil, a person would die. But that's how it felt nonetheless. Seated on the edge of his bed in the vast yet stifling barracks, Ragnar felt his blood simmering, his heart pounding with urgency. It seemed to demand he grab his sword and train immediately. But he didn't. The practiced swords crafted back at Border Guard were of poor quality. Strength. Ragnar was a genius, well aware of his shortcomings from early on. He had already grasped the methods of training but required proper tools to support him. Not things he would typically need, but look at that man. He felt an inexplicable urge to show the world a person like Encrid. How could one not be stirred after seeing such a figure? Even a laid-back genius like Ragnar had been seized by urgency. The profound impression Encrid left had led him down an unanticipated path. Ragnar resolved to create the tools he needed. If he sought out a dwarven blacksmith, couldn't he craft exactly what he desired? He yearned and aspired to move forward beyond his current state. This was more than a desire to wield a sword. It was an intense stimulant, almost toxic. Like a forbidden mushroom or addictive drug, it set his heart and mind aflame, shaking him beyond his own will. Ragnar wasn't the only one affected. Even Teresa, her gaze obscured behind her mask, couldn't stop her eyes from darting about. What was it that drove Encrid to move as he did? The answer lay within her. The joy of battle, the instinct to fight, the blood of a giant stirring within her veins. Teresa kicked open the door and stepped out. She felt she wouldn't be able to sleep without sparring with that man at least once. A sudden duel under the moonlight. It hardly mattered if it was appropriate. Thus Teresa slammed the door open and left. What's her deal now? Crace, who had been examining jewels and other items, lifted his head. Everyone here was far from normal. Through the open door he saw Encrid, Auden, and Dunbakel outside. Dunbakel appeared to have paused in a half-crouch, listening to a few words from Auden. Whenever she faltered slightly, Auden chuckled and grabbed her shoulder with his palm, pulling her upright. "That hurts," Dunbakel exclaimed. Pain, after all, had a way of forcing words out immediately. "It's supposed to hurt, sister, so fix your posture," Auden replied. Nearby, Teresa muttered something under her breath, though it wasn't audible. A few soldiers watched the scene with sidelong glances while the wild horse observed indifferently. Kreis felt a twinge of concern, but brushed it aside. In his hand was an expensive ruby nicknamed Red Flame. "If I trade this properly, I could get several hundred gold coins." They had called it some explorer's tomb, hadn't they? And there was supposedly more like it on this continent? Maybe I should switch to treasure hunting. No, that's madness. Even with a surplus of lives, it's not worth it. Even the greatest swordsman could fall victim to a single misstep in a trap, ending up knocking on heaven's gate or swimming in the rivers of hell. Better to stay here. Encrid was a whirlwind of upheaval. Sticking close to a captain like him might mean encountering more tombs, but it would also lead to adventures of a similar kind. The Border Guards Guild was already providing steady income, wasn't it? Knees deep in gold coins. That's the life I want to craze. His eyes practically transformed into gold coins, glanced outside and then spoke to Jackson beside him. "Honestly, everyone here is just so strange, don't you think?" It was a statement made without any awareness of himself. Normally, Jackson would have ignored such a comment, brushed it off, or looked the other way. "Is that so?" Jackson replied unexpectedly. "What's up with him now?" Kreis turned his gaze to Jackson, whose eyes burned with a similar intensity. Cold, yet hot. That's what it felt like. Jackson, too, had been stirred. "What do you seek from techniques meant for killing?" That was a question his mentor had once asked him. Why had he posed it back then? "You enjoy this too much. I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing here. But hey, that's not really my problem, is it?" The mentor's words came back to him. A man broken in many ways, but honest in that moment. Jackson had enjoyed learning techniques. Even perfecting skills meant for killing had been a source of joy. Yet, after engraving his mentor's words, his life experiences, and his own goals, he had set that enjoyment aside. He hadn't needed it anymore. But now, someone had dragged a long-buried desire violently to the surface. Ah! Jackson felt his heart race, as it had when he first held a sword. Desire and ambition fused into a stimulant, pushing him to wield his sword once more. Why not refine his techniques? Why not revisit every skill and push further through disciplined training? A hunger for growth roared within him. All of this was triggered by Encrid running out under the moonlight. Though the barracks remained quiet, with everyone experiencing these changes internally, the transformation was undeniable. Honestly, Kreis shook his head and returned to his task. Thus, the night of stimulation passed, and by the next morning, Encrid was up early again. Whereas he used to find joy rejecting others, now he was obsessed with refining the isolation technique. Every movement felt like a unique form of stimulation. After finishing his morning training, the Lord invited him to a meal. "Let's go fill our stomachs." Encrid led everyone there. "I need to thank you again, but seriously, what was last night all about? Why do something like that under the moonlight?" Even the Lord, familiar with Encrid, couldn't help but comment on how peculiar the previous night had been. "It was a perfect night for training," Encrid replied casually. Anything more detailed would be incomprehensible to them. Missing even the smallest thread was unacceptable to someone like him. It was about living life with purpose and direction, ensuring that his aspirations were always within reach. How could he possibly explain all that? "Fair enough," the Lord conceded, giving up on understanding. Breakfast turned out to be a feast. Perfectly roasted lamb, marinated pork ribs, steamed catfish, butter and cheese, a mix of milk and watered-down wine, and clear water. The star of the meal was the bread. Its soft white texture lived up to Martai's reputation as the land of bread. Unbelievable. Even Ram admitted in admiration. "What about the blonde?" the Lord asked. referring to Ragnar. He's not much of a morning person, Craze answered on his behalf. Encrid didn't seem to care, and the Lord let it slide. After all, weren't they all eccentrics? It wasn't unusual for them to ignore a summons from someone like the Lord. Resting and eating well were just as important as anything else. Encrid ate and drank without pause, as did the rest of the unit. "They've got a good appetite," the Lord remarked, offering thanks to the fighters who had protected his domain. He seemed to have gained a sense of gravitas since assuming the role of Lord, from his position as garrison commander. "Are you heading back this afternoon?" "No, we'll stay a bit longer," Encrid replied. He mentioned his intention to commission something from the dwarves, and the Lord nodded in understanding. "The local folks might be a bit rough. Still, go easy on them if you can." "What did he mean by that?" Encrid, chewing on a mouthful of catfish, nodded indifferently. After the meal, they spent more time in training, the effects of the previous night's stimulation still lingering. Only after sweating it out and washing up did they head to the estate's marketplace, with Cray leading the way. "I already memorized the layout," Craze explained, a habit of his always scouting escape routes and surroundings. Their first stop was a small tavern. Despite Martai's bustling marketplace being filled with narrow streets, throngs of people, newly built houses, and even domed buildings that turned out to be temples. "Seeing one," Rem suggested cautiously. "Why not visit that place, Captain?" But Encrid ignored him. Inside the tavern, Cray spoke up. "The bread here is a treat. They call it rusk, I think, sprinkled with sugar and butter. It's amazing." He gave a thumbs up to emphasize just how good it was. It wasn't served at breakfast, but Cray was right, it was exceptional. Though hard instead of soft, it was made by double toasting bread, almost to the point of charred. Still, as long as it tasted good, that's all that mattered. Their lunch consisted of rusk paired with well-cooked duck. At this point, it seemed like all they were doing was moving, eating, and drinking. Once lunch was finished, they planned to visit the dwarves. As they were eating, someone kicked open the tavern door and walked in. "What are you looking at? Bring me a plate of bread." The man sat down and cast a long, deliberate look at Encrid. From his glaring eyes to his mannerisms, it was obvious to anyone. This was a provocation. Chapter 254. "So you want to die?" It's a common saying among the people of the continent when speaking of Easterners. They're tough, unyielding, and stubborn to the core. Hans was one of those Easterners, and those among them who remained in Martai shared a certain mindset. Let's see how good you really are. This meant they bore resentment against the current lord of Martai. Hans was no exception. Stopping the colony? Damn, isn't this whole thing rigged? Hans, with his deep experience in dice games, let his imagination run wild. Dice games, when tampered with, become games where only the same people win, don't they? Back in the day, whenever Martai faced a threat, it was common to request support from the Eastern mercenary king. But after losing a battle, the lord was killed. A new commander took over, and since then the domain had fallen under the border guard's control. Soon after, a major crisis hit the domain, and a handful of soldiers from the border guard supposedly defeated it. Damn, nothing about this sits right. To Hans, the whole situation was as irritating as a dog's anatomy. If monsters could be driven off by just a few soldiers, then how dangerous could they have been in the first place? Hans had not witnessed Encrid's battles. While others fought on the battlefield, he was drinking and sleeping, treating the domain's safety as separate from his own. A divide had emerged, subtly yet clearly, between the Easterners and the Continentals. Even so, those in the know understood what had truly happened. But Hans, he only heard what he wanted to hear. A textbook fool. His job was to lend out his fists and collect meager silver coins in return. If it were me out there fighting, he thought, wouldn't I have no trouble handling a few ghouls? And that so-called dog-headed beasts. Isn't it just a mutt with a human face? One thrust of a spear and it's over. Easterners, after all, were known for taking down lions with just a sword. The mercenary king himself had done so at 18, killing a man-eating lion on the eastern plains. His first legendary feat. Must have been using some sort of artifact or tricks, muttered one of Hans' drinking buddies, nudging him on. The man handed Hans a glass of wine. Hans took a sip. The sweet taste was almost like honey, warm and fiery. The slight dizziness quickly passed, but he clenched his jaw, unwilling to appear intoxicated. Not bad, sweet but light, Hans remarked. Good, isn't it? It's a fresh batch, replied the friend, grinning. Unaware of the subtle change in Hans's movements, the conversation shifted to insults. They say that guy's got nothing but a pretty face. Women fall for him, left and right. Hans's blood boiled at the mention of Leni, the tavern keeper's daughter, someone he fancied. When Hans overheard that the so-called charming commander and his group were at her tavern, he decided it was time to act. That bastard's getting beaten today. Fueled by liquid courage and wounded pride, Hans stormed into the tavern. The moment he saw Encrid, his rage grew. What noble soldier looked like that? And then there was Leni, her eyes fixed on Encrid, barely glancing away. Hans stood abruptly, his chair screeching and toppling over with a loud crash.
Encrid observed the scene with quiet.
He exchanged a glance with Rem, who raised an eyebrow. Rem's gaze then swept across their group, Auden, Dunbuckle, and Teresa. Anyone with a shred of common sense would think twice before picking a fight with this group. And yet, here was this man, fists clenched, reeking of bravado. Encrid internally sighed. What kind of idiot is this? With a flicker of his heightened senses, Encrid assessed Hans. It was clear the man had some training. His body showed signs of regular exertion. His muscles were decently developed, and there were habits in the way he placed his hands and shifted his feet when moving. Even the sequence of his motions when he shoved his chair back and stood up hinted at experience. After assessing everything, Encrid subtly extended his left hand forward while sliding his right foot back. Anyone observant would recognize the intent behind Encrid's stance. However, his opponent showed no sign of comprehension, not even a flicker. Absolutely nothing. Hey, don't you think you're acting a little too high and mighty in someone else's territory? The man snarled. Should I kill him? Dunbuckle asked casually. Encrid suddenly recalled the Lord's instructions. Go easy. I'll take care of it, Encrid said, rising to his feet. None of his companions paid much attention, but his opponent's eyes turned bloodshot. Alarmingly so. They were now heavily congested with rage. Not that it mattered. You bastard! The man bellowed, charging at Encrid. With fluidity and precision, Encrid twisted his body sideways to evade the man's punch, nudged his forearm, and lightly kicked his thigh. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, one movement blending into the next like a flowing stream. Even Rem and the others couldn't help but admire the execution. It was a practical adaptation of Valor-style technique, utilizing its principles in a physical form, a skill Encrid had recently become enamored with. The assailant stumbled forward, nearly slamming his head into a table. Yet Encrid, rather than letting him crash, caught the back of his neck and hoisted him upright. Bewildered, the man looked around, struggling to comprehend how things had escalated so quickly. Encrid shoved him away, and the man staggered to his feet, seething with rage. What? My growl. See our naive, I'll rain TBY. It. Hadis. What the hell just happened? He muttered, his anger intensifying further. Unable to restrain himself, the man reached for the knife at his waist. If you draw that, you're dead, Rem muttered, nonchalantly chewing on a piece of rusk. The sugar dusted around his lips made his warning oddly comical. But the words didn't register with the man. All he could focus on was his overwhelming need to stab the smug bastard in front of him. By now, the rational part of his brain had completely shut down, and his fury spiraled out of control. Encrid noticed something strange about his opponent's behavior. As he considered whether to break a limb or two to put an end to this, a sharp snap echoed through the air. The man collapsed, knife still clutched in his hand, his eyes rolling back as he crumpled to the ground. Standing behind him, Jackson grabbed the man's limp body, flipped him over, and sniffed his open mouth. "What are you doing? Got some weird fetish?" Rem quipped. Ignoring the remark, Jackson turned to Encrid. "Someone drugged him," he stated flatly. "Drugged?" Jackson elaborated, explaining that the man had been subjected to a concoction designed to impair judgment and induce a hypnotic state, something that could leave permanent damage if improperly administered. A slow clap interrupted the conversation. "Impressive," a voice chimed. "To think you'd figure it out so quickly." The group turned to see a man approaching, his swagger accompanied by a jangling noise. He wore a leather water flask at his belt, 2 knives strapped to his right side, and a short sword that swung loosely from its scabbard on his left hip. Just from the way he walked, it was clear this man was no amateur. Encrid stared silently at the newcomer, scrutinizing. No one replied. Even Rem, who rarely stayed silent, crossed his arms and simply watched with mild disdain. The sugary remnants on his lips did little to diminish the intensity of his presence, as if he might swing his unwieldy war axe or the pike he'd confiscated from a centaur chieftain at any moment. Encrid could feel that Rem was poised for action. This could end quickly. "Who are you?" Jackson finally broke the silence. The man spread his hands theatrically, pretending to deliberate before answering. "I'm here from Black Blade." The name drew immediate tension. Black Blade was a notorious band of thieves. Encrid's arms hung loosely at his sides. Nothing good had ever come from dealings with them. The man raised his hands defensively. "I'm not here to fight. I just came to deliver a message." The tavern staff and remaining patrons froze, watching nervously as the scene unfolded. "Have you ever considered switching sides?" the man asked, a sly grin creeping across his face. Encrid's brow furrowed. "So you're asking to die?" Now, the man stammered. "I'm here with the best intentions, I assure you." Black Blade doesn't take no for an answer, you know. "That little stunt with the drug. Consider it a small demonstration." The man gestured toward the unconscious Hans, as if to punctuate his point. "It's a genuine offer, a great opportunity. Think it over," he urged, his tone growing more desperate. Encrid's gaze hardened. "So you're really asking to die, huh?" Behind him, Rem let out a snort of laughter, clearly enjoying the predictable exchange. The man tried to maintain composure, though beads of sweat began forming on his brow. "Black Blade won't give up. And Dunbakel, don't you have some debts to settle?" He glanced at the beast woman, his words laced with veiled threat. Dunbakel nodded calmly, her expression unreadable. For the first time, the messenger faltered. "This lunatic's gotten even crazier," he thought grimly. Sighing, he tried again. "Listen, this is a golden opportunity. Dunbakel's issues could be overlooked, and we can give you anything you want. Even a place in the Knight's Order, if that's your ambition." Encrid remained expressionless, though the implication was clear. Black Blade had done their homework. The man's smile turned sly. "Well, what do you say to that?" the man asked with his eyes. Encrid spoke carefully. "Do you want to die? Or not? Why won't you answer the question?" Wow. It wasn't until Ram chuckled for the second time that the messenger's expression changed. "These bastards, should I really show them a taste?" He moved his fingers subtly, in a way hidden from view. It was time for a few assassins on the roof to fall. Silence followed. The man flicked his fingers a few more times, still keeping the motion hidden. Only then did something swoosh down from the roof. "Kia." A scream erupted from a waitress who witnessed it. Thud! Thud! Two corpses. Their necks had been pierced. Standing near them, a man with auburn hair spoke. Seems like that's all your tricks. Ah, damn it. What the hell is this? Everyone gets their turn. But how can top-class assassins be found and taken out so easily? The messenger's face darkened further. If you kill me, the black blade will... Whoosh, thud. Swoop, crack. Bang. Kia. Fire. The messenger reached for a smoke bomb at his waist while speaking. But before he could act, Rem threw his axe without even taking a breath. His right hand moved so quickly, it was barely visible. Encrid's enhanced senses caught every step of the process. The unbalanced, flameless axe soared through the air, showing off its blade as it embedded itself in the man's head. The force sent the black blade member's legs flying up, his body crashing backward into the tavern wall before crumpling to the floor. That was all. The black blade's messenger was now a corpse. Another scream erupted from the waitress, and Jackson, unfazed, began rummaging through the man's belongings with practiced ease. Folded pieces of paper, a leather pouch, a smoke bomb, poison, a knife. Those were the items he found. Inside one neatly folded piece of paper was a strange powder. It seemed to be a drug that could enchant people. Don't be too alarmed. If you contact the garrison, they'll come and clean this up, Encrid said while still standing. To him, it was no more than a fly, interrupting their meal. It was a commotion, sure, but nothing too serious. What stood out was Rem's skillful axe throw and Jackson's precise movements. Haha, seems like even the devil's bandits are making moves, brother, Odin quipped carelessly, and the group moved on. Whatever schemes the Black Blade was plotting, their goal was to meet the dwarf. After all, that was the original purpose. The dwarf was sitting in a corner of the forge, eating wine, cheese, and bread. Clang! Clang! The sounds of metalwork and the heat seemed irrelevant, as the dwarf dipped melted cheese with her fingers and licked them clean. Apparently, news traveled fast within the territory. By the time they returned from exploring the market, word of Encrid's actions had already spread far and wide. The dwarf looked around at the group and said, "You seem like you know how to fight." Her tone was cheeky. Encrid studied her. How old could she be? Her kind often looked younger than they were, so it was possible she was older than him. But outwardly she resembled a small girl of about 15. Of course, she wasn't just any girl. She was a muscular youth with a neck that appeared thicker than his. Yet, her face was delicate and neat. She was rather pretty. Crace wasn't lying when he said she was beautiful. Still, by conventional standards, it was hard to classify her as a true beauty. "Do you think that's pretty?" Ria muttered with a note of disdain. The dwarf mumbled back, "I can hear you, gray-haired idiot." Her manner of speaking was fiery, and Rem was, well, Rem. The barbarian chuckled softly and asked Encrid, "Thinking of getting a stuffed dwarf trophy? Looks like I just picked up a freshly dead one." Chapter 255. What the dwarf sees so? What do you want? The dwarf ignored the barbarian, and Rem didn't make a fuss, brushing it off as if it didn't matter. From the first moment they spoke, it was clear. The dwarf's words were sharp, but not meant in earnest. Encrid took the opportunity to step in, speaking directly. "If you've got a good sword ready, I'd like to buy it." He didn't beat around the bush. To be honest, he found her quite fascinating. Does she know how to fight? Probably not. His assessment was based on her posture, gestures, positioning, and general demeanor. All right. The dwarf wasn't picky. She simply scanned Encrid from head to toe. It was said that dwarves didn't judge humans by their appearance. Even so, her gaze lingered on Encrid's face, refusing to leave. Watching from the side, Craze thought to himself, "No way. Is she smitten with him too?" A faint sense of unease crept in. Everyone knew dwarves didn't care about human beauty or ugliness. Instead, they judged refined inner qualities. One's eyes, attitude, and habits were indicators of their character. Free of outward bias or prejudice, dwarves possessed an innate ability to discern a person's nature at a glance. Having roamed the continent for so long, this dwarf could read someone's personality by observing the way they blinked or spoke. Though not magical, her innate abilities and experience allowed her to glimpse part of Encrid's inner self. It was vast, unyielding, and utterly beautiful. Just as metallurgy is about extracting and refining ore, and blacksmithing about heating and shaping metal, dwarves had eyes honed through years of working with stone and steel. To her, Encrid appeared as a rock. But not just any rock. Absolutely not. What is this? A rock that, despite endless chipping and grinding, refused to break. It didn't erode or decay. A rock she couldn't comprehend. For her, this was the first time seeing such a human, or such an ore. It was utterly fascinating, and that fascination stirred her heart. Mystery, novelty, and the unknown were sure to pique any dwarf's curiosity. "Hey, I'm not going to kill you, so fix up my axe," the barbarian chimed in arrogantly from the side. He casually handed over his axe, brimming with some sort of latent power. This bastard, didn't he just threaten to kill me earlier? She judged he hadn't meant it. Dwarves had an innate insight for distinguishing truth from lies. Still, she thought he was odd. Even if he wasn't serious, he looked ready to swing his axe at the slightest provocation. Her eyes scanned him next. What's with this one? He was like a self-igniting stone, burning everything around him. A dawn fire. Anyone near him would either need to be just as sturdy or have someone shield them from his flames. And who was shielding him? Need it even be said? A rock that didn't burn or decay. A rock with black hair and blue eyes. The dwarf's gaze shifted across the group. Everyone else was just as peculiar. One seemed like true silver, refined for tens of thousands of hours. Another resembled black steel, a blade sharpened to an extreme edge. And then there was a grayish ash gold, a rare metal said to only reveal itself after burning countless stones. Ash gold was something even she had only glimpsed once in her life. No, all of them, true silver, black steel, ash gold, were exceedingly rare and precious. And yet, here they all were, standing before her. She couldn't help but wonder, what's with these people? The dwarf's eyes, unwavering and resolute, didn't falter. Dwarves, with their steadfast wills, rarely showed surprise. Even against powerful magic affecting the mind, they were largely immune. The dwarf carefully examined them all. The most remarkable was still the rock, a rock that didn't wear down, decay, or shatter. It shielded the flames, enveloped the true silver, dispelled the darkness of the black steel, and even encompassed the ash gold. Each stood with their unique qualities on full display. It was truly fascinating. Curious, the dwarf finally asked, "What's your name?" Encrid guessed she was much older than she appeared. Her tone betrayed her age. "Encrid," he replied. "All right, give me your hand." When Encrid obediently extended his hand, the dwarf inspected his calluses and knuckles with meticulous care. "Not bad. Looks like you've done a bit of everything." She wasn't wrong, Encrid thought to himself. His body bore the marks of countless skills he had trained. From sense of evasion and heart of the beast, to the isolation technique and even swordsmanship derived from healing sword. When he thought about it, he dabbled in almost every form of swordsmanship. Recently, he had been immersed in Eugen's swordsmanship, honing his body further. Even without mentioning the mastery of will, his body carried the weight of countless techniques. "All right, I've got a decent sword lying around. I'll adjust it and give it to you. And you," she said, turning to the barbarian, "your axe, Just needs its handle and balance fixed, right? Why are you even carrying that? The steel's good. I'll melt it down and make something better. As for you, looks like you don't need anything. And the rest of you, right, ash gold. She pointed at Ragnar. What do you need? Dwarves sure talked a lot, didn't they? But within her torrent of words was the sharp insight unique to her kind. If frogs admired talent, dwarves excelled in perception. With just a glance, she had pinpointed what each person in the group needed. Her nickname for Ragnar felt odd, but since she was a dwarf, no one paid it much attention. A long, thick sword with balanced weight, Ragnar replied. He didn't care what the dwarf said, only voicing his purpose clearly. His focus was unwavering. The same thing happened when the Black Blade bandits showed up. It didn't matter, so they were ignored. Instead, Jackson took action. Rem remained as he always was. Odin simply kept smiling nonchalantly. The dwarf nodded. Understood. Thus, it was decided that Encrid's sword and the flaming axe would be repaired, and the spiked lance used by the centaur leader would be melted down and reforged. Additionally, the dwarf offered to craft a new sword for Ragnar personally. Encrid had heard that the dwarf was a picky craftsman. But seeing how accommodating she was, he realized that rumors couldn't always be trusted. Hey, didn't you say even a single dagger for me was too much? Cray spoke up from behind. Well, you're just, not good enough. Giving me something I made feels like a waste. Just go grab some random human-made weapon. Wow, blatant discrimination. Kreis muttered, genuinely looking hurt. He wasn't someone who had ever been particularly attached to weapons, so it was puzzling why he was suddenly so fixated on getting a dagger. Should I buy one for you? Encrid asked. No, it's fine. But why was he so hung up on it? It's just been a long time since I've been rejected. Later, Cray said, and the dwarf chuckled. Cute kid, her expression seemed to say so. But to get all of this done, it'll take about a week. Could be faster, though, the dwarf added. Encrid glanced around the forge. Everyone who had been hammering metal had stopped, eyeing them cautiously. 2 craftsmen were working, with metal arranged neatly along one wall, and the furnace's fire driving away the coal. The place wasn't large, but the intense heat made it feel as though sweat might break out any moment. Give them a few silver coins. You should pay for using the forge, the dwarf said again. Kreis handed over a few silver coins. Encrid added a few more after observing. There was no such thing as a proper amount when asking for a favor. Encrid never held back on spending coins when it came to matters like this. Kreis didn't make a fuss about it either. With the money the commander had earned during this journey, they wouldn't be lacking anything for a while. Not that they had been struggling before. The man who seemed to be the forge's owner hesitated, then nodded. Feel free to use it as you like. And for the cost, hey, Big Eyes, hand over that pouch of gems you're carrying, the dwarf said, revealing his sharp insight by instantly guessing Kray's nickname. You want this? Kreis had kept a few precious gems with him, unable to leave them behind. Yes. Hey, I'm giving you a discount. The dwarf's tone was cheap and inconsistent, a hint of his age slipping through. Give it to her, Encrid said. Kreis frowned, but nodded reluctantly. Just as he was about to hand over the pouch, he paused and asked, But how did you know I had this? What do you think a dwarf's nose is for? I can smell the expensive stones reeking from you. So dwarves could detect that too? Not that it mattered. Encrid didn't dwell on it and moved on. It meant they would need to stay in this area for roughly a week. They returned to the market. The forge's heat had warmed their bodies, so they didn't feel the chill for a moment. But soon the cold air seeped back into them, though Rem still wore his usual smile. I've decided to swear my love to this rock, he said, thanks to the heat stone he was carrying. Well, no surprise, as he hated the cold intensely. Ragnar silently walked on, without paying much attention to the surroundings. "Do you need a decent sword?" Suddenly, Encrid asked curiously. "Yes, I do." Though he was curious about the reason, he didn't press further. Of course, it was because of Encrid. What had the night of stimulation left them with? A drive and a desire to grow. They hadn't achieved victory, but knowing that they could filled them with excitement. Ragnar embraced it too. These were emotions and experiences he hadn't felt before. In the past, achieving something had been so predictable it was dull. Now it was the opposite. So he needed a good sword, one that suited his hands and body. He believed the dwarf's craftsmanship would deliver. They continued to browse the market. It was smaller than the border guard's market, but still lively. This place was emerging as a trading hub connecting the east. Chris casually chatted with a few merchants here and there. Some spoke to him comfortably, having apparently become familiar with him at some point. Among the passers-by, there were soldiers who recognized Encrid and saluted him. They had seen him wield his sword and chase the centaur leader. There were quite a few patrolling soldiers, moving in groups of 3 or 4, seemingly focused on internal security. They bought a few white breads, as well as some with raisins baked in, and wandered around the market. While they were browsing, a young woman with a youthful face blocked their path. I just have to deliver the message." "That's all, just the message," she stammered, trembling with nerves. "What is it?" Chris asked gently, seemingly trying to calm her. "The Black Blade won't let this go." Her anxious eyes scanned them nervously as she spoke, her legs shaking visibly with fear. "It's okay. It's okay," Chris reassured her and asked a few questions. Apparently someone had approached her, tossed her 2 silver coins and told her to deliver the message. She desperately needed the coins because her younger sibling was ill. Chris even asked for her name and handed her 3 additional silver coins. Save when needed, spend when necessary. That was the rule. "If anything happens around here, I'd appreciate it if you could let me know." With his characteristic smile, he reassured her and sent her on her way. After she left, Cray let out a heavy sigh, glanced toward the alley she had disappeared into, and said, "They don't seem like they're giving up. Shouldn't we do something?" Trace asked. "Without missing a beat," Encrid replied. "Think about it." "Pardon? I don't know, so you figure it out," Encrid said, as if it were the most natural thing. Crace found himself noticing a change in his commander. Had he always been this good at delegating tasks? Before, it felt more like he would make requests. The shift in attitude was undeniable. This was appropriate, of course, for someone responsible for a unit. "If they come at us, just split their heads open," Rem said. "Shall we ask the war god if it's permissible to send such insolent ones to the afterlife?" Auden chimed in, his tone sharp. "I'm a wandering Teresa. Bandits. I'll cut them down," Teresa declared. Encrid's gaze shifted to Dunbeckle. "What's this debt you owe?" "I borrowed about 15 gold coins at the end," she replied. "Why?" Chris asked out of sheer curiosity. "To have some fun." "Spending 15 gold coins for fun? What, did she hire a male escort in the capital and indulge in lavish drinks and extravagant feasts? All of it?" "Well, I spent 2 coins. The rest I gave away." "To whom?" Chrysa's tone grew curt as he struggled to comprehend her casual use of borrowed funds. But Dunbeckle didn't seem bothered. To her kind, etiquette boiled down to not stealing another's meal. To kids on the street or orphanages, raising children. She had spent the borrowed gold freely. Dunbeckle, figuring she'd die anyway, had simply followed her heart. Of course, seeing abandoned children had resonated with her own past. But she wasn't about to explain all that. Chryse was baffled. "You borrowed gold from bandits and thought you'd just get away with it? What kind of lunatic borrows 15 gold coins for this?" Her head could have been on the chopping block. "Well, Yeah, I guess that's true. She's not normal either. Hi. The group headed to the marketplace. The atmosphere here was distinct from that of Border Guard. The goods, the people, it all felt different. Some eyes lingered on Encrid. With his striking features and presence, he drew attention wherever he went. In fact, it would have been stranger if he didn't attract stares. None of the group paid attention to the market vendors, patrolling soldiers, wandering peddlers, or the occasional thug whose expression mirrored that of the fool they'd beaten earlier. "That looks like fur," Ram said, his gaze fixated on a pile of pelts. Encrid's attention was caught by leather trousers spread on a merchant's mat. Auden bought a small wooden rabbit figurine from a young carver. The rabbit was recognizable, but barely, as the craftsmanship was rudimentary. As they wandered, 3 thugs approached. Would they try the same idiotic move as the last guy? Kreis's eyes gleamed with amusement. He was curious to see what these fools would attempt. But things didn't go as he expected. Thud! The thug leader threw himself face first onto the dirt in front of Encrid. The bold motion left his clothes smeared with grime, but he didn't seem to care. That guy wasn't one of us. He was some drifter, been freeloading in the region for about half a year. Went by the name Bento. He babbled. "Who?" Encrid's expression asked wordlessly. The thug scrambled to clarify, referring to the man from the tavern earlier. "Hans didn't know anything either, so please forgive us. I'll make sure to punish that guy myself." His explanation was disjointed, but it showed loyalty. Encrid gave a small nod. The man called Hans seemed to be the one who had been drugged and hypnotized into attacking him earlier. "Handle it yourself. And don't kill," Encrid said, brushing past him. "What? What?" Ignoring the bewildered thug, Encrid moved toward the leather trousers he had been eyeing. Ram picked up some furs. "Big eyes, hand over a few gold coins? Don't just buy things without bargaining," Kreis shouted as he dashed toward them. Auden casually addressed the thug leader. "What the commander meant is, don't let it happen again, buddy." With a bear-like hand, he tapped the thug's shoulder. On the other side, Teresa did the same and added, "If you mess around, you'll die." A short warning, and yet the menace in her voice carried a weight that made the thug think she could snap his neck without hesitation. While Kreis haggled, the rest of the group made their purchases. Dunbakel tried to get trousers similar to Encrid's, but when the vendor said there weren't identical ones, she settled for the closest match. Of course, Kreis negotiated to ensure they paid a fair price. After a day of thoroughly combing through the market, they returned to their lodging. There, a bald-headed man stood waiting outside their quarters. Chapter 256. How to Handle Fools 1. "The Lord, who bestows radiance upon this land, speaks thus," announced the bald-headed man. Encrid tilted his head at the remark. "I am a servant of the radiance," the man added. This meant he was a priest, one of those who replaced greetings with the words of their holy scripture. "What brings you here?" Encrid asked. "I've come to bestow blessings," the priest replied with a serene smile. "A blessing out of the blue?" Encrid mused silently. "Isn't this the sort of thing one typically receives before a battle?" The priest, however, was undeterred and carried on with his sermon. "The hand of radiance that protects this land has sent heroes to this domain. Ho, ho, ho!" Kreis's Krona's finely attuned senses began to pick up on the priest's intent. He had merged his advanced sense of smell into an instinctive ability, almost like a sixth sense, allowing him to discern the disposition of others. Or perhaps it was simply that this man wasn't trying to hide anything. The priest rambled on, eventually claiming that the recent protection of the land was entirely thanks to his 3 days and nights of unceasing prayer. Ram paused as he adjusted her fur cloak, raising his head in disbelief. What did he just say? His face showed her incredulity. "Don't," Encrid said, cutting him off. Even Ragnar, who had been heading into the lodging, stopped in his tracks. Encrid noted the shift of weight onto Ragnar's left foot. The man's unique sensitivity had been triggered. Encrid raised a hand, palm out, toward Ragnar, a clear signal to stop. While Rem might give some visible warning before acting rashly, Ragnar was the type to act first, usually with fists flying. Of course, the most dangerous one here was Jackson. That man could strike without warning, with chilling precision. "Nobody do anything," Encrid said again. Though he felt the same irritation and anger as the others, he was the only one keeping his composure. They were, after all, in the heart of the domain, right in the middle of a military camp. Beating, or worse, killing, a priest here was not an option. Although a little beating might not be too bad, he thought. "This is troublesome," Cray said, his voice cold. His tone suggested he wasn't worried about the situation itself, but rather pondering how to cover it up if the priest ended up dead. It wasn't about Krona, nor about Cray's aversion to unnecessary conflict. Crays had fought on battlefields. But if victory was due solely to prayer, if survival came purely from divine intervention, what did that mean for the soldiers who bled and fought for? Encrid reached a conclusion. This guy is an idiot. And the first rule of dealing with fools? Ignore them. The first step in avoiding filth is to steer clear of it. But contrary to expectations, someone typically passive stepped forward. Odin's movement cast a long shadow across the plump priest in the late afternoon sun. "So, since victory came through prayer, are you asking for a victory offering?" Odin's usual title of brother was absent from his words. Encrid knew Odin well. Though deeply religious and skilled in sacred arts, Odin kept these facets of himself private. He also avoided violence, even against corrupt priests or those driven by greed. This made his current actions all the more surprising. "Yes, precisely. For the temple, the domain, and its people. Make an offering, and I will ensure your generosity is widely praised," the priest replied. Encrid understood the implication. A few gold coins and they'd be praised. But praise was not something this group sought. Since Radiance's will is so lofty, what of the funerals for the fallen? Odin asked suddenly. Encrid hesitated, considering whether to stop him. "That will come in time," the priest said dismissively. His tone betrayed his disregard for the soldiers who had died. This was a world rife with monsters and beasts, a place where war threatened at every turn. The specter of another cataclysmic conflict like the Holy Demon War loomed over them. In that historic war, humanity and its allied races had suffered losses so vast that rivers of blood were said to have flowed and mountains of corpses were left behind. Even now, the continent remained embroiled in chaos and strife. Life, though fragile, was no less valuable for it. A warlord might see their troops as mere numbers. A general might view them the same way. But should a priest? "You've brought many fine goods, haven't you? Ho ho, if you make an offering in goodwill, blessings will follow," the priest said. There was not a shred of divinity in this man. The words blessings sounded more like extortion. Odin looked at the priest. It was a common occurrence. There were plenty of idiots in the world, and this territory seemed to have more than its fair share. A fool, intoxicated by drugs and hypnosis. A fool belonging to a group called the Black Blades. And on top of that, a fool wearing the guise of a priest. A common sight. Odin knew this wasn't anything special. After all, how had he dealt with such people before? Even though there were no clergy and border guard, wandering priests occasionally appeared. Hadn't they seen them committing robbery under the guise of collecting donations? Everyone had turned a blind eye. For a long time, the excommunicated priests had ignored every problem in sight, placing someone who was said to break through walls above them, someone who was called the Limit. Recently, though, he had seen a human defy its fate. That human's name was Encrid. The words spoken before the one who defied fate were before Encrid himself. A lot of thoughts flashed through his mind. It was the end of the thoughts he had concluded while watching Encrid. Auden faced his own change. Was I told to watch something wrong? No. His father, the god, and his lord hadn't asked him to do that. So Auden responded to the wrong moving because his lord, who now resided within him, had steadied him. This priest was a fool. Encrid knew it. It was the moment when he decided to ignore it and turn a blind eye. Whoosh! As the air shifted and something brushed against his sixth sense, Encrid reacted. What if Rem couldn't hold back and threw an axe? That would cause chaos. He reached out and tried to block it with his body. The one who moved was a person, and the one who moved slipped like a snake under the arm that Encrid had stretched out, swinging their palm. Crap! There was no groan, no final cry. The one who moved was Auden. He had swung his palm, and it landed on the priest's cheek. Encrid turned his body. In that moment, Auden's movement caught his keen senses, and he asked, "What was that?" "Snake steps," Auden answered. To anyone else, it would surely sound like a conversation between madmen. After satisfying his curiosity, Encrid watched Auden's actions. "Is he dead?" "Almost dead, I'd say." Rem responded to the question. Ragnar, silently observing the situation, muttered under his breath as he looked at Auden. "Troublemaker Trine." Jackson then said flatly, "Was it really necessary? Wouldn't it have been easier to just sneak by without being seen?" Finally, Rem looked at the priest, who was sprawled on the ground, wriggling, or more precisely, having been thrown a few steps to the side of his previous position. It didn't seem like he was dead, but his body was trembling. People should learn to endure a little. Rem muttered. Was that really something he should be saying? Encrid, thinking this over, gestured to Kreis, who moved in to check the priest's breath. "Luckily?" "No, not exactly luckily. He's breathing." His cheek was swelling red immediately, but he was alive. The fact that his eyeballs hadn't popped out or exploded was fortunate. Now the problem remained. Encrid was the leader of the troublemaking squad. This kind of accident was familiar to him. "No, I think this is the first time I've hit a priest." There were no priests in Bordigard. It wasn't because of any special reason, but more of a series of coincidences. The first commander had distanced himself from religion, and those who came after him followed his lead. Most recently, before Marcus came, the commander had despised the fat pigs who coveted their own portion. So he hated the corrupt priests. Whether they had a strong sense of sacrifice or not, they were still receiving donations, and that alone made them dislike. The current battalion commander, Marcus, was the same. He believed in the gods and donated to temples. But when a temple tried to establish itself within his territory, he didn't allow it. He would cut anything that didn't benefit the territory. It was also strange that the priests who visited the territory seemed to only care about Krona. Sure, if someone were dispatched from the temple, a new temple could easily spring up, but so far, there had been no temples in Bordigard. But had this been the first time encountering such a fool? No, it hadn't. The real question was why he had chosen to strike now. Encrid, looking at Auden with this thought in mind, saw him clasp his hands together in front of his chest, and said, as if praying, "I have no regrets. It is merely that my lord commanded this, and I as a servant must follow." He meant that he wanted to hit him. Encrid completely understood. "Let's just kill him and bury him." Rem spoke. That didn't make sense. There were already many eyes watching the commotion outside their lodging. Instead of responding to this meaningless question, Encrid once again examined the priest. He was definitely not dead. Squatting down to inspect, one of the soldiers watching spoke. "Why does it feel so refreshing? Right? Foolish pig. A few thoughtless soldiers snickered, and a smarter soldier called for their commander. The commander quickly arrived and, upon hearing the situation, immediately reported to the higher-ups. Soon, Zimmer appeared. Let's say it was me who hit him, Encrid looked at Zimmer as if questioning him, and Zimmer spoke, his eyes gleaming. I think it will be easier to deal with this if I take the blame instead of you. Appreciate it, but you are the heroes who defend this territory. Surely I can handle something like this. Zimmer spoke proudly. What happens when a priest is beaten? It would be reported to the higher-ups immediately. The temple would send someone to claim that their god had been disrespected, or use this as an excuse to extend their influence over the territory. If Border Guard and Marta were becoming a trade territory as they knew, the temple might try to bring some of their offerings here to claim a portion of the profits. But what about Zimmer, who had beaten the priest? He would suffer consequences in the form of fines or punishment. If things went wrong, it could become a bigger issue. If they pursued it, he might even be imprisoned. That's what it meant to hit a priest sent to the territory. But Zimmer, in this case, would fare better than Auden. It was different when an outsider hit the priest compared to a conflict with someone they already knew. There was also the difference in influence within the territory. Encrid scratched his temple thoughtfully. He looked at Auden, who was hiding his divinity. What troubled him the most was, should I really associate that bear-like person with a priest? It didn't seem like a good idea. He was hiding his divinity, staying in a territory without any priests. And he was part of a unit. He was a fugitive. Encrid could sense that without being told. It was a clear problem. Whether he believed in heresy or had sinned against the temple, both could be true. Everyone here will be a witness, Zimmer said confidently. He was from the east, and was the commander of this territory. It wouldn't be too hard to influence the divided group of soldiers. The soldiers from Border Guard were friendly to Encrid, so there was no need to persuade them. Let's do that. Craze nudged Encrid with his elbow. Encrid decided to accept the offer. Thank you. Zimmer nodded in response. He was the same bold character in battle, even after a defeat. That settles it. Zimmer had a soldier carry the fallen priest inside. The next day the priest, with his memory lost, started yelling and complaining. Encrid happened to witness the scene during his morning routine in the barracks. How dare you lay a hand on the servant of the gods? Do you think this will just be forgotten? The Radiance is watching, huh? I'll report this to the temple and make sure this is dealt with. It was near the outer edge of the barracks, where the thick brush grew. Encrid overheard the conversation, and was relieved to find out the priest didn't know it was Auden who had hit him. From the rest of the conversation, it seemed that Zimmer was even more bold and carefree than Encrid had realized. You won because of prayer? Damn you, pig! The priest's words faltered. The once smooth tongue now stammered. What? What did you just say? The tremor in his voice was unmistakable. He was scared, to put it simply. Damn, have your ears gotten fat? How about I just cut that ear off? Zimmer drew a dagger. The morning sun gleamed off the blade, making it sparkle. Or maybe I should cut off the tongue that's spewing nonsense? Zimmer's movements radiated menace, the kind of threat that felt like he might actually follow through. The priest hesitated to respond, but after a moment, he attempted one last defiance. I'll report this to the temple. If they hear it, you'll end up as the midnight meal of a ghoul that suddenly attacks during a prayer. Or maybe you'll be a proud casualty from the battlefield in the previous Centaur colony. You were charging into battle and got seriously wounded, couldn't be treated, and died. Everyone would believe it was because you were a priest, and tried to heal yourself with divine power. Not every priest could use divine power, but that was not something to boast about. The priest was silenced. It was a wonderfully bold scene, one that left a deep impression on Encrid. It was also curious. Why was Zimmer the one making the threats? Surely Encrid could have done the same, but it would not have carried the same weight. Zimmer had the freedom to do so in this territory. It was an amusing thought. Zimmer, that Eastern man. Back at the barracks, Craze yawned and said, "Come to think of it, they're kind of nice people." "Who?" Encrid hadn't broken his routine, preparing to go back out and practice with his sword before his sweat dried. He moved as usual. Craze answered from behind him. "The Black Blades. How are they nice?" It's getting chilly. Can't you ask Rem for his fur coat? You think I won't stick an axe blade into your neck if you're wearing it? Even if the commander stops you. Absolute lot. One myself. Crace talked like that, but it was clear he would never buy one. He was a tight-fisted man when it came to things like fur, especially regarding the chrono. "Let's go. You're going to swing that sword, right?" Crace spoke as they headed outside. The sun was warm, but the air was cold. It was the drop in temperature that signaled the arrival of winter. Encrid grabbed his sword and stepped outside. They had to stay here until the day the dwarf had promised, so for now, he focused on his training. Meanwhile, Craig mused about why the Black Blades were so nice. Encrid considered this, thinking that since coming to Martaya, he had been encountering more fools in such groups than usual. Now that the Black Blades were drawing their swords, and the priest had been struck by Odin, it left him wondering how to deal with such people. The answer was simple. Just beat them all. Just beat them all. The answer was clear, but it was Cray who would now decide how to carry it out. Since Encrid had given the command, Crace would follow it to the letter. Chapter 257. How to Handle Fools. 2. Cray followed Encrid's orders. Find a way to deal with the Black Blades. That was the task. Crace thought hard, considering various possibilities. It was a given that the Black Blades would make a move. So, what would they do? Before that, how did Craze know they had such intentions? It was simple. They told him. And that was why they were being nice people. Or they could just be idiots. Though he leaned toward the latter, it didn't really matter. Think about it. Cray spoke as he walked toward the sunlit area, pulling his coat tighter to block out the cold morning air. Encrid was practicing with his sword, swinging it this way and that. In Crace's eyes, Encrid looked like he was stirring a stew with a ladle, aimlessly waving the sword. This time they're sending someone who isn't even part of their group, telling us not to kill. I think these guys are actually pretty harmless, don't you? Thieves? Or idiots? The enemy, in Crace's eyes, was made up of friendly idiots. Despite this, Crace continued to entertain grim thoughts, influenced by his upbringing and nature. What if they send a knight? Would he be able to handle someone of that level? He glanced at Encrid, still swinging his sword, then at the closed door of their barracks. The stone walls of the courtyard, made with gravel and plaster, stood between them and the dreary brown door. Inside there were barbarians wrapped in furs and warming stones, a bear-like clergyman who had pummeled a priest yesterday, a troublesome man who wandered off on his own despite being hopelessly lost, a gangster with a habit of disappearing, a former cultist giant, and a former bandit, all within those walls. Could they deal with a knight? A fleeting hope entered Craze's mind, but he immediately dismissed it. It was ridiculous. Knights were monsters, disasters waiting to happen. Craze shook his head. So, what's the plan? Encrid continued to move, making a few more attempts with his sword, trying different stances and footwork. To Cray, it looked like a dance, a messy dance, like stirring stew. He watched his commander, lost in thought as his mind kept returning to unsettling possibilities, before he spoke. We'll do everything we can. That was the plan. The enemy had kindly informed them of their likely attack plans. If I were a thief, if Craze were the leader of the Black Blades, And if he wanted to kill them, what would he do? The commander is a knight who has mastered will. Moreover, each of his subordinates was a monster. The dwarf had a sharp sense of insight, comparing people to metals. The fairy had an acute sensitivity, often likening their foes to animals and plants. And Encrid, for his part, saw his comrades as gold coins. How many pieces? It was immeasurable. He couldn't yet calculate their value in a way that made sense. They might be a group that seemed to cause more harm than good, but on the other hand, an unparalleled force. From an external viewpoint, they were clearly a formidable force to be reckoned with. Encrid's mind began to calculate the possibilities of what the Black Blades could do, what they might try, or what they were highly likely to attempt next. It can be assassination, ambush, poison, and bribery. Those were the 4 possibilities. Encrid, though no fool, paused briefly, letting his sword come to a stop. His next move didn't immediately follow the previous one. He had tried to mimic a snake step, but it hadn't worked. Most likely, the trouble will start on the way back. And the plan? The same question. Encrid only had one request. Do you think we could request reinforcements from Torres, or now from Colonel Torres? Would he lend us some troops? Probably. But there was something they couldn't lend. The real issue was time. They couldn't afford to leave the territory for too long. Encrid didn't need to point that out. Encrid already knew. Martia was short on manpower. That's why the mercenaries were being hired and converted into private soldiers. The plan was already in motion. They were about to take on something big this time. Encrid was determined to pour all his energy into clearing out the monsters and beasts of the grateful forest area. Encrid, in the midst of his training and battles with the colonies, pondered on what could be done to ensure the safety of the trade routes. What if we expand the border guard's territory? It was a vague thought at first, and further contemplation was necessary. Once we get the weapons from the dwarf, we'll head back, right? As soon as we get them. There were no issues if that was the plan. Understood. And so, Encrid disappeared into the morning, leaving Encrid with time for himself again. This time it was time for the sword and for himself. Earlier that morning, Encrid had practiced the isolation technique with Odin. His words stuck with him. Why do you train your body? Once you find that answer, the next question is how, and I believe I've already given you that answer. Odin was a good teacher. His advice was simple. Think for yourself. He had already provided the foundation. Encrid wasn't foolish, nor was he slow. The real issue was that his body didn't always cooperate as he wished. So, what about now? To move forward. He was ready for tomorrow, prepared to face it. His mindset hadn't changed. But there was one thing different. He was more at ease than before. Encrid swung his sword, even if it seemed pointless. It didn't matter. This was his way of thinking. This was Encrid's meditation method. He immersed himself in his world. He sank into it, observing and contemplating everything with precision. He reflected on his past realizations. No one ever told me which swordsmanship to learn. Even Ragnar, who had taught him two-handed swordsmanship, didn't care what sword he wielded. Coincidentally, Ragnar was now beside him, swinging a massive heavy sword he had bought at the blacksmith shop earlier. There were no fancy moves, just a simple downward strike. The sunlight seemed to glint off the blunt edge of the sword. Cut and cut again. It didn't matter what tried to block it. It would cut through. That was Ragnar's swordsmanship, two-handed sword style. Encrid recalled the techniques he had learned. Mercenary sword of Valen was the sword of the dawn. Unknown swordsmanship was the sword of truth. What he learned from Ragnar was two-handed sword style. Then he had learned the basics of one-handed swordsmanship from Ragnar and practiced it alone, refining his technique. He had learned to observe, understand, and strike from his experience with the sword. No, I also learned this from Odin. Bala-style martial arts. Martial arts, after all, used hands, feet, and the body as weapons. It was the shortest weapon a human could wield. What then was the foundation of martial arts? To flow, to be fast, to be heavy, and to be light. Everything blended together. There was no simple division of it into offense and defense. Valor-style martial arts was a technique that embraced everything. It was the ideal form, perfected. However, it wasn't swordsmanship. Still, elements of it could be added to his sword technique. With full concentration, Encrid focused on refining his one-handed sword style while swinging his sword. When physically training, he emphasized flexibility. Lifting heavy stones or iron might be similar, but the important part was the time spent loosening and stretching each muscle in his body. It was all for the purpose of increasing flexibility. Why focus on one-handed swordsmanship? Because it had opened his senses. One-handed swordsmanship is defensive, a style of defense. The most important thing for that was vision. In other words, it was about perception. To properly perceive and understand, one had to see and understand the point of contact of strength. To see, hear, taste, smell, and feel, everything converged into one unified sense. The sixth sense was no longer just an extension of the five senses. It was a truly new sense. This wasn't just a metaphor for opening the third eye. At some point, Jackson, sitting on a roughly carved stone chair, noticed him. The chair was a large stone that had been crudely shaped into a seat, cold enough to be uncomfortable in the winter. But Jackson seemed unfazed. Why wouldn't he be? His training had been far more brutal and painful than this. Cold like this didn't even feel like cold to him. Jackson's eyes now turned toward Encrid. What drives him? That lingering question still remained. But now there was a new reason for him to stay here. He's tangled. The leader had become someone who was essential for fulfilling his own goal. Ugh, you're like a damn wild cat. Why do you keep staring so hard? The barbarian lazily walked out. It was an idle challenge, but Jackson ignored him as usual. Rem's gaze turned to Encrid. Look at this. The barbarian was surprised, something rare for him. Ragnar and Odin also reacted similarly. They had all once been absorbed in their worlds while swinging their swords. That's why they could see Encrid's current state. He had become absorbed, trapped in his world. Was it dangerous? No. It was an opportunity. A rare chance for intense training in his lifetime. It was a chance to realize his limits and take a few steps forward, something that would be achievable in no time. Hey, cat, we need to control the area. You two lost one. Hey, bear. I understand, brother. Sister Teresa and Sister Dunbakel should also join us. Odin spoke, and they moved quietly. From an unexpected winter morning, Encrid's group began to form a circle around their quarters. What they did was simple. Don't come closer. Don't make a sound. It was control. They were pushing away anyone who approached. Hey, I heard you beat up a priest. I came here to talk about it. Even though the territory lord had come to visit, that person was hardly worthy of being called a priest. Brother Lord died? Anyway, it's not the time for that. Some couldn't understand. Some of the soldiers frowned at the behavior. Those who knew Encrid's state simply retreated quietly. Martai's camp was made up mostly of Easterners. And Easterners were tough, sturdy, and loud. Yell and I'll split your head. Silence is good. The Lord said, "Go to the battlefield and shout. But when you come back, speak softly. So please, sew your mouth shut and stay quiet. Quiet. I'll split you. Don't cross this line." The four acted as usual. Dunbakel quietly watched Encrid and began to move as well. Impatience gnawed at her. Thus, it was necessary to train like this. Teresa, in turn, found the man intriguing. I'm wondering, Teresa. After gathering her thoughts, she looked up, swinging her sword alone with a madman's grin. Is training just as enjoyable as combat? Born and raised in the world of society, Teresa was unaware of many things. Her world was narrow, and even now she didn't fully know whether her choices were right or wrong. But there was one thing she knew. I want to fight. She wanted to swing her sword at the man occupying the small training area in front of the quarters. She wanted to strike his skull with enough force to crack it. She also wanted to charge at his torso with her shield. She wanted to punch, kick, anything. She wanted to fight. A desire so intense it made her skin crawl. In this moment, right or wrong didn't matter. Calm yourself, sister. It was Auden's ever-present voice. Teresa adjusted her mask and replied, I'm wondering, Teresa. I'm good at enduring. Patience was a virtue. Although born without it, now she was learning to keep and value it. Because only by doing so could she face the thrill of fighting that man. Encrid wandered in his world, sometimes lost, sometimes running, sometimes crawling. It didn't matter what he did. He thought about his swordsmanship. In the middle of it, a vision like a mirage appeared, a ferryman speaking. Now that the face was visible, it seemed there was meaning to it. Seeing it often made it that way. Crazy fool, this is not a wall I made. What was he saying? It was an illusion, a hallucination. So he ignored it. What mattered now wasn't the ferryman or today's endless repetition. The swordsmanship. Of the 5 types of swordsmanship, Encrid had mastered the righteous and the middle. Yet, even with that mastery, something felt off. He had never experienced the perfect feeling of alignment. Why? It doesn't fit my body. Talent, talent-based, and talent-built swordsmanship. It wasn't the path of the clumsy. He didn't realize this all at once. But in the realm of his instincts and intuition, he felt the way forward. Still, he kept walking, crawling and running. It was simple. Where's my path? Through the brief question, he found his direction. Thus, Encrid moved beyond the foundation of one-handed swordsmanship, seeking a new path. It was the process of creating a new sword style. Not everything happens at once. When Encrid emerged from his immersion, he realized what he had done. Moreover, he understood that there was still more to refine and develop the work he had achieved today, turning it into something even greater. My own swordsmanship. To become a knight, to create a new sword style. It would sound like a senseless tale to others, one with no practical gain. But so what? When had someone's judgment ever mattered to him? Awakened from his immersion, he realized the sun was still high in the sky. It was just a moment. Encrid thought this as he looked up, only to find a dwarf girl pouting in front of him. Hey, I'm busy too. And the dwarf spoke. Chapter 258. How to handle fools. Free? How about you? Aren't you one busy guy? Encrid blinked twice while staring at the dwarf. There was a disconnect between the situation he had perceived and the present moment. Encrid first checked the condition of his body. He felt as if he had gone days without food, and his muscles trembled as though they had been overworked. His vision was also blurry. The issue with his sight stemmed from fatigue. And it wasn't just ordinary fatigue. It felt as though he had climbed a mountain without rest or food for days. His body was heavy, weighed down by extreme exhaustion, and he even felt a sense of weakness, as if his entire body had no strength to move. He hadn't slept for 2 days, and had only swung his sword the entire time, yet the state was unnatural. How long has it been? Encrid clenched and opened his fist, speaking with a noticeable strain in his voice. He could clearly feel the toll on his body. This guy's as shameless as a demon. The dwarf girl raised her lips, speaking in disbelief. Encrid didn't need to hear the dwarf's answer. Behind her, Raymond Lagarne appeared. Rem, who had been cleaning his ears, spoke first. It's been 3 days. Did you have fun? Was it good? It was a question from Ragnar, who had been watching with his arms crossed. Both of them asked without even catching their breath, so Encrid took a moment to reflect on his own condition. What had happened? The time that passed seemed like a blur, but it remained etched in his mind like a dream. Every moment, every step had been a realization. At the end of each step, Encrid had been absorbed, immersed in the process. He had taken his goal and reached his destination. Swordsmanship. He had created something. Though he couldn't name it yet, couldn't neatly categorize it, the fact remained. He had created a sword technique. Masters of swordsmanship usually spent their later years refining and passing on the techniques they had mastered. Even the greatest masters of swordsmanship would only polish their craft. But Encrid had created something. His heart raced. Despite the exhaustion, the joy of having created something new filled him, and a smile of exhilaration spread across his face. "You're smiling? Have you gone a bit mad?" "I was planning to send to a temple in the Great Territory for some treatment, you know, little dwarf." The dwarf spun her finger around her ear, and Rem spoke. Encrid, filled with exhilaration and joy, didn't respond to Rem's words. "You're really enjoying this." Rem sneered as he observed Encrid, but it didn't reach Encrid's ears, and Ragnar, who had been quietly watching, nodded alone. Good. The dwarf was a wanderer traveling the continent. She had seen the world for more than 10 years. This was a rare experience even for her. Regardless of her own talents and tendencies, those around her, including Encrid, were simply madmen, purely insane individuals. The day before Encrid woke up, the dwarf had arrived. Before then, they had been blocked from coming close. When they saw him waking up and started complaining, they brought him here. Then why not just leave the weapon behind? Even as Encrid said that, the dwarf shook her head. "I have to see the faces of those who will use the weapons I made. That's the rule I set." The dwarf made it a strict rule that whenever she passed on something she made, she had to personally hand it over and speak with the recipient. Dwarves sometimes followed their own rules obsessively, and this was one of those cases. Despite grumbling about wasting time, it was the reason she had stayed. Nevertheless, the dwarf's complaints soon faded. "Got it." Ignoring his fatigue, Encrid listened intently to the dwarf's words. The rest of the unit members either didn't pay attention, didn't respond, or gave some vague advice as though imparting divine wisdom, or simply ignored him altogether. At least Cray, the big-eyed man, could hold a conversation, but he was so busy that it was hard to even see his face. In the meantime, Encrid's attentive listening seemed to melt the dwarf's heart. When it came to attitude and mindset, Encrid had the best on the continent. That alone made the dwarf's heart soften quickly. His personality, distant from pettiness, also played a part. "Yeah, I guess it's good that you're crazy in a nice way." The dwarf then commented on Encrid and handed over the weapons. The commission was for 2 swords and 2 axes. They were neatly placed on a large piece of leather. The dwarf spoke while holding one of the weapons. "To be honest, refining isn't my strong suit. My talents lie elsewhere. But these are still better than anything those amateurs could make." The dwarf, whose name was unknown, spoke, and Encrid acknowledged the statement. The dwarf handed over the weapon she had placed in the scabbard. She extended the hilt toward Encrid, and he grabbed it. It was quite heavy. The blade wasn't long, but was thick. It was as thick as the guard sword he was currently using. The length was slightly longer than a short sword. It was a sword made by modifying the shape of a gladius. When he drew the sword from the scabbard, the blade smoothly revealed itself to the world. The silver body of the blade flowed with a soft, streamlined curve. "Well made," Rem said, watching. That was the truth. If it were a woman, it would be a beauty. If a man, a handsome one. It had a similar look to the sword used by the Fairy Company commander, but was distinct in its own way. It was heavy and felt solid just by looking at it. "There's one good sword already, so I figured this would be an appropriate backup," the dwarf said, gesturing to the sword. Encrid had originally worn at his waist. Though she had made it without being asked, her reasoning was spot on. Encrid's original sword was indeed worthy of being called a fine weapon. The fact that the dwarf could recognize that without even drawing it was impressive. He briefly wondered if it was typical of a dwarf, but the thought soon passed. Encrid, without rest, stood in the training area and swung the new sword a few times. What stood out more than anything was the balance. It felt perfectly centered around a point a couple of hand lengths above the hilt. It seemed like it would be an excellent weapon even for a thrusting technique. "Throw it, cut with it, block with it, strike. I made it sturdy enough for any use," the dwarf explained. The feel of cutting and throwing was exceptional. It fit perfectly in his hand. The blade's point was sharp, and the upper part of the blade was long enough to make thrusting easy. Encrid tossed the sword up, letting it spin a few times before catching it. As expected, the balance was excellent. He grabbed the hilt with a snap and lightly swung it in the air a few times. The ease with which he wielded the sword now was much smoother than before. There was a flexibility in his movements that wasn't there before. Something had changed after breaking through his own limits. Though only a few could notice it, Encrid nodded in approval. It was a satisfied gesture, and the dwarf, watching him, couldn't help but admire. Look at that! The stone had been shaped, carved, and refined by someone. Was this transformation possible in such a short time? Not ordinary talent, huh? The dwarf mistakenly thought this, but the truth was that it was the result of countless efforts that had finally converged and broken through at the right moment. To the dwarf, it seemed like raw talent. "Are you not giving me one?" At Rem's urging from behind, the dwarf tossed the axes. She threw both at once, and Rem caught the handles of both axes with precision. It was obvious that the axes were excellent. Even Rem, that bad-tempered Rem. "I'm glad I didn't make a trophy out of that dwarf." That line made the dwarf burst into laughter. It was unclear what was funny, but it definitely made her mental state seem questionable. Rem examined the two axes closely. The fire axe had a sharp spike at the end, and could also be used as a weapon where the end of the handle was used to strike. The other one was made from the glaive of a centaur leader, which had been melted down to create the axe. "It's heavy, so I like it." Rem gave his honest opinion, and naturally everyone was satisfied. Lastly, Ragnar, who had received a sword, spoke to the dwarf. "Not bad." The sword he received was a northern-style Zweihander. It was a two-handed sword, and its thickness was double that of others, with a large pommel and hilt. "I finished it in the northern style," the dwarf said with a smile. Although she wasn't a master, and refining wasn't her specialty, perhaps it was in the nature of her race. She smiled with satisfaction as she watched everyone who had received the weapons. "Good. This will be the last of it. If there's a chance later, let's meet again." The dwarf spoke cheerfully and turned to leave, giving one last look at Craze, who had been watching the others receive their weapons. He was staring blankly at the dwarf. "You little human." From appearance alone, he might look like the little one, but the words suited him perfectly. "What?" "I'll consider it when you become a gem." At those words, Craze nodded, not knowing what they meant. It seemed like a good thing because it sounded like she would see him again. And with that, the dwarf left. And once she was gone, Encrid drew the attention of everyone. "How's your body? What kind of person skips meals and just swings a sword around?" Crace asked. As you can see, though his muscles were fatigued, he wasn't about to collapse. He was hungry, but it wasn't as if he'd die from starvation right away. It was known by all that Encrid had grown stronger by seizing an opportunity. However, no one brought it up to ask about it. When he had regained his senses, only Rem and Ragnar had said anything. According to rumors, during his intense focus, Encrid had been oblivious to his surroundings, so much so that he ended up warding off anyone who came near, alternating shifts like a sentry. When he later met Torres had said, "You seem like someone more difficult to meet than the king." Anyway, after the dwarf left, Encrid slept for the entire day. He woke up, ate, and went back to sleep again. What he thought was a short rest turned into 3 full days, during which he continued swinging his sword, sometimes fast and strong, other times slow like a turtle from the sea. However, there was never a moment of rest. Of course, his muscles were strained, but they were honed by the isolation technique. After a long sleep, he woke up feeling refreshed. Encrid had sorted through what he had learned during his focus while resting and eating. It wasn't until the late afternoon of the next day that he spoke. Raim, sitting in a corner of their quarters, was polishing his axe. He was getting bored of tormenting Dunbakel, and a bit of restlessness was starting to set in. "You've been waiting long." At the sound of Encrid's voice, Rem quickly stood up. He had oiled his axe, and it gleamed in his hands. It was time for their sparring. Looking at the results, Encrid did not win. In fact, he lost more easily than before. Again. He thrust his sword toward the axe's blade and repeated the same moves, but it never worked out easily. Some attempts were half successful, but they were unsatisfactory. So, it didn't matter whether he won or lost in the sparring. What mattered most was getting the new techniques into his body. "That's good." Their sparring continued until the evening, and they were drenched in sweat, finally finishing past midnight. A maid who had been heating bathwater grumbled, but when she saw Encrid's body, she fell silent. Meanwhile, Ragnar, who had been practicing with his sword morning and evening, caught the attention of Zimmer, who requested a sparring session. Odin's prayer time had increased, and his expression seemed gentler than before. Dunbakel, watching Encrid, began imitating the isolation technique on her own, even though no one had instructed her. "There's a way that suits your body. I'll teach you a few techniques." Odin, noticing her, assisted her, although Dunbakel looked like she was being tortured more than helped. Teresa also silently worked up a sweat, swinging her shield and sword, refining her own skills. In fact, the very sight of Encrid immersed in his focus served as a catalyst for the others, motivating them in their training. The wild horse spent its time watching the humans, and the soldiers placed hay for it in a corner as its food. Usually, horses would relieve themselves anywhere, but this one was remarkably intelligent, digging a hole with its hooves to do its business at one side of the barracks. The stableman was astonished by its strength. If only we could get a saddle on it. This was the man responsible for the cavalry horses in Martai. He knew that cavalry and war horses were essential to the army. He sighed in frustration but didn't attempt to do anything about it, as the wild horse would release an aura of hostility if anyone approached carelessly. Encrid observed the wild horse silently, thinking, "Maybe I should give it a name?" Its odd behavior wasn't that unusual. There were people who acted similarly after all. Would adding one more horse really make a difference? In the Border Guard, there were even magicians who could transform from a leopard into a human. Encrid decided to put off naming the horse for now. The creature seemed too busy exploring its surroundings. Everything around it likely piqued its curiosity. It didn't, however, approach people. Soldiers who had seen its strange blue and red eyes said they felt an inexplicable chill when looking at it, perhaps due to the beast's inherent hostility. Thus passed the time of intense training and sparring. On the 3rd day after the dwarf left, the group began to prepare to move. Crace, who had been exploring the local market and having private talks with the Lord, declared that it was time for them to leave. "Let's head back." It was time to return to their territory. Encrid took the lead, and the Lord saw them off. "May fortune guide you." They left in the early morning, and by the time the sun rose, the city was no longer in sight. Crace led the way with no horses, traveling by foot. Only the wild horse walked alongside Encrid. "Ah, Snow," Encrid remarked. "The damn devils are at it again," Grace muttered. As they walked, small white flakes began to fall from the sky, landing on the ground and on their armor, slowly melting away. Luckily, the wind wasn't strong, and the snowfall wasn't heavy. The tiny white particles didn't hinder their vision much. The snow fell quietly, and it wasn't uncomfortable at all. As they approached a path with 2 mounds on either side, someone stood in their way. One of them was a familiar figure. Chapter 259. How to Handle Fools. 4. "Didn't I tell you that idiots tend to stick together?" Rem said, looking at one of the people blocking their path. The man tried to hide his appearance with a black robe, but the bulging belly and exposed lip shape made it clear who he was. But the fallen priest snorted. Before they set off, Rem had mentioned that he had met that fat idiot at the market, and that something about his gaze was odd. He had also said that this idiot could end up partnering with another idiot. And so, the prediction came true. Of course, there had been some manipulation for the prediction to come true. "You can call me the Seer Rem," he said. It was like he had tripped and fallen on his backside, with an arrow whizzing overhead, but Rem had the right to act smug. Since things turned out just as he had said, Encrid called him what he wanted. "Idiot, Remy barked. Did you break your hearing? I'm a seer, you know. An idiot and a seer are basically the same thing." "Did you just make that up?" "No." Encrid spoke with honesty and confidence, and Rem reluctantly gave up the title of seer, muttering, "Let's stop this nonsense. There are many who are confused and foolish in this world, and it's the duty of our kind Lord to lead them to repentance and rebirth at the side of the gods." Odin recited a prayer. It sounded more like he wanted to kill everyone. It almost seemed like every time he saw that fallen priest, Odin wanted to end his life. Encrid took a step forward. He was the representative of their group. With his sword belt in hand resting on the pommel of his sword, he stood with one leg crossed. To an outsider, his stance might seem careless, but those who had experience with swords would recognize it as a well-prepared posture. Behind the bloated fallen priest, a man stepped forward and asked. The man had a solid, well-grounded stance, without any apparent openings. "The client wanted me to ask you last. Do you have any interest in joining the Black Sword? A tempting offer amidst all this? Good luck getting him to fall for that." Cray snorted internally as he watched the man closely. The man, taller than the bloated priest, took a step forward as well, showing that he was the one in charge. He had a ferocious look in his eyes. He held a long sword, his gaze sharp, and his attitude seemed somewhat irritated. A mercenary known for planning and killing his targets efficiently. Crace figured out the man's identity just by his appearance. Calculated blade? Encrid too had keen ears and caught the words. It seemed this mercenary was somewhat famous. Encrid's interest was piqued. His arms hung loosely, his legs slightly spread, and his eyes focused on his own feet and legs. He subtly adjusted his posture as if preparing to draw his weapon. This man knew how to fight and was skilled. That was Encrid's judgment. "You know me?" the mercenary asked. His voice was monotone, sounding rather rough. "I didn't realize you were so corrupted that you'd take a job with the Black Sword," Cray replied, feigning surprise. It wasn't a particularly sharp insult, but the mercenary frowned. He seemed offended. "You have a sharp tongue, and you seem to have a talent for selling your body for a few gold coins." The mercenary, tall and fierce with a large sword, was likely someone who could be classified as a strong warrior of noble rank. He was a mercenary known for always being well prepared in battle. Craze knew the man's reputation for preparing for every fight, which had earned him the nickname Calculated Blade. Craze prodded the mercenary, hoping for a reaction. He knew that someone who got worked up was easier to handle than a calm opponent. It was a simple strategy. "I told you," "Those idiots probably don't have a single thought in their heads," Cray said, his words aimed at the fallen priest behind him. Crace hoped that the mercenary would get agitated and charge at them, but contrary to his expectations, the mercenary merely raised his left hand in preparation. And then, heads began to appear over the hills on both sides. These were soldiers who had been lying in ambush for the past 2 days. Some of them were from the Black Sword, and the rest were mercenaries from the Calculated Blades group. The mercenary named Calculated Blade had heard enough about his opponents. He had heard about the incident with the Jevikal, and he thought he was far superior to idiots like him. He didn't understand why someone would rely on something like a scroll in a fight. Such a foolish thing. Unless you were a knight, you wouldn't survive the countless arrows that rained down on you. That's why he had prepared 50 archers. The hills were steep, and among them, there were probably a few who could scale them. To prevent that, he had positioned 2 squads of heavily armored men at the base of the hills. To capture just 10 or so people, they had mobilized over 70 soldiers. Was that all? Including himself, Calculated Blade's group of elite mercenaries provided solid backup. It had been difficult to get this far without getting caught, but the real battle would be easy. That was preparation. The Calculated Blade spoke with a raised hand. Those who don't even realize the value of their lives. How long would they last against the Black Blade? Mercenaries had to be sharp and quick-witted if they wanted to survive for long. He was one of those types. And Cray, peeking his head out from behind Encrid, spoke up. "Good thing. I was wondering if a bunch of wizards were going to show up. But it's not as impressive as I thought. Guess they won't amount to much after all." Crace made a circle with his thumb and index finger as he spoke. Encrid couldn't help but feel a bit proud of Cray for using the right tactics to get under the enemy's skin. I'm gonna peel that bastard's skin off myself," the Calculated Blade muttered. Crace pretended to be scared, his eyes widening, and stuck his tongue out in response. "Do it if you can. Sometimes childishness could be a lethal move." This was one of those times. That son of a bitch. Crace had definitely managed to rattle the enemy commander. Not bad. It was a clever little trick. Encrid admired it. Even while Cray was scheming, he kept his mind active. Spells were always unpredictable, and it was important to be cautious. Well, even if they're the Black Blade, there's no way they have dozens of wizards with them. When he saw someone using scrolls before, it naturally sparked an unsettling thought. However, Crace thought the enemy's forces seemed too weak. They had low quality, and their numbers were few. Why? The question came, and the answer arrived almost immediately. They still don't know our real strength. Encrid and all the members of their unit had fought so well that rumors had spread about them. They had shown their worth on the battlefield, and had even destroyed a colony. But what if those rumors spread? Rumors by nature grew and were exaggerated, and foolish people who thought they were clever would use the rumors to form their strategies. If it were Craze, he would be checking the truth of these rumors frantically as they spread. The Black Blade's position was misunderstood. When they tried to take control of the streets in Border Guard, the Gilpin Guild had resisted their influence. They couldn't just plant spies inside the castle either, as Marcus was particularly skilled in that area. Contrary to the rumors about him being a warmonger, he had managed to tighten internal security thoroughly. Since his arrival, there had been rumors among merchants that the border guards took their duties even more seriously, and they had become even stricter. Of course, that too was a misunderstanding. It was just that under Encrid's harsh training, those who found it difficult were simply more dedicated to their duties, trying to stay on patrol a bit longer or guard the gates more vigilantly. Anyway, the Black Blade didn't know this. Not only had they misjudged the abilities of Encrid and the others, but they had no idea about Cray's. On the other hand, Cray understood the enemy's foolishness, and in some ways even sympathized with it. Well, it's not like there are any knight-level monsters running around here. Not even a Knight Order. Lack of information had been something Marcus had exploited well on the battlefield. Furthermore, there would always be those who doubted Encrid's abilities afterward. Most importantly, the abilities of the unit members wouldn't even be known by rumor. One strong individual at the squire level, a group of archers, and a bunch of mercenaries who knew how to fight. Even if they weren't knight level, they were strong enough to be considered elites. So the enemy wasn't necessarily weak. It was just that the Black Blade didn't know about them. Maybe I overdid the preparation, Christ thought, snapping his fingers. Snap? Naturally, nothing happened. The finger snap wouldn't have reached over the hill. What? What? Ragnar, who had been watching from the side, asked. Should we send you to the temple too? Rem also asked. Christ cleared his throat and responded. Timing's a bit off. Craze had no shame. It happens. So he spoke confidently, and just after those words, a commotion erupted at the top of the hill. Shit. What is it? It's an ambush. The cry of the enemy ambushers rang out. Some of the archers turned around quickly. It was already too late for a coordinated fire from above. Some of the armed troops near the archers immediately turned around and charged at the ones who had come up behind them. How dare you! One of the enemy soldiers bravely stepped forward, swinging his sword. He was a mercenary wielding a bastard sword. Gripping the sword with both hands, he brought it down. His technique wasn't bad. The person opposite him was unarmed. As the sword came toward him, he ran forward, meeting the strike head-on, and dove straight into the opponent's arms. A dull sound followed. Thud! The mercenary wielding bastard sword collapsed forward, and the man in his arms pushed him away and came out from it. Torres wiped the blood from his dagger onto the dead man's collar. He wore thin leather armor over his gambeson, with the insignia of the Border Defense Unit on it. Well, we're not too late, he muttered. On the opposite side, a man was quickly closing the distance, darting into the enemy ranks with a swift pace. He drew his sword in a flash, and the speed was like lightning. His steps and his strike were so fast that by the time anyone saw it, a hole had already been pierced through one enemy soldier's neck. Crack! A mercenary grabbed his neck, staggering before falling to his knees. Blood poured from his fingers. With his throat pierced, survival was impossible. Zimmer had displayed his skills and then stopped. Foolish bandits, he muttered, his face clearly visible from the small hill. Well, seems like it's over, Craze murmured smugly. It was impressive for a mere bandit group to gather such a force so quickly. This was a demonstration of the Black Blade's remaining strength. And it wasn't just any group, but they had hired a squire-level mercenary. That was no small feat, though there was a gap between true knights and squires. Still, how many people like that could there be? In the northern regions, they were probably rare enough to count on one hand. However, they had simply underestimated their opponents. After all, it was hard to believe something like this until you saw it with your own eyes. That was what Cray thought. A bit of a shame, Encrid muttered. Kreis ignored him. He was always imagining the worst and preparing for it accordingly. That was what he had prepared for. Soon the border defense and the Martai forces began occupying the area near where the ambush had been set. The archers from the Black Blade, who had been caught off guard, fell into a state of panic. Shit, they're attacking from behind. What about the front? Do we have an escape route? None. From the very start, everything had been predicted and planned. Torres, who had gotten behind the archers, couldn't help but admire Cray's mind. That big-eyed bastard is no joke. The preparations of the Black Blade on the hill had come to an end. The ones who had taken the hill were the finest of the fine, the border massacre specialists, hidden by the presence of Encrid. The face of the calculated blade remained expressionless. In contrast, the mercenaries who had been holding out at the back began showing visible signs of panic. Hell's broken loose, one person murmured, showing anxiety. Bullshit, we'll kill them all and it'll be over. Another spoke with defiance. Shouldn't we retreat? Someone else suggested a more practical option. Well, who's the idiot now? And the prepared blade's brow furrowed deeply. It would have been better to solve this with force from the start. A large man stepped forward beside the calculated blade. Looking at the group behind him, there were about 20 soldiers, none of them weaklings by any means. At least compared to regular soldiers. Only the confident ones come at me, I'll kill them all. The heavy footsteps of the one who charged forward, wielding a massive flail in both hands, were quite intimidating. If they won the battle before the skirmish on the hill even began, it would be over soon. Despite his dull appearance, the mercenary was sharp. After wandering the battlefield for so long, he must have developed a natural sense for these things. "I think that's the right call too," said the woman standing next to her. She had an abnormally long tongue, almost reaching her chin, and her face was similarly grotesque, long both up and down. She held 3 throwing knives in each hand, reminiscent of a whistle dagger. Rem growled as they approached. "I'll go first. Just try to step forward and I'll chop your head off with my axe." Encrid almost stepped forward but told Rem to go ahead. Shifting his perception, evolving his instincts beyond the usual senses. With all that help, Encrid momentarily was unsure if he should act as well. In that moment, he predicted the outcome. None of those who charged forward would be able to handle Rem's axe. Chapter 260. How to Handle Fools. 5. It was a conversation they had before leaving Martai. You tricked them and beat them. When it came to dealing with fools, whether it was the Black Blades or the priest, Cray had a firm belief. Encrid agreed. "Let's do that." "Aye." With an energetic response, Wide Eyes had prepared a great deal, and this was the result. Quickly kill them all. The rotund priest, who had secretly delivered information about Encrid's group, shouted. Where did that priest get his information about Encrid's group? He was really stupid. The priest had trusted a cunning brat who sold out the information for just a few coins. Too easily, far too easily. After that, Craze anticipated the Black Blade's assault. Specifically, he scouted the best locations for ambushes and sneak attacks along their path, choosing them in advance. He also predicted overcast days by simply observing the sky. Snow would be ideal, but a heavily clouded day would suffice. Through several thoughts and adjustments, Craze ensured the Black Blades would find the conditions favorable for an ambush. These people really do seem stupid. Christ doubted if the Black Blades were truly a renowned bandit group. Do such people resort to these tactics? Sending a few mercenaries and hoping this group dies? Of course, this stemmed from a lack of information. No one from the ones already sent had survived to report anything. Relying solely on rumors to gauge Encrid's party's strength was a challenge, especially when it came to understanding the capabilities of those under his command. Rem leaped forward with a light push off the ground, disappearing from Cray's sight. Boom! The ground he had kicked tore apart with a thunderous sound. At the same time, a streak was left behind, and that streak sliced through the neck of the man wielding the mace. God damn, this thing cuts beautifully. Rem's voice followed soon after. Though Craze hadn't fully caught Rem's movements, he could deduce everything from the results. His sharp mind made that possible. The mace was swung downward, and before it could fully descend, the axe cleaved the neck. Rem's hands and feet were far faster than the mace's swing, making such a result inevitable. The reason Rem remarked on the sharpness of the axe was that it had split through the enemy mercenary's face-covering helmet with ease. Crimson blood sprayed across the thinly spread snow beneath the mercenary's body. The white snow melted into the vibrant red. Above it, new snowflakes began to fall. Encrid scanned the battlefield. Craze deduced the process from the outcome, but Encrid saw everything clearly. Don't surrender! Rem charged ahead with excitement, and alongside him, Dunbakel and Teresa also advanced. One of the mercenaries, seemingly familiar with Dunbakel, greeted her with angry words. "You damn mutt! Traitor!" He lunged at Dunbakel with a long spear. His skills weren't bad. At least he surpassed Dunbakel's previous self. But that was all. Dunbakel was no longer the foolish beast woman she once was. Her body seemed to ripple, appearing to multiply into 3 faint images. This feat was possible due to her exceptional athletic ability. The afterimages were created by her quick sidesteps. Simultaneously, her scimitar was drawn, slicing through the falling snow and air to strike her opponent's head. To Encrid's sensitive perception, every moment unfolded as though time had slowed down. Thud! The scimitar shattered the enemy's skull and withdrew. "Sorry, I didn't catch that." "What did you say?" Only after killing her opponent did Dunbakel respond. "She's becoming more like Rem," Encrid thought, though he chose not to interfere. After all, she was finding her own path, no matter how it looked. It wasn't his place to criticize. As he stood with arms crossed, more mercenaries charged, and Teresa intercepted 2 of them. Shit! Where the hell did this monster come from? One of the mercenaries screamed. It was the tall, lanky female mercenary who had been throwing daggers. Teresa blocked all the daggers with her shield. One dagger, enchanted or otherwise, changed direction mid-air, but Teresa deflected it with her shoulder guard by twisting her body. Using the armor on her body as a defensive tool was Teresa's specialty. Adding to that, she wielded her shield to pressure opponents and a thick-bladed sword to crush them to death. And that's exactly what she did. Ah! When she struck the female mercenary's head with the flat of her blade, the skull fractured inside her helmet. Brain matter and blood spilled out. A crushed eye socket burst, leaking a clear fluid mixed with blood. "I'm Teresa the Wanderer. If you want to die, come at me," she spoke. With just those few words, some enemies froze in place. No matter how experienced, fear in the face of overwhelming violence was a natural reaction. The mercenaries fell quickly. Above, the ambush should have been starting, but those stationed on the hill saw their leaders being annihilated. Naturally, their morale plummeted. "Hey, surrender. There's a labor shortage in the domain these days. Prove your identity, work diligently, and you'll be reinstated within 2 years. Torres attempted to coax them. After all, they were mercenaries motivated by coin. Since they planned to clear out monsters and beasts anyway, using these captives as cannon fodder would be an advantage. They could sift through and select only the competent ones to accept. His offer was calculated. "Ice, surrender." One soldier lowered his longbow and spoke. In the end, none of the soldiers stationed on the hill fired a single arrow. Watching the mercenaries die one by one, the rotund priest turned and fled. He moved with desperation, running faster than anyone could imagine for a man of his size. A thick forearm blocked the way. "Ugh!" Startled, the priest fell on his backside. The jolt traveled from his rear to his head. Propping himself up on the dirt, he craned his neck upward. What he saw was a soldier with the bulk of a bear. This bastard. Although Zimmer had been accused of hitting him, the priest had his own men within the territory. They had told him the truth. The real culprit who had struck him was this brute. Yet, Zimmer's menacing glare and threats had cowed him into submission, leaving him unable to voice even the slightest protest. The humiliation was unbearable. Later, those he thought were his allies egged him on. Of course, all of it was Craze's doing. Being a contemptible wretch beyond redemption, Craze had hired a few scoundrels who thrived on scraps from his table. It was through such machinations that the corpulent priest had been manipulated to arrive at this point. Why? The reason was simple. Eliminating potential threats was far better than letting them linger. The priest's level of corruption wasn't the issue. His status as a priest was. The best solution was to kill him and bury the evidence. That's why they had let him in on purpose. When it comes to dealing with fools, the best method is to ignore them. The next best? Bury them. From the moment Audin had slapped him, Craze had envisioned the current outcome. After all, wasn't the Black Blade and a greedy priest a match made in hell? Things had gone even smoother than expected, though. The opponent had been too foolish. The Lord of Radiance commands us to reveal and reveal. Have you done so? Audin questioned, his voice calm but heavy. The Rotan priest stammered, trembling with fear. Of course, I have. His voice quivered, and his tongue stumbled over the words. You are supposed to illuminate the world, not just gather Krona. Audin muttered quietly. The priest tried to protest, claiming he had always aided the unfortunate and cared for orphaned children in the temple. But Audin already knew the truth, thanks to Craze. The priest had not only hoarded wealth, but had also defiled women. It was said he had taken some of the orphaned girls as his concubines. Smack! Gut! Audin raised his hand and brought it down hard on the priest's crown. The blow caused the priest's eyes and tongue to bulge forward. Blood gushed from every orifice, including his ears. Audin despised those who used their faith as a guise for committing heinous acts. There had been times in the past when his own doubts had stopped him from delivering justice. He had turned away from such individuals before. No more. Never again. With someone by his side who overcame their own limits, Audin could no longer turn away from truth, life, conviction, faith, and belief. I will live, Father. He would not forsake the life granted to him by God. By divine permission, he would strike down his enemies and live. And in so doing, he would also punish those who shattered his faith. It would not be an easy task. If he faltered, it could simply result in a meaningless death. But he wouldn't die so easily. Every day was a lesson. Audin learned not only from teachings, but also from Encrid and Craze. By the light you've shown me, I too will shine brightly. Audin prayed silently, not to God, but to his commander. Praying to a human rather than a deity felt awkward, yet strangely natural. Encrid, observing from the sidelines, released a sigh. The lunatics. He muttered a curse inwardly. Shouldn't they at least leave an opponent for him to deal with? Why were they so excited? Even Audin had rushed forward, smashing the priest's head, and then turned to look at him. In Audin's eyes burned a fervent longing, a gaze filled with fiery intensity. A bear desperate for a fight. Unable to grasp the full meaning from afar, Encrid misinterpreted. Rem, of course, was rampaging. Even Ragnar, who usually stood back and watched, didn't hold back. He suddenly stepped forward and swung his blade. The strike was unlike anything before. A diagonal slash from above, cutting downward, a strike reminiscent of an eagle diving toward its prey. Naturally, it was faster than an eagle, yet it evoked the same imagery. As the blade completed its descent, it immediately rose again. The foe, preparing his own sword, was reduced to 3 pieces scattered on the ground. After the swing, Ragnar looked at his blade with rare admiration. Ho, hound. The weapon seemed to satisfy him more than he had anticipated. It was, after all, a masterpiece crafted by dwarves. Encrid also wanted to test his newly developed swordsmanship in battle, and wield the blade he'd received from the dwarves. But it's over already. Craze's words, laced with disappointment, summed it up. It had ended almost instantly. Rem had cleaved through 5 or 6 opponents in a flash, not even giving his flaming axe a chance to ignite. The disparity between the two groups was glaring. Craze, prone to overestimating dangers, had prepared excessively. Even if there had been archers, the outcome of this battle was predetermined. In the midst of the chaos, Jackson had also captured a mercenary, a handsome young man at that. The man, who turned out to be a known figure, begged as blood poured from a wound in his thigh. Spare me, and I'll do anything. Whatever proposal Jackson had made, the man's desperate plea followed. "This one's mine." Jackson rarely made requests. Encrid owed him plenty. "Take him." Encrid didn't question or probe further. Frankly, no one cared. Dunbakel felt the changes in her abilities clearly. Teresa, on the other hand, "Let's have a match when we return." She spoke with uncharacteristic fervor, her eyes ablaze as she looked at Encrid. Her blood was boiling. Gladly. It was a welcome suggestion, and Encrid nodded, surveying the group as he thought to himself, "Lunatics." It was a grumble aimed at those who had left him nothing to fight. The Black Blade's first ambush and strike were anticlimactic. Craze blamed it all on them. Too considerate. Of course, from now on, such kindness would be a distant memory. When even one of their tactics landed, someone's life would inevitably be at risk. As ominous scenarios played out in his mind, Craze devised corresponding countermeasures. What choice did he have? Following a man like Encrid into the battlefield came with unavoidable complications. At the same time, Craze resolved to himself, "I won't allow any losses." His goal remained the same, the noblewomen's salon. Even a short-term contract with Encrid would be enough if he could get him to visit the salon, to make him host guests there. The thought alone thrilled him. The group busied themselves cleaning up the aftermath of the battle. Torres and Zimmer, who had previously greeted them, returned to exchange farewells. "Well done." Encrid spoke, and Torres nodded in acknowledgement. Safe travels. The rain had stopped, and the group walked on briskly. When they reached the border guard post, the wild horse nudged Encrid's shoulder. "What is it?" Just let you roam around a bit." "Fine, do as you please. It's dangerous to enter the territory on your own, so come back when I call you. Go. Explore and have fun." Encrid muttered to the horse as if speaking to himself. Watching this, Rem murmured, "That thing is definitely going to transform into a person. Let's have Esther check." No one responded. After entering the border guard's territory, the group headed straight for the barracks. It was already evening. Rather than spending another night camping, they decided to walk a little longer and rest inside. It was late when they arrived. Predictably, there was no trouble at the castle gates. "You've arrived." A soldier who had grown familiar with their faces during training opened the side gate. Although they were glad to see Encrid, their expressions weren't entirely cheerful. They knew training would resume, and their faces darkened. "I trust you haven't been slacking. I'll check tomorrow morning." Encrid, ever dutiful to his role within the unit, hadn't forgotten his obligations as the training officer. "Yes, sir." The soldier was sure to spread the joyous news to everyone. The trembling of his cheeks betrayed how overwhelming this joy was. "I'm exhausted. Let's rest," Crace exclaimed as he headed toward the barracks. Meanwhile, Teresa's fiery gaze hadn't left Encrid. "Want to spar before we wash up?" Encrid asked. Teresa nodded eagerly. The two engaged in a duel, and though Teresa lost, she was satisfied. Fighting someone like him made her feel it was worth following him. Battling him brought a strange sense of fulfillment she couldn't quite explain. After delivering a brief report to the battalion commander, Encrid spent the night with Esther curled up in his arms. The leopard, sometimes human, had little to say, choosing instead to sleep soundly. "Let's begin training." The day started with his duties as the training officer. It was after lunch when a soldier approached him. "Someone named Gilpin is here to see you. He seems to be in a hurry." Encrid tilted his head. It wasn't often that Gilpin would come looking for him at this hour, but as soon as he heard the name, a past incident came to mind. Specifically, the time when a certain frog had visited. When Encrid went to meet this friend named Gilpin, he spotted the ferry company commander standing next to him. "Where are you going, fiancé? No greetings for me?" the commander teased. Chapter 261, Striking softly doesn't turn a blade into cotton. Did you enjoy your time as a recruitment officer? Found anyone promising? At the familiar question from his old friend, the rapier swordsman nodded. There was. Really. It wasn't like him to make such a comment lightly. The last person this friend had ever described as promising had been an exceptional talent, even among prodigies. In an empire teeming with geniuses, those who received this man's recognition were rare indeed. And now he spoke so casually. How could that not spark interest? Hadn't he said he'd been wandering the kingdom's territories on the continent? For the man before him, this recruitment assignment had been a sort of vacation. Given his workaholic tendencies, it was a rare break from his usual duties. Yet for him to say something like this during a so-called vacation was highly unusual and unexpected. It was not the sort of response one would expect to a casual jest. Inside the keep of the Empire's border territory, the two sat in a small room. A round table and a few chairs, lined with woolen cushions, were all it held. One was the lord of the territory, the other a training officer just returned from his leave. The rapier swordsman recounted what he had seen and felt, speaking plainly. Even as he described the facts calmly, there was a spark of heat in his eyes. The lord thought it resembled a quiet but impassioned speech. So you're saying this talented guy of yours repelled pressure that should have overwhelmed him? The rapier swordsman relayed only the facts, leaving out how shocked he'd been, how he'd stood in the rain for half a day, murmuring, "A curious one indeed." The commander of the border keep stroked his chin and downed the whiskey before him. It was a potent liquor called farmer's tears. The liquid burned its way down his throat, asserting its presence, and warmed his stomach as it settled. Is he one of those capable frogs? Capable frogs? We're slang for frogs, referring to those who could survive on their own while fulfilling their roles. It was a way of gauging someone's competence. The rapier swordsman twirled his glass in his hand, dismissing the notion without a second thought. Not even close. Was he saying this person wasn't at a frog's level? Or that a frog couldn't compare to him? Naturally, it was the latter. The Lord understood that much. Was his mastery of will special? Yes. But there was more to it. Peculiarities that couldn't be captured in mere words. Even his swordsmanship. It had progressed absurdly, changed, grown, evolved, and all in an instant, witnessed with his own eyes. If someone had told him about it, he wouldn't have believed it, even under threat of death. It's easier to think I was duped by some magic. As for frogs wandering the fringes of the empire, how many exchanges could they last? They wouldn't stand a chance. That was the level Encrid had reached. The rapier swordsman held his glass up to the lamplight. The amber liquid within had undergone a long and arduous process to be created, earning its name, farmer's tears. It symbolized the grueling effort required to produce it. For ordinary soldiers, squires, or junior knights, such effort was necessary. Time, effort, tempering. As a training officer, he could vividly picture that process, as clear as if it were before his eyes. He was known among frogs as a talent evaluator, renowned for his discerning eye. And with that same eye he'd looked at Encrid. Effort was evident, but it defied logic. Time was supposed to be equal for everyone. Thus, talent was the deciding factor. Given the same day and the same training, it was only right to foster the one with greater talent. So, what was this man, Encrid? He was something beyond common sense, a being of explosive, inexplicable talent. This was his conclusion. If not that, then perhaps he entered another world where he trained for years, by repeating the same day, over and over, only to return. He chuckled. It was such an absurd thought, dismissed as nonsense. It was easy to say, repeat a single day to hone your skills. Spoken aloud, it seemed simple, almost effortless. But who could endure such a process? He had seen countless talents and helped shape them. No one, he thought, could withstand such a relentless cycle. And if someone could, if such a person existed, whether it was the Empire or elsewhere, he would want to nurture such resolve and watch it blossom. Such a talent was worthy of desire. Once, in an academic paper written within the Empire, he had posed the question, "What is the greatest talent?" The liquor in his swirling glass continued to catch the lamplight, shimmering faintly. As he emptied the glass into his mouth, he clarified his thoughts. The greatest talent is the ability to remain unbroken, to always look forward no matter the circumstances. An unyielding spirit. That was his conclusion. Of course, without physical aptitude to support it, such a spirit would simply burn out. How many such individuals had he tried to train before? Judging their disposition and nature, he had attempted to force talent upon them. Such attempts were countless. All of them had failed. For a talent to explode into growth, whether through the intervention of a demon's curse or a goddess of fortune, it required some element of the mystical. If such a person existed, one who could endure something as torturous as that, whether by innate or acquired willpower, and ascend to the rank of a knight, it would be the birth of a monster. The rapier swordsman pictured a face in his mind as this thought crossed his mind. Black hair, blue eyes, a rare appearance, and one not easily forgotten. "I am looking for someone," said Encrid, responding to the ferry company commander. Beside him, Gilpin stood, sweating profusely, his face drenched. Though clearly nervous, Gilpin didn't interrupt, instead casting glances between Encrid and the ferry commander. "I see." The ferry company commander nodded, standing firm as if prepared to follow Encrid anywhere. Should Encrid refuse? There was no need for that, so he let it be. Encrid turned to Gilpin. Wearing a coif made of fur, Gilpin was soaked in sweat. His flushed face and heaving chest attested to the effort it had taken to get there. "Huff, please help us," Gilpin said, his words pleading. At that moment, Encrid's mind drifted unexpectedly to the name of the frog he had encountered at the border guard. He hadn't forgotten that name. The frog had promised to return, and frogs kept their word. Melon. The thought bypassed his brain and slipped straight out of his mouth. Gilpin's eyes widened in shock, his pupils dilating. He was clearly astonished. "How did you know?" "The guild master has been captured." Again. The way he emphasized again was telling. Officially, the bald man in the coif before him was the guildmaster of the Gilpin Guild. But to its members, Cray was their true leader. The Gilpin Guild had begun as a gang of illiterate thugs, forming a criminal organization. Though its nature had shifted somewhat over time, its original character hadn't completely disappeared. To them, the leader was the guildmaster, in this case, Cray's. And above that guildmaster stood Encrid. When it's dangerous, just run and call for him. Say, "Commander Encrid." Don't forget the name. If you meet him in the market, lower your gaze immediately. And if you see a gray-haired savage with him, just flee. If you lock eyes with him, run. Christ had emphasized this so thoroughly that every member of the Gilpin Guild knew Encrid's name and face. That included Rem and others as well. They had repeatedly been told to avoid provoking him at all costs. And Gilpin had witnessed Encrid in action. When trouble arose, it was only natural for him to seek Encrid out. "Let's go." Encrid spoke and began walking without hesitation. Wearing armor, carrying weapons. It's all part of training. That had been advice he'd received during his first days as a mercenary. Encrid had taken it to heart. Because he had been inexperienced with weapons, he had followed that advice diligently. Even now, it remained a habit. He was dressed in a coat of beast hide under armor and bandages wrapped around his body. On his left hip hung the cursed sword tutor, and on his right, a gladius gifted by a dwarf. A knife sheath strapped to his chest carried 5 throwing knives. Unable to procure a whistle dagger, its specialized sheath was left in his quarters. Add a gambeson, chainmail, and helmet to this, and he would have been fully equipped. Even so, he was adequately prepared as he was. "Ah, are you heading out?" a soldier guarding the barracks asked. Encrid replied, walking at a steady pace. "Just stepping out for a stroll." "So am I," said the ferry company commander, falling into step beside him. With a straight face, the ferry added a characteristically dry joke. "Spending time together builds bonds, or so I've heard. Didn't you know?" "Is that so?" some washerwoman told me while drawing bathwater. Seemed like sound advice. "So I think we should spend more time together." "A joke at a time like this?" Encrid replied casually. "If you're suggesting we train together, that's fine." If it were an ordinary woman, she might have kicked him in the shins, suggesting training when asked to spend time together. Not a meal, a sunset, or whispered words of affection. But Shinar was neither an ordinary woman nor even human. As they walked, the fairy spoke. "That wouldn't be bad, but what about visiting the market? The border guard market has some intriguing new arrivals lately, though it's also brought its share of problems. It hadn't been even a month since they'd left their territory. How much trouble could arise in that short time?" Thinking about it, Encrid and the fairy continued walking, while Gilpin trailed behind, wondering, what useless nonsense are these two talking about? What were they planning to do about the frog? Even as such thoughts filled his mind, he struggled to keep up with their pace, nearly jogging while they seemed to walk effortlessly. Why are they so fast when they're just walking? Just as Gilpin hurried to catch up. "You said it was a frog?" Encrid asked. "Huff. Yes, that guy from last time. Huff. Huff." "The one with the white scar on his neck," Gilpin replied, panting heavily. He raised his hand to touch the skin on the right side of his neck as he spoke. It was the same frog who had come to collect payment from the Gilpin Guild. Encrid hadn't forgotten the name. Back then, they had barely managed to drive him away. And now? There! Gilpin pointed. The situation was almost comical. The same place, the same circumstances. Should Craze be called an idiot for getting caught again? Encrid instinctively understood. Inside the mansion, past the corridor, there was a single door blocking the way. Had the frog learned something from their previous encounter? The door was wide open this time. Last time he had kicked the door open and thrown a whistle dagger right away. Pushing aside overlapping memories, Encrid raised his left hand, palm facing forward, and spoke. "How have you been?" It was a greeting. Sitting inside the hall on a chair, with Craze beside him, was the frog, Melon. "Fuck, do you think we're friends? Happy to see me after all this time?" Melon greeted him in turn, though his tone lacked the warmth of Encrid's. Encrid, for his part, was eager to showcase the difference between them, especially after their previous fight, and there was no reason to prolong the encounter. As soon as Melon opened his mouth, Encrid had already launched forward. The sound of his foot slamming against the ground echoed behind him. Despite Encrid's terrifying speed, Melon didn't flinch. This guy excelled at creating unpredictability and chaos in battle. He'd experienced that firsthand before. Before even finishing his sentence, Melon had drawn his loop sword, hooking his hand through the ring and swinging its thick blade downward. The blade came down with the strength of a frog's formidable power. Encrid responded by drawing his own sword. From his left hip, the blade flashed upward, meeting the silvery loop sword mid-swing. Clang, clang, clang! A strange noise reverberated. Melon intended to press his blade down with brute force, then crush Encrid's head with his fist. But he never got the chance. His descending blade veered off course, as if something had pulled it aside. "What the fuck?" The curse escaped his lips as the tip of Encrid's sword, now like a snake, shot towards him. In the next moment, a blade of blue steel grazed Melon's eye. "Ah!" The frog screamed. Encrid watched as the frog, struck in the eye, rolled backward. He shook his sword in the air, flicking off the blood. Drops of frog blood splattered onto the floor. With a single strike, Encrid had demonstrated the overwhelming difference between them. More importantly, it was the first time he'd used a new sword technique in live combat. It works. A surge of exhilaration and joy filled him. Raising his sword again, Encrid thought to himself as he refined his soft blade style. Just because you strike softly doesn't mean a blade turns into cotton. Chapter 262. Are you an onion? Encrid had learned the snake's walk from Odin, combined it with the swordsmanship of Swallow Blade, and layered it with the fluid sword techniques taught by Ragnar. He then added all the skills he'd observed, learned, felt, and experienced so far. The concept was simple. The fluid sword technique blocks, deflects, and disperses. It's a swordsmanship that prioritizes exhausting the opponent into mistakes. Leonis Onyak, the first to compile the 5 initial swordsmanships, defined it this way, and those who mastered the fluid sword technique afterward adhered to the same principles. But does it have to be like this? Encrid wasn't the first to ponder this, but he might have been the first to infuse his ideas into a form and turn it into swordsmanship. This was how he created it, combining deflecting and striking simultaneously to create openings. Deflect the opponent's attack while thrusting his sword forward. The concept was simple, but executing it required sharp senses and years of sparring experience. Encrid had those. However, using this method reduced the power behind slashes and thrusts. In fact, delivering even half the usual force was challenging. Would that be a problem? If power was insufficient, it could be compensated for. A sharper weapon would suffice. It just needed to cut at the slightest touch. Encrid sharpened his blade with a whetstone. The blade, reborn from a mere magic sword into a fine one, was sharp enough to make up for the lack of strength. And so he used it this way. He deflected the opponent's sword to the side, rode the motion, tapped, and withdrew. This was the result. You're one-eyed now. Encrid stood still as he spoke. Opposite him, Melun covered one of his eyes with his palm, blinking his remaining eye. He had fallen backward while trying to avoid Encrid's sword, landing on his rear. What kind of guy is this? What the hell is he? And what was that just now? Confused thoughts swirled in Melun's mind. Instead of dwelling on them, he pushed off the ground, launching himself at Encrid. Though it seemed like he propelled himself with his hips, it was actually his knees' rebound that allowed him to shoot forward from a fallen position. Losing one eye didn't matter. Years of accumulated combat experience guided Melun's hand and helped him pinpoint his target's position. He deflected it. Even as he moved, Melun recognized the strange technique his opponent's sword had used. If his blade couldn't be deflected, then it should be smashed down with brute force. He needed only one step to close the gap, and in that moment, his forearm seemed to double in size. Simultaneously, it appeared to twist unnaturally. The thick-looped sword in his hand blurred like a mirage as it descended in a powerful arc. Encrid sensed the incoming strike. He opened his 5 senses, and his newly developed intuition read the trajectory of the blow. He placed his sword precisely in its path. To ordinary eyes, the exchange would have been too fast to follow, but to Encrid, it was a clear, tangible contest of swordsmanship. The force behind Melun's looped sword was weaker than before. A feint. Why was he pulling such muscle-flexing tricks? Encrid began to deflect the blade with his sword's flat edge when Melun's weapon abruptly changed course. Encrid twisted his waist, pivoting on his ankle, and applied techniques from Vala-style martial arts to his swordsmanship. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. By adding rotational force, he struck Melun's blade with the flat of his sword. Clang! The collision of metal produced a resounding noise. The deafening roar was accompanied by a wave of vibrations and invisible shock waves that swept toward both combatants. Neither flinched. Their trained bodies absorbed the impact. Meilun didn't falter, nor did he underestimate his opponent. Using the rebound force, he spun half a turn and swung his blade horizontally. Encrid, as if dancing, drew a curve in the air with his sword, bringing it up to meet Melun's blade once more. Screech! The clash produced a grinding sound and sparks that scattered between them. Splurch! Amidst the cacophony, the sound of flesh being torn was heard. Encrid stepped back, flicking his sword downward to shed the blood clinging to its blade. You! Melun blinked with his remaining eye. What the hell just happened? After his first encounter with Encrid, Melun had worked harder than ever to improve his skills. In his relentless training, he had even cut down a few cultists, narrowly avoiding death on several occasions. He had slain monsters and magical beasts, wandering near cursed lands. It was all for this day, to crush the human who had interfered with his ambitions and bask in the satisfaction of victory. Frog warriors' desires were often frighteningly obsessive. Melun's desire was simple and clear, to relish the sense of achievement after defeating an opponent. The man before him was the perfect challenge, weaker than Melun but ferociously tenacious. Yet all his efforts to savor the most profound satisfaction were in vain. No, his efforts had paid off, but his opponent had changed. This makes no sense. Fighting someone vastly superior was antithetical to Melun's desires. With his talent for reading abilities and his varied experiences, it should have been impossible for him to lose. His combat instincts still told him so. But what was this? What was happening? His current strength far surpassed what it had been before. And yet, the man who had barely held his ground against him last time had taken his eye in one blow. And now, where's my arm? The absurd words spilled from Melun's mouth, involuntarily. It was there. Now it's not. After just 2 exchanges, he'd become one-eyed during the first and one-armed during the second. His arm was severed. The chunk of flesh from his elbow down lay on the ground, with his looped sword still clenched in its twitching fingers, blood pooling beneath it. Even with his astounding regenerative abilities, Melun could only watch as his lost limb started to regrow faintly. For now, though, he was without his weapon and arm. His rage overcame him, and his obsession betrayed him. His eyes rolled wildly, his mouth agape, and his tongue writhing unnaturally. Are you going to keep going? Encrid glanced at Cray, relieved to see him, unharmed, curled up in a corner rather than bound. That meant this frog hadn't killed anyone. He still had questions. Who had sent Melun? Would others like him come? Was it the work of the Black Blade? Or had the Count been plotting against the territory from the start? Encrid simply observed, his mind set on getting answers. Enki.t. Behind him, the ferry commander called his nickname. He found it preferable to betrothed. He realized why she had called him when he saw Melun reach inside his breastplate and pull something out. It was a small leather pouch, flat, and just the right size to fit inside his armor. He held it up and twisted it open, pouring something powdery into his mouth. Be careful! Pouring something powdery into his mouth. The fairy warned, and Melun's eyes turned bright red. Lost in the hope of victory, Melun, obsessed with a singular desire, made a regretful choice. He had taken the powder, and soon its effects began to take hold. Ha ha ha! Melun screamed as he charged forward, faster than ever. Encrid had already positioned himself, stepping back as the frog tossed the powder into his mouth. His senses heightened, and everything seemed to slow. Kreis's eyes widened as the frog rushed forward. The fairy commander stepped back, preparing herself. Outside the mansion, Gilpin, who had been guiding them, slipped and fell. Encrid's senses were sharper than ever. His concentration triggered, and everything around him seemed to slow, giving him time to react. The frog's powder glittered in the air as it scattered, and Encrid saw the frog growing larger as it approached, closing the distance. He held his sword diagonally. The frog charged forward, aiming to crash into him with its full weight. Slash! The impact was deafening as one of them was sent flying into the wall. "Captain!" "Finally!" Craze shouted. He hadn't noticed the fight until the frog's sudden burst of speed had caught his attention. When the two collided, the wooden floor of the mansion cracked, and dust filled the air, obscuring Craze's vision for a moment. Through the dust, a blurred figure moved its arms, opening its mouth. "What are you calling me for?" "Shit! I thought he was done for." Craze let out a relieved sigh. The fairy commander, still shocked, unknowingly opened her mouth. Her stance was shaky, her hand still on her sword. What was that just now? She pondered what she had seen. The frog's foot came flying toward Encrid. He deflected it with his sword, brushing against the frog's shin. The frog's skin was slick. Encrid used this to his advantage, skillfully dodging. It wasn't easy. A slight misstep, and he could have been knocked out by the frog's powerful kicks. But Encrid wasn't finished. He drew a shorter sword with his left hand, using it to strike the frog's breastplate. With a precise hit to the heart, the armor shattered, sending shock waves through the frog's body. Was this impressive? Yes, it was. His reflexes and the way he handled the situation were remarkable. Your growth is incredible. Shannara, the fairy commander, realized she couldn't easily predict the outcome of their fight anymore. If they fought seriously, perhaps, but in a simple spar, Encrid was no longer someone she could easily defeat. He might be tougher than that barbarian. Seeing the fairy's surprise, Encrid simply shrugged. "Seems like you know something," he asked, having heard her exclaim about the powder. Her tone was one of familiarity. "I've seen something like that recently. Let's clean up first." With that, Craze approached, finally snapping out of the shock. Encrid nodded as he watched the frog, now knocked unconscious, lodged between the broken bricks of the mansion wall. His heart hadn't exploded, but the shock had knocked him out. No matter how much the frog struggled with the drug, Encrid had aimed for its weak spot. That was the difference in skill. "Captain, you're really strong." It was surprising, even though he knew it. Craze said this, while Gilpin, who had witnessed everything, stood there with his mouth wide open, unable to say anything. He didn't even get up from where he had fallen on his backside. After all, weren't they monsters that had nothing to do with him? He hadn't really seen much, or at least hadn't properly observed it. But would anyone believe the story if he told them? They'll believe it, won't they? Does this even make sense? Is that person some kind of knight or something? No, they're just a mere company commander, right? But they fight too well for it to make sense. We're heading back. Encrid captured the frog. If it didn't die, it would regenerate, so taking it alive was the right call. He also wanted to resolve a few questions and curiosities. Encrid slung the frog over his shoulder, with the ferry company commander and Cray following closely behind. As they stepped outside the mansion, a cold breeze brushed against his cheeks. Though the battle hadn't been long, he was sweating. The wind on his face felt quite refreshing. As sweat trickled down his temple, the ferry commander reached out and wiped it away. "Are you an onion?" Encrid didn't understand what she meant. "What do you mean by that?" "Every time you show a new charm, so I thought you might be like an onion, peeling off layers to reveal something new." Encrid was deeply curious. What kind of joke was that in the fairy world? Was this what normal fairies were like? Or was the fairy company commander exiled for making such jokes and ended up here? He glanced at Cray, wondering if he had heard it. But Craze didn't even seem to notice. "Oh, you've got a lot going on." He was rummaging through the frog's bag as they walked. "Didn't you hear me?" Encrid asked. Craze looked up, his head lifting from where he had bent down to the bag. Huh? He hadn't heard, Or maybe he had heard but simply didn't listen. Encrid knew this technique of Cray well, so he mimicked it. "What's this powder?" Crace didn't respond, changing the subject. "There's something troublesome in here." Onion betrothed. The fairy commander wasn't bothered, calling Encrid by a fresh nickname. Should he curse? Encrid thought for a moment, but remained silent. As for the powder, he could just have Cray look into it later. "Onion betrothed, did you just say something with your eyes?" He could tell the fairy commander seemed a little too excited. Encrid didn't ask why. He just acted like Cray's. He had heard it but didn't listen. "Hey, betrothed. You look like you don't want to answer me right now." Esther came to greet us. Encrid pointed ahead at the leopard by the barracks and greeted it with a smile. Just as he said, Esther was there, waiting in front as though she had come out to meet him. Encrid walked lightly. He had barely managed to hold his own against Frog Melon before. But now, it was different. Very different. It was almost as easy as a quick stroll. Such had been the change. Encrid thought this as he looked at Esther. Chapter 263. Change for a long time. The continent's most renowned strategists, military leaders, and commanders sought to create magical divisions. In other words, they tried to gather magicians and elevate them into military forces under their command. If we gather magicians to form an army, it could rival a knight's order in strength. The first fool who had this idea carried it out faithfully. He traveled across the continent, gathering those who were skilled in casting spells, and promised them many things. From providing them with locations and supplies to fulfilling the wishes of the magicians. Dozens of magicians gathered and formed a collective. Thus, the womb of the demon was born. Of course, it wasn't named the womb of the demon from the outset. "It shall be called the Tower of Wisdom." That was what it was originally called, but in later years historians would refer to it as the womb of the demon. Why? Because the magicians there summoned demons and 12 Balrogs, so it was only fitting. The nameless demon, at least as far as humans were concerned, was a being who had no name and swept through 3 neighboring territories, creating an undead army, and earned the title Father of the Dead. The 12 Balrogs who served him, born for battle, fought as only monsters born for war could. This is not myth, but a legendary event that happened between history. That demon still exists today. Eventually, to defeat the Father of the Dead, the greatest night orders from across the continent set out. The demon fought fiercely and eventually retreated deep into the Forbidden Realm. That is the history of how the demon known as the Father of the Dead, or the Last Door of Life, took refuge in the depths of the Cursed Land. Immortal, possessing a body and soul that cannot be killed by human hands. That demon, this phrase is often used to describe the demon. From this, there should have been a lesson learned, but still many attempted to organize magicians. Some succeeded, but their ends were far from beautiful. Rebellions, spells gone out of control, and magicians killing each other even when no one instructed them to. They are an uncontrollable threat. Later, the Empire unofficially referred to magicians as such, and there was a time of witch hunts and magical repression. Today, most people avert their eyes and fear or revere witches when they see them. The same goes for magicians. What lesson can be drawn from all this? Magicians are fickle, unpredictable, and troublemakers. Yet, some still secretly cultivate friendships with magicians, or make deals to establish positions like court mages in their kingdoms. But the consensus is that it's more of a transactional relationship. Encrid thought this to himself as he looked at Esther. Along with the fairy commander, they had just dunked a single frog, which was still unconscious. And then there was Esther. This leopard. What was it dissatisfied with? It just kept staring at him. "I have a problem." He could feel it without words. The senses, muddled and intertwined, told him something new through his heightened instincts. "What's with her, oh-ho?" Just before parting, the fairy commander let out an incomprehensible exclamation. Until we meet again, onion fiancé, I shall peel your layers and one day see you completely bare. Why was that prayer directed at him? Encrid wondered. But since the fairy wasn't someone with whom ordinary logic worked, I'm leaving. He waved her off. He mentioned that the frog interrogation could be done together, and they agreed. Back at the camp, Esther continued to give him strange looks, which reminded him of the historical tales of magicians causing trouble. Was she also some sort of witch who might cause trouble? What? He asked directly. Instead of avoiding it or letting things go wrong, he asked outright, which was typical of Encrid. But thinking it over, she was a witch. A witch who could even transform into a leopard. For some reason, she preferred to stay in her leopard form more than as a human. But that was a misunderstanding. Esther had to maintain her leopard form due to a curse, not because she enjoyed it. Well, everything has its ups and downs. Where there's good, there's also bad. The curse of transformation wasn't necessarily all bad. For a genius witch who had lived opening her own world of spells since she was young, it wasn't hard to pick out useful aspects from a curse. Of course, all of this started because of the man in front of her. Why? At first, there were only questions. As she nestled into the man's embrace, the power of her curse weakened. If the curse was a tangled thread, it was as if that knot had unraveled on its own. If she had severed it by force, her world would have been tainted and ruined. But if she found the starting point and slowly untangled it, there was no danger. The man was the type of person who could gently unravel the threads of a curse. Because of him, she found herself in his arms, falling asleep and waking up, still here. Why? The questions continued. For a witch, such questions were poison. Thus, she had to dig deeper. She had to continue contemplating. That was the answer. Of course, there was more to be done than just thinking. She had also tinkered with the summoned creatures placed in her spell world, and gathered various items to extend the time she can transform back into a human. It wasn't enough, but unless she captured a master alchemist, she had acquired everything she could for now. Afterward, there was the process of refining her spell world once again. She wouldn't fall victim to such a foolish curse again. Esther, too, had her own goals. After overcoming the curse, there were two major tasks to complete. The first was revenge. She needed to plunge a fiery arrow into the skull of the one who had done this to her. The second, while a different path, was the ultimate goal of her magical pursuit. The world must be governed by magic, to create a new world through spells once again. Even if thousands of humans and different races died, nations fell, the land decayed, and lakes turned black with the coming of an era of destruction. If that must happen, then so be it. When had she harbored such a goal? Was it when she was called the Witch of Fire? Or was it when she was known as the Sage with Blue Eyes? Either way, it was a dream she had nurtured from then on. With magic, with spells, and with mystery, the world would be reshaped. Grin. While lost in thought, Esther unconsciously bared her fangs. Despite this, the man didn't seem to mind. He simply raised his hand and gently patted her head. "Are you upset?" The tone, however, displeased her, so she lightly bit his hand. It should have hurt. But the blue eyes peeking through his black hair only smiled. "That hurts, you brat." Though she still didn't like his tone, she let it go. Seeing that smiling face, she couldn't stay angry. He really was strikingly handsome. Esther harbored within her a strong will and a resolve to overthrow the world. She had nurtured that belief until now, but recently her thoughts had begun to change. It was the first change she had encountered in over 100 years. If the curse was the beginning of the change, then this man was the end. Why? Why did she feel like she was rooting for him when she looked at him? Why did she want to see his future? Why did she want to help him? Why did watching him wield his blade bring her joy? While these thoughts swirled, the man left for a neighboring territory. She had expected him to return soon, but days passed without word. If she went to look for him, it would feel like a bother, but waiting also made the time drag on. She needed the man's embrace again. The power of the curse needed to be suppressed once more. But first, she needed to clear her thoughts. In the spell world, distractions are poison. This was a fact proven by countless magicians. Poison that harms the body is dangerous, but poison that affects the mind is far worse. As she stabilized her inner poison, the man finally returned after a few days. But he didn't even look for her before leaving again. She heard that some frog had arrived, and it seemed to be playing with the big-eyed guy. Why do I want to hit him? Esther didn't know why she felt this way, but she didn't dwell on it either. If something like this happened again, she would act on her instincts. She was a witch, a magician. She was by nature unpredictable, a selfish and unknown seeker of knowledge, with her spell world always taking priority. It was perhaps inevitable that the man in front of her had entered her life, given her curiosity. How could he be like that? She had met dozens, maybe hundreds, of people who wielded swords, but she had never seen anyone like him before. From the very first time she was called a witch until now, she had never encountered someone like him. How could she not find him interesting? Want to go to the market? I saw a lot of things being sold there. At those words, Esther stood up. She cleared her thoughts from her spell world. According to my instincts, she decided to go with it. Encrid, noticing that Esther had stopped sulking, picked her up in his arms. Let's go together. What about the frog? I'm not sure what he ate, but he's still out cold. That poison is strong. Did you figure out what it was? While carrying Esther, they stepped outside, where they saw Rem hitting Dunbakel, and Audin and Teresa sitting nearby, seemingly lost in thought. Should they bring them along? That thought crossed his mind, but when he asked, they all shook their heads. I'm trying to find the answer to the question the Lord gave me. Audin muttered some nonsense. I'm wandering, Teresa. It's time to train. I need to prepare for the next sparring. Teresa was covered in sweat, fully committed to her training. I'm busy. You go on and have fun by yourself. You can't even go to the market if I'm not there, huh? Would people think I'm your father? Crazy, aren't it? Encrid, instead of emphasizing his own age, stared at Dunbakel. Give him a good one. You can do it. With a word of encouragement, the beast woman's eyes lit up with determination. I'll make sure to do so, huh? You've lost it. Let's make this training session count. Seeing the fighting spirit in Dunbakel, broke into a broad smile. It seemed like he was looking forward to the fight. Still the same crazy guy. Jackson was nowhere to be seen, and Ragnar was swinging his sword, making it hard to approach him. So they headed toward the market. Esther bought some of her favorite spiced jerky and marmalade. They also heard that some artisans who made bread in Martai had joined, so there would be plenty to eat and see. It wasn't all there was. Until now, due to the rush of movement, she hadn't noticed it until she looked closely. Don't you think something has changed a lot? Encrid asked as he scratched behind Esther's ear with his finger. Esther, who had her chest puffed up and was wrapped in his arms, let out a contented sound. Chryse answered carelessly to his superior's words. Things have changed. Things had changed. He hadn't really looked closely at the market before, but now. Marcus, that guy, really a madman. It was a compliment. Chryse briefly summarized what he had heard and seen. He was crazy like a colt with its tail on fire, using Krona like mad. The sky above was cloudless, and the sunlight fell from above. For a northern winter, it was truly great weather. There were many more people wandering the market than before, and the inns were overflowing. Vanessa's Pumpkin Soup Inn was in the middle of expanding. Workers were seen hauling lumber and stones. It wasn't just happening at that inn. The streets, the gates, the walls of the castle, and every building were bustling. There were workers swarming everywhere. I overheard. As Crace continued speaking, Marcus's actions began to form in their minds like a picture. Raise the watchtower, huh? Also, dig a moat in front of the inner castle gate. We don't have enough manpower for that. And we don't have an outer wall. Then build one. Make it. Marcus didn't get angry at his subordinate's words. He had a lot of experience and didn't think everyone around him was clever. It would be weird if there were only people like Encrid around. Most people were foolish. They were idiots. Marcus knew this well, so he didn't bother to explain. Send the soldiers out, huh? Don't we have a lot of mercenaries coming in from outside? Hire them, make them dig. The work started in the office, but Marcus's will was firm, and his direction was clear. No objections were entertained. Raise the watchtower. Both the moat and the watchtower construction went on at the same time. The poor district outside the territory was pushed aside, and all the poor were hired as workers. From now on, anyone who doesn't work doesn't eat or sleep. If anyone dared to challenge them, how dare they? One word from the border guard captain could make the birds of the sky tremble. Even a dragon could lose a scale. The battlefields he had been on with Encrid gave him strength. Most importantly, since they had recently stepped up as a trading territory, taxes within the area had sharply increased. In other words, the territory was becoming rich. Marcus didn't keep much for himself, but mostly invested it. The moat was dug, but instead of doing something crazy like filling it with water, he just made it deep. It was enough for preventing siege equipment or close combat siege weapons from getting close. Bringing in water could be done later. He had dug a few more wells as well. He had started that a long time ago. It was something to do before the population increased, as you had to solve the water and food problems first. Marcus did just that. He kept working relentlessly. Train archers. If there are any mercenaries who can shoot a bow, hire them and get them into the army. He also had an aggressive recruitment strategy. They said they won't come unless they bring their mercenary group along. Bring them all. Pay them in gold coins. All they had left was gold coins. They had gotten Martai, and previously had won against Aspen. They didn't need to worry about a sudden attack from Aspen anymore. Naturally, merchants and traders gathered, and mercenary groups that would guard them came into the territory. Thus, Krona was in full swing. The lord of the territory became a rich man in an instant. Radical archer training, along with cavalry training, adding more watchtowers and strengthening defenses. Krona was used for all of this. There were no shortages of capable people either. Didn't we have some that didn't leave after being beaten by Encrid? There were many such people. Those who came after hearing rumors and got beaten up. Those who got scared after watching a battle and hesitated to leave. The ones who stayed outnumbered the ones who left. Normally, such people would become a problem for law and order. Bring them all in. They were made into slaves of Krona. They were immediately brought inside after being given Krona. Naturally, the barracks expanded. This was something that had already started, but they couldn't do everything on their own. Contact the Northern Division. The border guard had 2 divisions. One had gone to Aspen to set up a new garrison. It was intended to lay the foundation for a new territory. Within the range of gold coins, Marcus did everything he could. Kreis was astonished and shook his head. He was truly a master at administration, politics, and resource management. So now, here's what's happened. The number of watchtowers increased to 16, and the repair work on the castle walls was underway, while the moat was being dug. He had also bought countless arrows. Everything was being spent on fortifying and developing the territory. Someone must have died in the process, Encrid asked, as he imagined what might have happened in Marcus's office. Not every job gets done just because it's ordered. There's plenty of administration and organizing work. Kreis nodded. Of course. The heavy infantry squad leader collapsed 2 days ago. Even some of the nobles who could handle numbers and people were already on their last legs. Marcus's specialty. Neither Encrid nor Cray knew, but that man's specialty was grinding people down to work. He skillfully played to his strengths. He was once called Grinding Marcus within his family, and he unleashed that talent fully. The border guard territory was transforming in dazzling ways day by day. It wasn't surprising. It was expected. It was the result of people, Krona, and capable individuals coming together. As Encrid looked around the now bustling market, there were indeed a lot of people. And among them, there was someone sneaking a knife into his side. Feeling the blade about to enter, Encrid grabbed the wrist. Esther, half awake, opened her eyes. In front of her there was a hunchbacked figure, appearing to bow. An assassin. Chapter 264. What is the Black Blade going to do? So, how was it? Eden Molson's father asked the question. He didn't bother lifting his head, merely moving his lips as he wrote at his desk. As a result, Eden Molson's guard had to address the top of his head. The guard stood upright and replied, "He has opened his will, at least at the level of a squire knight. To ascend in mastery over the will, to awaken, open, touch, realize, or fulfill it." There were many terms, but the crux of the matter was singular. The person in question could now wield will. A man with black hair and blue eyes, intriguing, but not someone who urgently needed to be brought in, was now someone. The quill scratching against paper abruptly halted. The Count raised his head, his eyes betraying a shift in emotion. The guard, who found such reactions rare, saw the Count's contemplative pause as he repeated the word internal. Will. The implication was clear. The person had genuinely reached the level of a squire knight, not just the nebulous squire knight level often thrown around. In reality, the distinction between an actual squire knight and someone merely at a squire knight level was vast. Comparing an untrained swordsman to someone who wielded will was an absurdity. And yet, the world often misapplied such terms, suggesting someone could be squire knight level without actually mastering will, a fundamentally misleading statement. The Count, setting aside his quill entirely, leaned back in his chair, repeating the word aloud again in disbelief. Will. It wasn't something to gloss over. He'd known this individual's reputation, suspected he was far beyond the level of a typical squire. But this? It was a revelation. True squire knights were not just physical and mental warriors. They carried the power of will, something only those who had transcended ordinary human limitations could wield. Most fighters who reached that level were celebrated figures, famous across entire regions. The Count's face betrayed a subtle smile. Things have gotten interesting. Discarding most of the plans he'd been formulating in his mind, he leaned forward. What do you think of him? Seeking the guard's perspective again, the Count's probing gaze lingered. The guard hesitated briefly, pondering how much to reveal. This man was an enigma. Trusting him was out of the question. A madman. Though a noble of Norelia, this Count had forged an uneasy, shadowy alliance with Aspen's Harrier family, with the guard himself as proof. Officially, he served as a bodyguard and retainer to the Count's family, but in reality, he belonged to the Harriers. He was a squire knight from Aspen, tangled in this web of political machinations that were beyond his comprehension or concern. One fact, however, was unmistakable. This man was scheming, and Aspen had decided to entertain those schemes. Does this man even know fatherly affection? It certainly didn't appear so. The room gradually filled with the warm orange hues of the setting sun spilling through the windows, casting a soft glow on the Count's desk. Finally, the guard chose his words carefully. He's an extraordinarily difficult opponent, not just in combat but because of the strange influence he exerts on those around him. A man who gathers others and makes them follow him. Is that it? Not exactly. The guard paused, searching for the right words. Rather, even without trying, those around him seemed drawn to him, as though they enjoy merely being in his presence. The guard's thoughts drifted to the half-giant woman. Though she called herself a wanderer named Teresa, anyone who failed to recognize her was blind. She had been an enemy, from an entirely different faction, and had even caused trouble. And yet, where was she now? Whose side had she chosen to remain by? How such a transformation had occurred was beyond comprehension. And what about the people surrounding him? Finally, the guard also noticed a change in Eden Molson. He intended to mention the Count's son, but the Count spoke first. "The Black Blade is targeting him, you say?" The setting sun cast its light on the left side of the Count's face. At that moment, the guard saw two faces in one. The sunlight divided the Count's expression, creating two entirely different visages. Neither revealed any concern, worry, or even interest regarding his son. For a fleeting moment, the guard found the phrase "targeting" peculiar, as if it should have been targeted, but he chose to hold his tongue. "That's what I've heard," he replied. "Well, that's certainly amusing. Yes, then I'll take my leave." The guard suddenly felt nauseous. Dealing with this man always had that effect on him. How far can human malice grow? What is one willing to sacrifice for ambition? If someone opened the path of knighthood for him, how much would he be willing to give up? Family? Children? Would he offer it all as a sacrifice for ambition? Or should he stop in the name of humanity? The Count seemed like someone who would never stop. Concepts like family, children, or affection seemed entirely absent from his mind. As the guard exited the study, he noticed someone standing by the door. It was a man wearing a black helmet and letting his silver hair flow freely beneath it. The man gave a slight nod of his helmet, and the guard responded with a similar gesture before stepping into the dark hallway, untouched by the sunlight. The black-helmeted bodyguard closed the door behind him. Thud. The Count leaned his chin on his hand, staring at the closed door. Feeling idle, he pulled out a pipe, flicked his fingers, and a burst of flame ignited, pushing back the glow of the sunset. He moved the flame to light his pipe, then smiled. Inhaling deeply, he let the smoke settle in his lungs before exhaling. The smoke mixed with the sunlight, appearing like orange mist. "That Blade folks. They must be having a hard time. If the target was not merely Squire Knight level, but an actual Squire Knight, and if, as the guard reported, the people surrounding him were all formidable, it would be difficult for them to achieve what they wanted. Even if they succeed, if the Black Blade managed to harm Encrid and his group, then he would weigh the scales and act accordingly. But such an outcome seemed unlikely. It was an intuition, but such feelings rarely missed the mark. This will The moment Encrid grabbed his opponent's wrist, the man pulled back with all his strength. Of course, the wrist didn't budge. It remained motionless, like a still life painting. Veins bulged on the back of the hand from the grip's intensity. Even though every one of the madmen seemed like monsters themselves, Encrid's raw strength was not inferior to theirs. Crack. Encrid twisted the wrist backward, bending it at an unnatural angle. The joint snapped, yet the opponent didn't let out so much as a groan. The marketplace was a chaotic sea of people. Half of it was filled with bodies, the other half with goods. Few around them even noticed the commotion. "Hey, watch it! What are you stepping on?" shouted a furious peddler. "There's no room to walk here," someone else complained. The need for wider streets was evident, and some efforts to expand the main road were already underway. The hunchback, whose wrist had been broken, reached out with his other hand. Before the arm could fully extend, Encrid's right fist shot forward like a hammer. To Craze, standing nearby, the movement was invisible. He only heard a whoosh followed by a snap. Even though she was being held close to Encrid, Esther barely felt any tremor from the strike, and it left her slightliest. He's gotten even sharper. Though a witch, Esther couldn't fully grasp what had changed about Encrid, but her instincts told her something had. After breaking the hunchback's jaw, Encrid grabbed the hood of the man's thick robe and pulled it off. Beneath the hood was a figure with a bulging back and unkempt hair. Breaking the wrist, delivering the punch, and removing the robe all happened in the span of a few breaths. But just as this brief sequence concluded, a projectile flew through the air with a whoosh. With his heightened senses, Encrid swung his open palm, deflecting the incoming projectile. The object clattered to the ground, landing vertically with a sharp thud. It was a dart. "They're no ordinary folks," Encrid muttered, nudging the dart with his foot. "That's what you say after casually dismantling them," Grace responded, his voice tinged with disbelief. Just what about these enemies was supposed to be remarkable? Esther leaped from Encrid's arms, landing gracefully like a panther. Several bystanders, startled by the sight, gasped in surprise. Some noticed the fallen hunchback, while others saw the dagger in his hand, or the presence of Encrid and Craze. While itinerant merchants might not recognize their faces, the local border guards couldn't fail to. A dagger! An attack! An assassin! Well, wasn't that quick? They jumped straight to assassin the moment they saw it. The outcry only added to the chaos. The area erupted in turmoil with screams, shouts, and merchants yelling to protect their goods. Stall owners scrambled to shield their wares, turning the market into a complete mess. Encrid extended his senses, calmly observing the confusion. There was nothing to detect immediately. This was why he had said the enemy wasn't ordinary. "I didn't sense them until they struck with a dagger." Whoever had thrown the dart earlier must have hidden in the crowd the moment they attacked, leaving no trace. Their stealth skills were deeply ingrained. Had the area been less crowded, he might have pinpointed them, but he focused his attention nonetheless. "Where are you?" He sharpened his perception, using his sight, hearing, smell, and touch in tandem. Adding his instinctual sixth sense to the mix, he finally caught a faint trace, an almost imperceptible killing intent. At that moment, something heavy and slower than a dart whooshed through the air from behind him. A sling stun? The thought crossed his mind as Encrid turned. His enhanced reflexes, honed through relentless training, allowed him to see the projectile clearly. It was a leather pouch. Trusting his instincts, Encrid drew his gladius. Twisting his wrist to angle the flat of the blade upward, he swung it forcefully at the incoming pouch. Whack! Pop, 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 pop. The pouch burst in midair, scattering a spray of sharp metal spikes in all directions. "Well, now," he mused, "that's a first." Screams followed as some of the spikes hit the ground. Fortunately, being winter, most people were wearing thick clothes, minimizing injuries. However, the confusion grew even worse. "Damn it! Everyone, get inside a building. If you stay out here, we'll treat you as enemies." A patrol soldier's shout cut through the chaos. It was a timely order. In situations like this, it was better to suppress with force and regain control. Encrid remained motionless, scanning his surroundings carefully. Craze, looking around nervously, decided it might be safer to stay where he was and stop moving. Ping! 2 more darts flew through the air. One was aimed at Craze. In Encrid's heightened perception, the dart's trajectory became a visible line. Following that line, he determined its origin and endpoint within his sensory range. His focus sharpened to a single point. Combining acute senses, intense concentration, and an unflinching will, Encrid moved like a well-practiced performer. The dart meant for him was evaded with a slight tilt of his head. The one aimed at Cray was snatched out of the air with his hand. All of this happened in a single fluid motion, within the span of one breath. Had the assassins seen this, their hair would have stood on end. Their bladder might have quivered, urging them to flee on the spot. And of course, They were watching. Encrid twirled the dart he had caught between his fingers, dangling it mockingly. So, they're targeting Craze now? Meanwhile, another dart flew with a delay, aimed at Esther. But the panther had already moved. When it came to sheer agility, how many humans could rival a beast? The dart struck where she had been, embedding itself into the ground. It was the only proof she had been the target. Growl. Esther snarled, radiating hostility, while Encrid kept his heightened senses active. The assassins, or rather the assassin group, were highly skilled. Letting out intentional killing intent, throwing a pouch of spikes, and the spikes weren't poisoned? Unlikely? They almost certainly were. Traces of killing intent flickered here and there before disappearing again. "Don't push," I said. "Don't push. Don't step on me. Do you know who you're shoving? Help me! Get out of the way! Move!" And so the market descended further into madness. Chapter 265. Misconceptions can be fatal. The chaos was absolute. People shoved each other in panic. A construction worker, pushed by the crowd, stumbled and rolled toward Encrid. Curling into a ball and clutching his head, he desperately tried to protect himself. It was a survival instinct. Whoosh! Shut up and move! Several patrol soldiers shouted angrily, swinging their spears to control the panicking mob. Encrid's senses were sharper than ever, honed to a razor's edge. This heightened awareness and concentration intertwined, forming a blade of unmatched precision. He recalled how he had captured the centaur leader, seeing and understanding everything around him as if it were within arm's reach. He knew where to step, how to act, and what to do next. In this state, Encrid remained motionless. With his eyes half closed, he calmly regulated his breathing. "Commander!" Perhaps unnerved by this stillness, Grace called out to him. Aside from the construction worker rolling on the ground, a middle-aged woman and a small child were also pushed by the crowd and fell. No one wanted to be near Encrid, fearing they might get caught up and killed, so the crowd instinctively distanced itself from him. This left an open circle around Encrid, where the worker, the woman, and the child found themselves. The child, pale with fear, trembled violently. His coat was torn, and his elbow, scraped from falling, bled steadily. "He's hurt," Grace muttered, noticing the boy. However, he didn't step forward. If it had been a girl, perhaps he might have. But this was a boy. Moreover, Cray understood that making any rash movements now would only worsen the situation. Though not a fighter, Craze knew his role well. This was a time to trust and rely on his commander. The boy kept his head down, too frightened even to sob, his wide eyes darting nervously. Encrid suddenly threw the dart he had been holding. His arm moved so swiftly that it was a blur, and by the time the air whistled from his motion, the dart had already flown, aimed at the worker's thigh. The worker twisted his ankle at the last moment, narrowly dodging the dart. Whip! The dart grazed the thick fabric of his pants and embedded itself in the ground. It might have seemed like a lucky escape, but the movement was far too precise to be mere coincidence. Evading an attack like that in such a chaotic moment. It was instinctive, reflexive, and in doing so, the worker had unwittingly revealed his true nature. Despite the sudden attack, the worker did not appear confused. Instead, he calmly brushed his hands off. 6 darts flew from his hands in a calculated assault. 3 were aimed at Encrid's chest and abdomen. The other 3 targeted Craze, his forehead, chest, and thigh. It was a well-coordinated ploy, but before the darts could even close the distance, Encrid's left hand moved, wielding the gladius. Clang! 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 All 6 darts were deflected harmlessly into the air. At that moment, the child, who had somehow crept closer, lunged, thrusting a short sword at Encrid. The boy had moved so stealthily and quickly that it was hard to believe how far he had been near moments ago. The short sword, the length of a forearm, appeared from seemingly nowhere. The boy gripped it with both hands and stabbed with surprising strength and speed, aiming for a critical opening. Encrid, having just deflected the darts, smoothly turned his body as if expecting the attack. He rotated, extending his gladius to meet the strike. The short sword clashed against the gladius with a sharp ting, and was deflected to the side. Without hesitation, Encrid followed through, using the momentum of his blade to strike the boy squarely in the chest. Thud! The boy didn't bleed, likely protected by a sturdy leather cuirass under his clothes. But soft didn't mean weak. The force behind the blow was enough to crush the boy's chest. Encrid's strength was now formidable enough to rival even that of a frog beast like Lagarn. Even a glancing strike could be lethal. The boy let out a choked gasp, coughing violently. Yet even then he reached into his coat, determined to continue his attack. But his attempt was thwarted. The small panther, Esther, leaped forward and swung her paw in a powerful arc, striking the boy squarely in the chest. Crunch! The sound of breaking bones echoed loudly. The boy froze, choking on his breath. Esther's blow had broken his wrist with her paw's initial strike and delivered a second, decisive impact to his already damaged chest. He stopped moving entirely, crumpling to the ground. The boy's life ended with his hand still in his coat. And then, "You bastard!" The voice came from the lips of one of the assassins, disguised as the middle-aged woman. Encrid had already heard her, but was ahead of her movements. No, he had already completed his actions. In a single fluid sequence, he had deflected the darts, crushed the ribs of the boy who had attacked from behind, and extended his right hand forward. His outstretched hand pointed directly at the worker who had thrown the darts. The knife Encrid had thrown struck its mark with precision, embedding itself deeply into the worker's forehead. The impact forced the worker's head to snap back before he collapsed to his knees, his head slumping forward. Instant death. "What did you say?" Encrid finally responded. The woman, dressed in fine clothes, dropped something at her feet. Boom! A smoke bomb. Thick white smoke quickly spread from the ground, enveloping the area. Esther told. At his command, Encrid entrusted Craze to the panther and focused his senses. He sharpened his intuition and hearing, tracking the assassin's movements through the haze. She was running fast, heading out of the estate, and she wasn't alone. How many are there? The memory of the mixed-blood fairy assassin who had once gifted him the whistle dagger surfaced in his mind. These assassins likely had similar hidden weapons, techniques, and tools perfect for killing. When fighting that fairy, he had seen countless possible futures. What about today? Encrid felt confident. He had gauged their level and understood his current strength. Above all, these assassins wouldn't retreat quietly. Letting those who aimed their blades at him walk away wasn't his style. Thus, Encrid moved without hesitation. Craze, handle the aftermath. He left only that command behind. Huh? Craze's bewildered question came from behind, but Encrid trusted his sharp-minded subordinate to manage the situation. He sprinted, chasing after the group of fleeing assassins. Handle the aftermath? Seriously? Craze stood amidst the chaos, surrounded by panicking people and the lingering smoke. Are the assassins really all gone? He recalled the one who had thrown darts at him earlier. As the wind began to disperse the smoke, it became apparent that it wasn't poisonous. If it had been, things would have ended differently. If there was poison, this wouldn't blow over so easily. Damn it. Everyone shut up and get down. Uncontrolled crowds were little more than mobs, and mobs were quelled with force. Nearby, a patrol soldier slammed his spear into the head of someone causing a commotion. Whack! The sound of the strike was brutal, and the man staggered sideways, blood dripping from the wound. Ah! The scream was inevitable. The wounded resident stumbled and fell. The soldier's neck veins bulged with anger as he shouted for order. Maintaining security was one of Marcus's top priorities, and the soldiers were determined to uphold their duties. An assassination attempt here? An ambush? Chaos? If they mishandled this, they'd all be dead. That's the way to do it. The soldiers would suppress the chaos on their own. Kreis shifted his focus, assessing the situation. The dead boy caught his attention. Looking closely, it was clear he wasn't a boy. His face was weathered, with wrinkles around his eyes and mouth. The others, like the hunchback, also had unusual appearances. Kreis's gaze fell to the short sword the supposed boy had wielded. The blade, lying on the ground, gleamed unnaturally as if coated with something. Poison dot. He had already anticipated this possibility. What was the Black Blade's plan? Persuasion. If persuasion failed, the next step was intimidation. And that intimidation took the form of an ambush on their return journey. Hiring mercenaries, swords bought with gold, would have been their first move. They must have realized that didn't work. The mercenaries didn't succeed? The bandits didn't succeed? Would they give up? If it were me. Never. Retreating now would tarnish the reputation of the Black Blades as feared assassins. It was almost as if they were asking, "Did you think we'd let you off so easily?" An assassination attempt of this scale had never been part of their assumptions. Kreis scratched his head in frustration as the noise began to settle. "Esther, I'm counting on you," he muttered softly. If any assassins remained, he'd be as good as dead. But abandoning the task his commander had given him wasn't an option. He had a rough idea of the enemy's intent. No assassins were left here. Their target had been Encrid. If this had been an attack on the estate itself, it would be a different story entirely. A deliberate massacre of the kingdom's citizens within the territory? That would have drawn the knights into action. Even amidst the chaos, the knights would take up arms against such blatant lawlessness. A clean way to handle this without going that far. Target just one person. What they had done was bait. Did Encrid not realize that? Of course he did. "All right, everyone, calm down. You there, don't step on other people's belongings. Merchants, gather your goods, and laborers, move to one side and keep your heads down. Patrolman, what unit are you from? 2nd Company, 2nd Platoon, 2nd. Under Vengeance's command." Kreis nodded and addressed the patrolman and another soldier. "Stop hitting people and focus on cleaning up." With the patrolmen and soldiers rallying, the situation was soon under control. "My goods. My goods are ruined because of this. Your goods? You're just selling a few wooden arrows, aren't you? And not even many of them broke." Did you see? The merchant who had been sobbing like the world had ended immediately changed his tone. Kreis subdued a few shameless merchants with words and reassured the ones who had genuinely suffered losses. "You know what's great about our commander? He's got more gold coins than we know what to do with. We can't compensate you for your lost goods right now, but there are plenty of places where we need extra hands. Work as laborers for a couple of months, and I bet you'll earn more than you did selling your goods. Better than those wooden arrows, right?" Kreis had a knack for turning crises into opportunities. After all, the road had to be widened, towers had to be built, and even the moats needed to be completed. And weren't there plans for a drawbridge too? The more hands, the better. There was plenty of coin in reserve to manage it. "All right, anyone with experience in construction, come forward." While at it, he directed the situation toward something beneficial for the territory. The people quickly adapted to the unexpected change. The attack was an attack. The smoke was smoke, the cold was cold, and gold coins were gold coins. At Kreis's nod, 2 soldiers began dealing with the corpses. Raising his voice to the crowd, Kreis called out, "Anyone here ever built a structure before? Raise your hand." Gold coins couldn't sway everyone. Sometimes you couldn't charm your way past an obstacle. And when someone stood in your path, the simplest solution was this: hand a passerby a blade and say, "Go stab him." A straightforward but effective method. That was how the black blades operated. Encrid was fully aware this was a lure. As he ran, he had already dodged more than 5 volleys of darts. Amidst it all, "Fui," the distinct sound of a whistled dagger reached his ears. There weren't many assassins skilled in using them. Encrid instinctively pinpointed the assassin's location. Hiding and stalking wasn't his style, so he charged forward openly. Naturally, this made him an easy target. Assassins hurled projectiles from all directions, but with his sword in his left hand, Encrid deflected every incoming attack, proving it a reliable shield substitute. Some of the assassins were visibly startled at the sight. What is this guy? Weren't his subordinates supposed to be the problem? How is nothing even grazing him? Everything was coated with poison. Just a scratch would suffice. But nothing touched him. When a whistle dagger was thrown, Encrid nonchalantly caught it mid-air and pocketed it. It was the only weapon not laced with poison. But did he know that? How does he do that? Catching a whistle dagger mid-flight? Even the skilled assassins among the black blades couldn't pull off such a feat. Deflecting incoming bolts with his sword, Encrid's sharp gaze swept his surroundings, locking onto every hidden threat. Despite this, the assassins pressed on toward their designated meeting point, a reed field to the northeast of the estate, between the upper outpost and the estate. The black blades didn't know. They didn't fully understand. They were aware that Encrid's companions were dangerous, but they hadn't realized that Encrid himself was a greater threat. Mistakes and misconceptions could be lethal. At least for them, misunderstanding and a lack of information were synonymous with meeting the Reaper. Chapter 266. A near-certain premonition. The assassin, disguised as a middle-aged noblewoman, felt her mouth go dry. Each time those cold blue eyes under the black hair glanced her way, a chill ran down her spine. "Here." The moment she stepped into the reed field, she prepared to hide. It was time to lose him and demonstrate her specialty. But then, bang! A thunderous noise rang out. What was that? Instinctively, she drew a dagger, the blade coated in poison, and pointed it defensively in front of her. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. The sound of something bursting, like a leather drum or a clap of thunder, was still echoing in her ears. Her quick reaction to the explosion was commendable, but that was all she could manage. "Here, right?" At the cryptic question, the assassin looked up. Flash! Lightning illuminated the sky above her. That was the last thought she ever had. Someone whose head had been split in two could no longer think. Activating the heart of the beast, Encrid closed the distance in a single leap and brought his sword down vertically, splitting the assassin's skull. It was a simple yet utterly unpredictable move. Shouldn't he have been catching his breath, watching for hidden assassins, or worrying about traps? Instead, he lunged forward and cleaved her head open. Blood splattered everywhere, painting the surroundings and even Encrid's clothes crimson. Looking down at the blade in his left hand, Encrid felt a newfound appreciation. Was this really just a sword I carried around? He once again marveled at the craftsmanship of the dwarves. While it lacked the mystical aura of a legendary blade, it was exceptionally sturdy and sharp. Even more impressive was its thick edge, capable of deflecting most attacks. More than just liking the sword, Encrid found it immensely practical. He didn't even need a separate guard sword. This blade could handle anything. Standing amidst the reed field, Encrid admired the weapon before letting it hang loosely at his side. At the same time, he unsheathed the sword in his right hand. Shing! A blue glowing blade appeared. It was the cursed sword tutor, which had transformed into a razor-sharp masterpiece. Holding a blade in each hand, Encrid surveyed his surroundings. The assassins had hidden themselves so well within the reeds that not even a glimpse of them could be seen. But was that a problem? Not really. He was simply curious. What gives them the confidence to come at me like this? Whiz? 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 3 round objects flew toward him and exploded overhead. Boom! 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 A dull gray powder rained down, covering the dried reeds below. The reeds withered and collapsed. Poison powder. But Encrid was no longer in that spot. The loud noise of him charging in and dispatching the assassin, disguised as the noblewoman, had been deliberate. From a tactical perspective, Encrid was already operating at an advanced level. How could he not? The Vala mercenary swordplay he had mastered was rooted in individual combat tactics. Combined with his heightened physical abilities, sharpened senses, combat experience, and the lessons learned from countless battles, Encrid had become a force to be reckoned with. Most importantly, sloppier than Jackson. Among his sparring partners was Jackson, a renowned assassin. Jackson's strikes were silent and swift, devoid of any detectable presence. The countless days Encrid spent honing his senses to perceive such attacks had not been in vain. His acute instincts encompassed everything around him. Within his sensory range he could detect even the faintest presence. If he thought someone might be there, there they were. If he sensed something flying toward him, it was. With deft movements, Encrid sidestepped as projectiles rained down on his previous position, now rendered meaningless. Not far away, a thief of the black blades, holding a whistle dagger in each hand, gaped in shock. When did he get here? Encrid thrust his blade. Squish! The assassin's throat was pierced clean through. He withdrew the blade and momentarily sheathed it. Shank! Grabbing the dying man by the collar, Encrid flung him aside. The body spun through the air, a spray of blood arching across the reeds as it landed well outside the poison cloud. Without pausing, Encrid twisted and launched himself forward in a silent burst of speed. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of reeds bending under his rapid movement reverberated. Shit! One of the assassins cursed aloud. A rare lapse for someone trained to remain silent during missions. But who could blame him? Encrid was a monster. Even for elite assassins of the Black Blades, he was an opponent beyond comprehension. To kill such a beast, they would need the master of Jor's dagger, the top assassin guild on the continent. The thought barely crossed the assassin's mind before, swish, thud. A wide blade severed his neck. His head floated briefly before falling. Amidst the reeds that concealed everything below the waist, the remaining assassins felt a chill of terror. Boom! Despite their fear, they didn't stop. To survive, they had to kill him. That much was certain. They released clouds of poison, hurled poisoned darts, throwing knives and axes, even deploying pouches designed to explode into toxic barbs. Every weapon and trap had been prepared to kill this one man. Encrid parried or evaded it all. His superhuman senses foretold every move. Half a step back. As one assassin approached soundlessly, Encrid twisted and struck with his elbow, shattering the man's skull. Bang! The sharp sound of the impact echoed. The assassin, whose specialty was silently taking down his targets, had his head burst open. Unable to withstand the pressure, his eyeballs popped out and rolled across the ground, while his head split apart, spilling brain matter and blood. A pinkish brain shyly peeked through the gore. Encrid didn't even glance at the one he had struck with his elbow. He knew the blow was more than enough to kill. After swinging his elbow, Encrid hurled his gladius forward with all his might. As his left hand drew a semicircle through the air, the blade turned disc-like from a side view and plunged into the head of another assassin with a dull thud. 2 assassins, seeing an opportunity, coordinated their movements and cast a net from either side. The moment the net spread with a rustling sound, blocking the sky, Encrid was already retrieving the sword he had thrown. It was the synchronization of the heart of the beast and his advancing steps. The step, called a lunge, was typically used in swordsmanship to move forward. Encrid mixed it with a slope step, originally a large diagonal step forward, to evade an opponent's attack. He blended them without overthinking. Additionally, he incorporated passing steps and gathering steps. He wasn't picky. Combining this with raw, brute strength and the thigh muscles capable of enduring it all, the result was a forward movement that transformed into a dashing thrust. A lateral swing became a long slash that cut through the reed field. In simpler terms, Encrid was employing swordsmanship against the entire group of assassins. Only, he had greatly expanded its range. Unbeknownst to him, this approach mirrored the battle tactics of a mid-level knight, wielding a sword to fight multiple opponents. It was a method of mass slaughter centered around swordsmanship. The outcome was hardly surprising. Encrid had reached this point through learned techniques. Thus, his combat was grounded in the various swordsmanship styles he had mastered, from both personal study and observing others around him. On top of that, he infused his unique swordsmanship into his techniques. Where strength fell short, the quality of his weapon also compensated. Of course, strength was relative. Arc! To the assassin caught by his fluidly advancing blade, it was nothing short of a death stroke. Even though he wore armor enchanted to absorb impact, one assassin realized that 2 of his ribs had broken. The enchantment had been shattered by sheer force, a level of strength that defied reason. Encrid's power grew daily, and now he possessed the heart of the beast. He didn't envy even frogs anymore. What kind of brute strength is this? The overwhelming force left them stunned. Unfazed, Encrid launched into his next attack. With the synchronization of his steps and the heart of the beast, his body momentarily vanished from the assassin's sight. A step that would have simply turned to outflank an opponent became, from the assassin's perspective, a ghostly teleportation. A split second after disappearing, a blue flash struck the assassin's crown and passed through. Another assassin fell dead. Even as poisonous fumes spread throughout the area, Encrid pressed on undeterred. In fact, he held his breath and pierced through the toxic smoke in a single stride, killing one more assassin with a Zimmer-style thrust. This madman, breaking through poison gas with brute strength and continuing to fight like this. One assassin, holding an antidote in his mouth to endure within the toxic cloud, uttered a curse as his final words before departing to meet his god. Encrid, letting both swords dangle at his sides, continued moving. Rustle, rustle. Slice, 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 slice. The reeds caught by his blades were cut down in countless numbers, clearly marking his location. He didn't care. He actually preferred it, inviting the enemy to attack. It was easier to pinpoint their position that way than if they remained hidden. The result of the fight was clear. Out of over 15 assassins wielding black blades, only 2 remained. You've messed with the wrong person. The leader, a first-rate assassin, finally spoke. His name was Barcello, a man who had drifted into the Black Blade organization from the Eastern continent. Once he had been considered an assassin on par with those from the Guild Daggers of Jaw, a top-tier elite among elites. His specialty was using claws to catch his target from behind and rip out the back of their neck. Yet even Barcello couldn't find an opening in Encrid. No matter how many times he moved and repositioned himself, Encrid's gaze flicked to him momentarily. He sees me? An unbelievable sensory ability. A first-rate assassin like him being detected? How was that possible? Barcello was thus locked in place. Other remaining assassin had already started running. It was his duty to distance himself from the battlefield and report what had transpired. But as he fled, something suddenly caught his neck. With a strangled cry, his cervical spine snapped, and he fell dead. The tool was made by repeatedly oiling, heating and treating tanned leather with special substances until it became thin yet durable. The fleeing assassin's neck was caught in it, his body lifted into the air. The weight of his body broke his neck, and the person holding the strap twisted and pulled, ensuring his death. The body dropped to the ground with a thud. From the assassin's shadow emerged a man. It was Jackson, with his auburn hair. "I'm a bit late," Jackson spoke as he moved toward the chaos Encrid had created. But even Jackson wasn't the first to arrive here. A fairy had beaten him. "Are you late? Or is my love simply too fast? Love is always swift, striking my heart without warning. I don't believe I'm late." The ferry company commander stood at the edge of the reed field, speaking aloud. Encrid sensed the ferry's presence but focused on the last remaining opponent. It was the leader who stood motionless. From the start, Encrid had noticed something different about him. The way he moved, the way he concealed his presence. Each skill was unlike the others. Locating him wasn't difficult. Encrid's instincts far surpassed ordinary levels. Even without hearing his breath or sensing his presence, Encrid had a gut feeling someone was there. And when he looked, there he was. Just exuding bloodlust toward him was enough to reveal his position. It was purely instinct, aided by sense of evasion, a technique of sensory refinement. But from his opponent's perspective, it was nothing short of a cheat. But what can be done? Jackson, who was next to Encrid, was truly a genius beyond ordinary talent, one who also worked tirelessly at his craft. What Encrid had learned through the repeated days with such a genius was now fully matured in his own body. "It's mine," Encrid said to the fairy. He had purposely left it for himself. It was like a final treat. The opponent was a skilled assassin, one whose abilities were anything but ordinary. A leader of an assassin group, wiped out to near extinction, had inserted a weapon into his hands. With a sharp click, the man emerged, claws on both hands. "Promise me you'll let me live if I kill you." At the answer, given without a single breath, Barcelo knew there was no way out for him. Still, he hit his final move. Would the others stop this too? Tap, 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 tap. Barcelo began running through the reed field. To his left, there was poison smoke, and the ground was littered with corpses and metal debris. The target sheathed a short sword and began to approach with only a long sword gripped in both hands. It wasn't fast. There was no lightning-fast step like before. The figure only narrowed the distance while holding the sword. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of the Grim Reaper's footsteps. The rustling of reeds crushed by the Reaper's path created a duet of sounds. Barcelo increased his speed, lowering his waist slightly. The surrounding reeds flew past him. Lowering his stance, he led with his claws, already engaging the battle from the start. The outcome would be decided in a single strike. He repeated in his mind and unleashed his hidden move. Boom! A crack! A third hand rose from his chest. It was a hand that pierced through his coat. His chest was thicker than most, and the hand shot out. It was just when Encrid's sword and claws clashed. This was the secret move. The third hand, something mystically implanted, held a long blade and aimed to pierce Encrid's chest. What? Barcelo realized that the claws on his right hand weren't moving as he wanted. When the opponent's sword collided with his, the other's strength pressed down on his claws, forcing a movement he hadn't intended. Thus, the third hand holding the dagger met the claws. Thud! At the same time, the left claw slashed across the opponent's head, but the opponent ducked and avoided it. Before he knew it, the opponent had lowered himself, and his head rose again. Barcelo saw blue light. 2 blue lines streaked like falling meteors. A black mass surrounded the 2 blue lines from above, brushing past him. He tried to resist by pulling his arm, but couldn't. Scrape! The opponent's sword had cut off his arms, and even the third hand. Afterward, something hot, like a fire poker, lashed across his torso, rising up. Ah! Barcelo screamed. But it was a scream no one could hear. His head screamed, but it was just his thoughts. Encrid froze at the sight of the third hand. What is this? Fortunately, his body and senses moved on their own. As soon as he saw the third blade, he smoothly swept his claws down to block the opponent's dagger, lowering his head. It seemed simple, but in that motion, his eyes burned, and his head grew hot. The brain was overwhelmed with information, processing everything at once. Encrid lifted his sword, drawing it from below, slashing upward. It was an extension of the first form of the sword style he had developed from observing snake steps and the Sabacal's swordplay. The flowing sword lacked aggressive force, but the sharpness of a fine blade supported it. It cleaved through the three arms as he advanced, stepping lightly with his toes to pivot, and thrust the sword into the opponent. He didn't hesitate as he carved upward through the opponent's abdomen with the sword. The ensuing movements were so fluid, yet to the opponent, it must have seemed like a monstrous strike, severing arms and splitting the body. Thus, the final opponent was slain. Who are these guys? Jackson, one of Encrid's group, approached. A blood engagement? The ferry company commander muttered some crazy words. Who? Encrid exhaled deeply, surveying the bodies he had slain, and spoke. Guests? You're treating your guests quite lavishly, Jackson muttered as he approached. In his hand there was a small leather pouch, which he used to search through the dead bodies. From his hand came something Encrid had seen before. Pouches of the same form. He untied one and gently let the powder spill, glittering. It powdered poison. Familiar medicine, Jackson commented. At that moment, Encrid recalled the powdered poison he had found in the possession of the black-clad messenger in Martai. He also remembered the poison the frog had ingested. Those two poisons were almost identical in Encrid's memory, both with a strange scent. He was the type not to overlook anything, and he had learned this. And if he knew it, his soldier in front of him likely did too. Jackson wasn't the type to miss things easily. Did you interrogate the frog? Jackson asked. Everyone knew the frog had been knocked out and captured. Of course. Jackson knew too. He must have known the frog had been on a rampage after taking the poison. There was no way that Chatterbox Cray had stayed quiet about it, and it seemed all of this was connected. It was just a feeling, but Encrid had a strong premonition about it. With that feeling, Encrid shook his head. The interrogation was something to be done from now on. I want to be part of this too. If I'm left out, I'll be sulking, the ferry company commander interjected. Encrid nodded. She had already shown interest. Her tone was light mixed with jokes, but her green eyes exuded a seriousness that wasn't light-hearted. It seemed like this was no ordinary problem. Chapter 267. Not only you can strike. As soon as he opened his eyes, the first thing that appeared was a ceiling covered with moldy stone. Melon recalled the moment before he lost his memory, and Frog's strong will allowed him to clearly remember everything. Because of that, he realized, in common terms, that he had ended up in a ridiculous situation. Give me some water, and if possible, bring me some food. I like fruits, Melon said, half rising from his body. His arms had regenerated, and both arms and legs were shackled, connected to a pillar by chains. Even for a frog, it was impossible to break free. So what was left? All he could do was wait. Due to the last desperate dose of medicine he had taken, his head was throbbing as if it was about to split open, and his heart ached. Can I get out of this? Like most frog, he regretted not being able to escape his desires and cravings more than fearing death. Weird bastard. This led him to naturally think about the one who knocked him out. He seemed weak. Why wouldn't he seem weak? He was clearly someone who could be taken down, someone weaker than himself in his view. Why? Frog's combat instincts made him judge the advantage or disadvantage in an instant. He fought according to his instincts, which led him to believe that at the very least, it should have been a draw. So why did he get overwhelmed and defeated? Their combat instincts were an extension of their ability to read talent. In that regard, Encrid was the most incomprehensible type of person for a frog. His talent was negligible, but he climbed to the top no matter what, and his persistence over countless repetitions had caused this phenomenon. Encrid was the type of human who could not be read by a frog's combat instincts. Melon wasn't particularly confident in his own ability to read talent either. Among frogs, talents varied widely. Some were specialized in reading talent, while others were focused on combat. Melon was particularly good at walking. He aimed for my joints mercilessly. The regenerated forearm ached subtly. His arm had been severed before, and now it had been severed again. No, this time, even his eye had been gouged out. He knows how to fight. There was a big difference between being skilled with a sword and actually knowing how to fight. The idiots who locked themselves up in their noble family to learn swordsmanship would swing their swords gracefully, wouldn't they? In the continent, those people were often mocked as practicing noble swordsmanship. The one who knocked him down wasn't like that at all. He knew how to target the weaknesses of Frog's slippery skin. He aimed for his eyes and joints, stabbing and cutting them. Had he fought like this before? Had he always been so good at fighting? Honestly, Melon couldn't remember. He was sure the opponent was someone who could be defeated, but he thought that when they met again, he'd dominate. All gone now. He was exhausted, hungry, and irritated. Water and dried fruit. It's winter, so fresh fruit is hard to find. The guard kindly brought him food. Surprisingly kind. Melon thought as he drank the water and chewed on the dried fruit. There was also well-baked bread and marmalade. "Hey, this is delicious. I'm glad," the guard replied without any smile, his face showing signs of tension, though his limbs weren't rigid. "Training is well done." Frog could read people's behavior with ease. Of course, his talent reading wasn't the best, but still, that guy is a bit unusual. This was the same opinion expressed by countless talent readers who had seen Encrid. 2 more days passed. Melon realized he couldn't break out with force, so he tried to bribe the guard, but that too was unsuccessful. "If I let you go, I'll die. I don't think they'll kill a soldier for a mistake." He tried to charm the guard, but the soldier showed a hint of self-mockery, almost as if sighing. Of course, Melon didn't catch that, but it was clear from the soldier's words that something was off. "Another guard if they catch me. I'll be fired from guard duty and fall into eternal training hell. Death might be better." What's that supposed to mean? The guard wasn't lenient, but it didn't seem like he could be bribed either. Even if gold was offered, he would probably refuse. "If I get caught, I'll really die. I don't mind what I'm earning right now, but I don't want to end up dead, leaving my kids behind." "Are you married?" "Not yet." "Then who's this kid you're talking about?" "My future child." Was this territory so sharp-tongued even the soldiers? With that thought, another day passed, and Melon began to wonder if he had been forgotten in his prison. Trapped underground without knowing day from night, a feeling of sadness began to creep in. Why did I get involved in this mess? Another 2 days passed. Melon grew restless. If this continued, he might be trapped here for the rest of his life. What if he tried to break his limbs to escape? He might be able to tear off his limbs and deal with the shackles, but no matter how much frog he was, he couldn't destroy the iron bars before him while bleeding like crazy with severed limbs, right? What's going on? Impatience began to engulf Melon. Every day was agonizing. A frog loyal to his desires and cravings. When would he die? When his head was severed? When he got a terminal illness? When an arrow pierced his heart? The heart would stop, and death would be inevitable. But there were more cruel ways to die. A frog couldn't endure being suffocated to death. Aren't we the species driven by curiosity and desire? Hey, they didn't forget about me, right? Having woken up from what felt like either a nap or a night's sleep, Melon asked the guard standing outside the bars. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to a small table and 2 chairs, where, instead of a guard, 4 figures stood. One was the person who had knocked him out, another looked fragile with large eyes, and the third was half-shadowed, only their face illuminated by torchlight. The guard was absent. Finally, they had arrived. They hadn't forgotten him. They had come to find him. Melon felt a strange joy, realizing this moment had come at a time when change was inevitable, even if it meant facing death. "Where did you get that powder?" That powder had nearly made him die from the pain in his insides. He didn't need to immediately ask about his identity, so Melon answered calmly. He had waited for a long time, and he had no desire to waste words and send them away unnecessarily. "I picked it up on the way." "Where?" "It was a small village." The one asking was a fairy. They were expressionless, exuding a cold atmosphere, clearly not beneath Melon. "Is this place full of monsters?" Was this what the border territories were like, filled with creatures like these? Melon continued. He had no intention of hiding anything. "If you head west from here, it would take me 2 days on foot, maybe just over a day and a half on a horse. There's a small village on a highland with a fence around it. I don't know its name, but the village chief was a young, pretty woman. Her name was Kaisela." The frogs had an aesthetic preference for beautiful humans. "Did they send you from Black Blade? Assassins? Black Blade?" "No." Melon had been imprisoned for days, and being stuck like this for a frog was more torturous than having his nails pulled out or his eyes gouged. If he stayed locked up like this, he'd wither away, suppressing his desires until he died. Nothing could be worse for a frog than that. "This works," Encrid muttered as crays chirped from behind. "It's working." Encrid nodded while sitting in his chair. Encrid had a vague understanding of the frog race from his time with Luagarn. But Crace had a different take. "That's a curious head." Crace's words came back to Melon. "Frogs follow their desires. If this wandering frog is like that, what do you think its desires are? If we lock them up, they might spill their answers more easily." Though Cray wasn't entirely sure, it was unusual for him to even think this way. They decided to wait it out. If left for a few days, they might not need to interrogate at all. The judgment proved correct. "However, do you know of a merchant named Fromshell? That guy had ears all over the continent. I was hired by him. To put it simply, he runs an information guild." Melon was not expected to reveal everything like this. Encrid couldn't read the frog's expression, but there was no doubt that he wasn't lying. If a frog were to want to lie about something like this, they would just remain silent. That meant this had nothing to do with Black Blade. The powder had been an accident, and it was some merchant who had made him do this job. He was running an information guild, apparently. It sounded plausible. That's probably why it stuck in his memory. Fromshell. Encrid repeated the name to himself a couple of times, memorizing it. "Noble? I don't think so. Is that all? If there's a lie in what I just said, let me be punished by the gods of impulse and the wave. Can you make a pact?" "Of course." For a frog, a pact was a vow, something that must be kept. "I was deceived, too, by that bastard Fromshell." Melon snorted, and Encrid decided he had heard enough. No, he had heard more than he needed. He had learned the location of the village where the powder was obtained. "I went through all that trouble to find it, only for it to be hidden in the village." The fairy murmured. "What about the combat-ready personnel?" the fairy asked. "With nothing more to add," Melon responded freely. "From what I saw, most of the village population are combat-ready. All of them. Over 50 people, I'd say." The frog spoke, and Encrid nodded. "Will you release me now?" Encrid nodded again, standing up from his chair and walking to the bars. We'll see. What? We'll see about releasing you. Hey, what about the promise? That hadn't been made. Of course, Encrid intended to release him, but before coming here, Grace had pleaded earnestly. Could you leave it to me? With that pleading look, Encrid agreed. Wait. Let's talk for a moment. Just as Melon was about to unleash a string of curses towards Encrid, Grace stepped in. His large eyes and his appearance were sure to win the frog's favor. However, Melon, being a man, had no interest. Still, he didn't mind the large eyes. Melon had a tendency to favor faces with big eyes. Well, Melon? Grace smiled innocently. Encrid could already sense that Melon was going to fall for it. When Craze smiled like that, it was only when he was about to take advantage of someone. Emerging from the underground prison, Encrid was heading toward Marcus's office. He planned to report after finishing the interrogation of the frog. Marcus, the battalion commander, was certainly busy managing the territory. He could use 3 or 4 bodies. There had been news of a heretic being caught during his absence, and other incidents had occurred in the territory. The underground prison was located in a corner of the barracks, and as soon as they left, Encrid spoke. I'd like an explanation. The ferry commander was involved in this. He had kept things vague, mentioning the search for the village earlier, but now there was no frog around to listen. Classified mission, the ferry responded, his green eyes locking onto Encrid's. Encrid thought he would have to hear it from Marcus. But just as he was about to think that, the fairy continued. But what's the point of secrecy between us? If it's important, let's keep it a secret, Encrid quickly replied. No, it's about the Black Blades. Those monsters who've rooted themselves in the kingdom, the fairy said. Let's keep it a secret, Encrid insisted again. But the fairy seemed unfazed. They kidnapped an alchemist and made a drug, the fairy continued. I don't think you're listening to me, Encrid muttered. Obviously, it's not a regular drug. It's one that's forbidden by the kingdom and opposed by the Alchemist Guild. Of course, they might accept research results behind closed doors, but... Encrid gave up on stopping him. The explanation revealed the drug was far from ordinary. The frog had taken it, causing his eyes to spin wildly. Normal people who take it turn into berserkers, but once the effects wear off, they die from the backlash. The fairy mentioned the Black Blade's base of operations. He had been on a lot of external missions to track it down, and he'd recently brought Finn for a similar purpose. Finn seemed suited for that kind of job, the fairy added. Encrid listened quietly, and then turned to Jackson, who seemed to know something. Do you know anything? He asked. Jackson explained, I was looking for some. While I was in Martai, I found traces of alchemy in a drug used by one of their messengers. Encrid's suspicions were confirmed. He had been right to think that Jackson was hiding something, but Encrid didn't push further. He didn't need to. Jackson wouldn't be the type to admit anything unless necessary. All right, let's go with that, Encrid finally said. You don't believe me, do you? Jackson asked with a neutral expression. I believe you, Encrid replied, thinking of Auden and the trust he had in Jackson. He believed him wholeheartedly. As they arrived at Marcus's office, the guards saluted, and the ferry commander and Jackson entered. They were met by a pile of documents and Marcus, who looked up from his work. How does it feel to be assassinated right in the heart of the territory? Marcus asked. Encrid replied sincerely, It feels like crap. Same here. There was something unspoken between them, an understanding shared with just a few words. Encrid had thought about it ever since dealing with the assassin, rummaging through his belongings. Why should he always be the one getting hit? He had asked Craze, if you were the head of the Black Blades, where would you strike to cause the most pain? Probably strike at someone's gold pouch, Craze had answered. Any group would feel it if their pockets were empty, Encrid had replied, and it made sense. If that was the weakness, then surely there was a way to exploit it. After a brief report, Marcus's orders came down. This is not a request or revenge. This is an order from the head of the territory, Marcus said, his eyes gleaming. Crush them, he commanded. Encrid nodded. It was clear. The black blades needed to be taken down. The idea of always being the victim bothered him, and it lingered in his thoughts. Until further notice, you have independent operational authority. Shinar, that includes you, Marcus said. Understood, Shinar responded in a cold tone, unlike his usual demeanor with Encrid. Encrid found it strange. It was a thought that crossed his mind. Why target me, he wondered. He had heard similar comments when he had joined mercenary groups. Perhaps it was just his appearance. Either way, Encrid knew one thing. He was going to make the Black Blades regret underestimating him. He would show them that they weren't the only ones who could go on the offensive. Chapter 268, Imitating Craze. You're going to leave me behind. If you're going to do that, step on me as you leave first. At Rem's words, Encrid moved quickly. He pushed his body forward with his left foot, smoothly extending it. For a moment, his body seemed to vanish. Of course, no one missed Encrid's movements inside the quarters. However, my step? Jackson was a bit surprised when he saw Encrid's step. Snake's step? Audin felt the same. Encrid had combined both of their steps and absorbed them into his own. What is the sword? And what is swordsmanship? Through a continuous process of enlightenment, Encrid created a swordsmanship that utilized his whole body, which of course included using his feet. In fact, in any art involving the body, like dance or martial arts, the feet are crucial. The use of the feet accounts for more than half of the whole technique. Naturally, Encrid paid as much attention to his steps as to his swordsmanship. And now, that was clearly evident. The left knee that pushed forward bent and straightened, pushing with consistent force. This step was similar to Jackson's silent step, and the following smooth bend of his right leg was the snake step that Audin had taught him. In reality, he blended the two quite well. To an untrained eye, it might have looked completely different. As he tried to step on Rem, the barbarian huffed and blew air through his nose, rolling his body. Whatever trick he was playing, he spun sideways to dodge. With a thud, Encrid's right foot struck the ground as he asked, "Isn't it normal not to dodge in a situation like this? Who said I'd let myself be stepped on? Want to learn something new?" It's a vision technique called the indestructible dung beetle. It was obvious he had made that up on the spot. No, Paizumi. Encrid declined, and after a few more outbursts from Rem, they couldn't take him with them. Just because it was the village where the potion came from didn't mean they could immediately lead a battalion to strike. We're still under the kingdom's jurisdiction. You know that, right? The people here have been looking at us suspiciously lately. Of course. If things went wrong, Count Molsan could cause trouble. Was it only Count Molsan? Encrid knew that other nobles were eyeing this place with greed. He'd also heard that while he was away from Martai, some noble had fled. He probably went to rely on another noble. He's likely planning to sell the information about this place and make a profit. What a fool! Marcus spat as he cursed. But when Craze overheard the rumors, he said, "Seems like it was a real mess. If you can't do your job properly, whether you're a noble or not, you're going to get beaten. If you half-ass it, you'll get hit. If you do it properly, the workload piles up." Some nobles had escaped, having used their wits to flee. For someone to leave everything behind and run, they must have been tormented severely. Of course, Marcus's words made sense, so I believed the reasons overlapped. And Craze said, Marcus would probably prefer it if all the nobles ran away. He might have been harassing them under the excuse of lacking manpower, but he may also want to replace the entire workforce in the domain with his own people. But I'm not sure if that's a good idea. What do you mean? Nothing, just a thought. Craze was a worried guy. Encrid didn't ask more. The task at hand was more pressing. To put it simply, Even though there were suspicions, they couldn't just charge in with swords drawn. The other side sent assassins and swordsmen, but the border guard standing army couldn't act the same way. Well, they could do things secretly, but this wasn't the time for that. They needed to gather evidence first to determine if the village was guilty. At least they needed to have fabricated evidence, and more importantly, there could be innocent people in the village, right? Marcus's words made sense. Just because some people caused trouble didn't mean they should round up all the innocent villagers. There could be people in the village who had no idea and were simply making potions. That was why only me, Shannara, Finn, and Jackson will go. Encrid decided it was best to infiltrate and investigate first. The ferry commander had also been looking into this for quite a while. She'd been chasing it for almost a year, she said. For all that, not knowing the location of a village, well, it's strange. Do you often go out to gamble or something? Grace tilted his head when he heard that. A fairy at a gambling den? It didn't seem likely, but Rem did have a point. It seemed like they hadn't been doing their job properly. Of course, Milan, the frog, might have some special talents, but if the place was so poorly guarded that travelers were talking about it, they should have noticed it much earlier. She's good at fighting, but maybe she's not so great at tracking. That's why she took Finn with her. Are you defending your fiancé? Encrid had learned many techniques from Odin, but naturally, the core of his martial arts was Vala-style combat. Among these techniques were joint locks that caused pain without breaking the opponent's body. As part of his training, Encrid demonstrated a joint lock on Grace. The key was to stand side by side with the opponent, clasping hands as if interlocking fingers, ensuring that the opponent's elbow touched Encrid's bicep, entangling the arms. Once locked, pulling back would end the move. It wasn't torture, but if he exerted force, he could break the wrist here. When Grace carelessly offered his hand, Encrid immediately pulled the interlocked hands. Crack dot. Does it hurt? Ah! Grace screamed in pain. Encrid casually released the lock and let go. My arm nearly became useless. Should I have just cut it off? Grace hurriedly ran away. Encrid didn't chase him. It was just a joke. And then, Encrid regretted it. I just acted like Rem. It was a bad thing. It wasn't worth thinking twice about. Shaking off the bad thought, Encrid felt a presence behind him. When he turned slightly, Ragnar appeared. Why can't I go with you? Ragnar asked, munching on an apple he must have gotten from somewhere. Then Odin and Teresa appeared. For obvious reasons, the two large figures couldn't come along. Even Dunbakel, who outwardly acted like a beast woman, was in the same position. And then Encrid added, if things go wrong, we might have to scatter. In that case, we'll need to regroup at the agreed-upon place. Is that a problem? An unaware lost person is a frightening thing. You don't need to use your sword. Instead of a long explanation, Encrid patted Ragnar's shoulder. Ragnar accepted it. He wasn't the type to volunteer for such tasks. Although he had become a bit more motivated recently, it wasn't to the extent of getting involved in matters like this. Encrid's absence would be close to a week, which was why Ragnar had reacted like that. Thinking about it, these people seemed to only act actively when it was something they had to do. Then what would happen if Encrid wasn't around? It was just an unnecessary thought flickering in the back of his mind. I'm going to go rogue from today. Wah! Rem shouted, wearing heated fur and hugging a heated stone. Despite it seeming like he would be hot and all that, Rem stubbornly endured it. It was strange that someone who hated the cold so much would ask to go. Of course, Encrid ignored him. Reacting to him would only lead to more complaints. Leaving behind the shouting Rem, Encrid got to work. He located the village and checked his equipment. 2 swords, 6 daggers recovered from assassins, and several vials of poison powder and poison liquid. He couldn't use the poisons properly, and they would harm him too, so he was about to discard them when Jackson took them all. Having finished his personal preparations and tasks, they gathered in the ferry commander's room for a strategy meet. The ferry commander had decided to station part of her unit near the village. It would be about 2 platoons, and to avoid being caught, they needed to stay a bit farther apart. However, they couldn't wait too long. Because of the wild beasts and magical creatures roaming in the winter, they couldn't fight indefinitely. Staying outside the village without any defenses would be feasible at most a week. If things got too noisy, the village would notice. If we go in, won't 2 days be enough to gather information? The ferry commander, Shinar, unfolded a military map. Seeing the serious look on the ferry's face, Encrid nodded. If we're not making progress fast enough, we can send them back. Otherwise, we can just surround the village. Finn, who was originally a ranger and very skilled, was also present. Encrid greeted her, as they hadn't seen each other in a while. "Yo, you're still talking to horses?" Encrid casually waved it off. "We'll leave tomorrow morning." The strategy was led by Shinar. Encrid nodded in agreement. After the meeting was over, as he was leaving the room, Shinar called after him. "My fiancée can stay and sleep here." Encrid simply left the room. He could hear Finn's giggles behind him. "Is this really funny?" Encrid thought, but even he couldn't help but chuckle at it. When Jackson noticed, he spoke up. "That ferry. That one. At this point, you might as well just say yes. Was this a joke? Or was he serious?" Encrid didn't feel the need to seek an answer. Jackson, realizing what he had said, turned away and assured him it was nothing to worry about. By the way, what was going on with him? Normally, Jackson wouldn't have said something like that so easily. Encrid noticed that Jackson's expression seemed heavier than usual, which gave him pause. It was something that could only be felt by those who had spent time together. Part of it was due to the extraordinary sensitivity honed by his sensory techniques. To anyone else, Jackson's expression would have seemed the same as ever, but to Encrid himself, he felt that something was different. His focus seems a little off. It didn't seem like he would neglect the task at hand, but it felt as though his attention was directed elsewhere. Even so, there was an energy about him that felt sharp, almost like someone preparing for something. Why? It was just a mission. Did he dislike using drugs? That didn't seem to be the case. Jackson was often involved with various types of medicine. He didn't consume the drugs himself and didn't even burn incense. But whenever Cray brought something back, Jackson was the one who sorted it out. So there must have been some other reason. Encrid didn't ask, though. Even if he did, there wouldn't be an answer. And even if he heard one, nothing would change. When they returned, Esther was in sight. Alongside her was the wild horse, and for some reason, they were together. The wild horse looked at Encrid and let out a neigh as though asking where he had been. Encrid thought the horse was asking about him. It was the same wild horse that, as soon as it arrived at Border Guard, had run around the area madly. "I've got something to say," cross-eyed. In the end, they hadn't come up with a proper name, so Encrid was calling it that. Grrr. Hearing that, Esther let out a small cry. I'm going on a mission." Encrid mentioned he'd be gone for about a week, and Esther pretended to go along with him. She raised her front paw to point at Encrid, then pointed at herself and slapped the ground. All right. This leopard was naturally skilled at hiding, so as he had been away for so long, it seemed her mood had soured a little, and it wasn't surprising that she wanted to follow him. Encrid occasionally found it odd that this leopard would transform into a woman with long black hair and blue eyes. Even though he had seen it happen right before his eyes, it was hard to think of her as a woman when she turned back to a leopard. The wild horse was very curious and could understand some human words, though not all of them. The horse was particularly upset by the name. Nay. The horse stomped the ground, and Encrid asked if the name bothered it. The horse nodded. After a moment of looking at the wild horse, Encrid came up with a new name on the spot.
Let's call you Unyielding.
Unyielding could be interpreted as having a will of steel in the language of the Eastern continent. Unyielding was a word from the Eastern continent, and it was surprising that Encrid knew it. So Esther stared at him intently. She had thought of him only as someone who lived for his swords, and didn't think he had much knowledge beyond that. But it seemed there was more to him than expected. Encrid liked ancient stories. If there was a storyteller who knew about chivalry and tales related to it, he wouldn't hesitate to hand over a few silver coins to listen. That's how he knew so many things. Nay! The wild horse neighed roughly. To be honest, Encrid wasn't too concerned about the name. The next morning, Encrid and his group departed from the estate. I'll guide the way. Finn led the group. Following the instructions from Milelen, they walked for 2 full days. After walking for 2 days, they arrived at the village that the frog had mentioned. They decided to pose as wandering merchants near the village. Encrid would play the role of a guard, and Jackson would pretend to be a merchant. Shinar the fairy would also act as a guard, and Finn would be the merchant's subordinate. Do you think it'll work? After deciding on the plan, Finn asked with concern. It was unnecessary worry. As soon as Jackson set foot in the village, he changed. Is this a nice village? Can we buy and sell goods here? This is a good village. Encrid was taken aback by the sudden change in Jackson. Turning around, Jackson continued. Can't you tell? Look at the faces of the people. You rarely see thin people, so this must be a village where it's easy to survive. That means there should be plenty of things to sell, and the people here must be generous, right? As he spoke, Jackson slapped Encrid on the shoulder. It was an unguarded gesture, without care. Encrid recognized the familiar speech style. It was the chatter of a skilled talker, always going on without pause. Jackson was imitating Craze. Chapter 269. Preparation and readiness. 2 young members of the village's militia, stationed at the entrance, exchanged glances before turning their attention back to the road ahead. One of them, casually holding a leather coif in his hand, lazily placed it on his head, and spoke, his manner sluggish and almost indifferent. Not exactly wrong, but still. The other, with sharper eyes, stepped forward. I think we'll need to ask for permission to let you in. Just wait here a moment. With that, one of them went inside, leaving Jackson to continue his ceaseless chatter. Well, there don't seem to be any monsters around the village, and doesn't that smell wonderful? It must be dinner time already. It's been 4 days of nothing but jerky for me. I'll make sure to show my gratitude, so please consider cutting me some slack. He was gently coaxing the remaining young militia member, who had large, innocent eyes. The young man, barely nodding, seemed tempted but still didn't let them in easily. That's not allowed. But if you wait here, I think someone inside will come out and talk to you. He trailed off awkwardly, a habit that made him somewhat frustrating to deal with, but Jackson didn't seem to mind. Ah, I see. He simply nodded enthusiastically, acting as though everything was fine. Encrid was quietly impressed, over and over again. How is he this good? It felt like Cray himself had swapped faces and showed up here. But was it normal for a village to enforce entry restrictions so strictly? Some villages might under certain circumstances. For example, if there were dangers nearby, or if they were at war with another village. But this village didn't seem to fit those scenarios. It's just that a wandering swordsman caused trouble before, and, well, even a frog. The militia member, who had been fidgeting, offered an explanation without being asked, nervously watching for a reaction. He seemed incredibly timid. Encrid had a guess about the frog, so that frog had caused trouble after pretending to have simply come by. Just as Encrid was feeling exasperated by the young militia member's hesitant tone, a message came from inside. The sharp-eyed one who had gone in earlier strode out and shouted. Permission was granted. Jackson broke into a wide smile at the news. His performance was astonishingly smooth, to the point it was almost magical. On reflection, it made sense. He always seemed like the kind of person who scratched everyone's itch in the unit. Yet at some point, Jackson had methodically cut off ties with those around him, doing so in an instant. Afterward, rumors circulated that he spent all the money he earned at brothels. The fact that he often disappeared into the market and didn't return to the barracks lent credence to these stories. Encrid didn't believe the rumors. If Jackson had truly fallen for a prostitute, he was the type to bring her back with him. But for him to simply visit repeatedly and leave silently? Only those close to Jackson understood the truth. To those who didn't know him, he seemed like another soldier wasting his wages on brothels. However, Jackson was far from simple. Sometimes he spent entire days in tea shops or idly sipped beer while lingering near gambling dens. To an outsider, he seemed like someone killing time without a purpose. But was there more to it? Encrid had noticed long ago but didn't bother looking into it deeply. He must have his reasons. This ability to adapt his behavior, switch expressions, and mimic Cray perfectly was one of Jackson's strengths. Silent footsteps, seamless movements, and a blade without a trace of killing intent. All of it was quintessentially Jackson. Encrid was simply reminding himself of what he already knew. He still saw no reason to push Jackson away or question him. As the commander of the independent unit, Encrid was responsible for Jackson, and as long as the mission was completed successfully, that was all that mattered. In that sense, Jackson was an excellent subordinate and even a great mentor. If Jackson ever turned his blade on Encrid, the latter would ask twice before retaliating, and might even take the blow once. That was how much Encrid owed him. Right now, however, Encrid wasn't particularly focused on Jackson. Wow, that's impressive. What caught his attention was Shinar, standing beside him and marveling openly. Why hadn't the fairy, with all her keen senses, noticed this village brimming with the scent of herbs and potions? As they entered the village, the militia youth called out a warning from behind. Don't cause trouble. Just because you're good with a sword doesn't mean you can go around picking fights. You'll only get yourself hurt. Most villages maintain some level of defense, employing mercenaries or militia for protection. This village seemed particularly well organized. The fences were high and double-layered, with clear signs of regular maintenance. Thorny bushes, intertwined with the outer fence, added another layer of protection, and their height would deter most monsters or beasts. As Encrid had noticed earlier, the entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a single cart to pass through. To an uninformed observer, it might look like an ordinary village, but Encrid thought otherwise. Many saw Encrid as nothing more than a sword fanatic oblivious to anything else, but Craze and a select few knew better. See? The captain's smart. He's not used to showing it, they'd say. And they were right. Above all, Encrid had a sharp sense of intuition. Combined with his mastery of sensory techniques, he could detect subtle changes in the air and discern scents others might miss. That was one of the reasons he had survived so long despite his modest skills. Now, with his sharpened senses and the ability to assess his opponents, Encrid scanned his surroundings. This village did not practice farming. Its location, situated atop a high plateau climbing along a mountain range, also showed no signs of slash-and-burn agriculture. So, how were they sustaining themselves? A few goats could be seen, but the village itself clearly housed several hundred families. On the continent, to survive the threats of beasts and monsters, people had to live in close-knit communities. Building wide fences and cultivating fields within them was considered basic common sense. Even if an orchard was established separately, it would require its own fences and stationed guards. Without these measures, everything would be surrendered to beasts and monsters. Though colonies of monsters or beasts could still render such efforts useless, the first rule was always clear. Gathering together ensured survival. The population here seemed to easily exceed 300 or 400 people. Among them, the number of young people made up more than half. No farmland. They had very few livestock. And the ratio of middle-aged and elderly individuals compared to the population was shockingly low. Not to mention, wasn't the village chief said to be a young and beautiful woman? Nothing about this place felt ordinary. And yet, there were no rumors about this village in the surrounding areas. Wouldn't at least a few traveling merchants have mentioned it? For a village to conceal its existence and avoid becoming the subject of rumors, what steps would it need to take? Encrid pondered for a moment. Beside him, Jackson, slipping into his craze-like persona, was chatting animatedly. "They're selling goat milk. Imagine the cheese you could make with that. Wait, they've got cheese too." Cheese made from goat's milk had a rich brown hue. If stored properly, it became sweet and robust in flavor. Jackson eagerly highlighted this fact while pulling out a few bolts of fine silk. These were items he had prepared for his merchant disguise. Watching this, Encrid fell into thought again. How does one keep a village from spreading rumors? By burying every visitor, he mused. If someone couldn't be silenced by force, you could give them enough to placate them and send them on their way. Was this why the village's location remained undiscovered? After all, this area lay west of Motorguard and wasn't a shortcut for any mountain routes. Some might say this made it safe from bandits or brigands. But is that truly the case? The level of training in the local militia was anything but ordinary. Encrid stood idly, observing the people passing by. The most peculiar sight was a woman in a wide skirt walking by. "Hey, what are you hiding under that skirt?" Her right leg and left leg carried noticeably different weights, and her stride was uneven. Even Cree would bet his tongue that she had a blade long enough to pierce a human torso strapped to her right thigh. "What an interesting place. Try this." As soon as Encrid muttered, Jackson suddenly flicked something into his mouth. Even with his heightened awareness, Encrid only noticed the touch when it reached him. Despite his acute sensitivity as a practitioner of martial techniques, Jackson's sleight of hand remained elusive. The item in question was a piece of brown cheese now in his mouth. Rolling it around a few times, he discovered its taste. Rather than a cloying heaviness, it left behind a refreshing sweetness. The cheese was well made. Clearly, someone here was skilled with their hands. "A fine village." "Christ, no, Jackson," declared with exaggerated gestures. The cheese vendor smiled in response. "Is that so?" The vendor's smile revealed a missing front tooth, causing a faint whistling sound to escape as he spoke. Despite his seemingly simple smile, Encrid could tell this man wasn't ordinary either. The movements of his hands revealed palms thick with hardened calluses. Those were the kind of calluses only acquired through years of handling weapons. Pretending not to notice, Encrid turned away, only for Shinar, the fairy, to murmur beside him. "Enki, this feels like a honeymoon to commemorate our union." On the continent, such trips were called honeymoons. Of course, this was nothing of the sort. The fairy seemed to possess a tongue that sprouted needles if it wasn't busy making jests. Encrid, with his usual composure, let it slide. The atmosphere, outwardly unremarkable, betrayed subtle truths that only the discerning could notice. Shinar, with her exceptional sensitivity, had already picked up on them. Numerous eyes were watching them from the shadows, hidden in alleyways, rooftops, and cracks between windows. "The inn serves a liquor made from goat's milk. You must try it. There's only one inn here, so you won't get lost." "Thank you." Jackson, beaming, handed over a few more coins. The vendor grinned widely again, his missing front tooth leaving a lasting impression. After completing their lap around the village and heading toward the inn, Jackson couldn't stop expressing his admiration. Though small, this village is full of life. Encrid silently translated Jackson's words in his head. The village is disproportionately populated and highly trained. "The architecture here is quite unique. Is this how houses are built in these parts? The inn is positioned perfectly for encirclement, and the women here exude such a healthy vitality. Even the women are well trained. The sun is setting. We'd better turn in early if we want to start fresh at dawn. The people here don't seem to sleep much at night. This place feels alive, but it hides sharp edges beneath its surface. Moving recklessly at night might expose us. It would be better to act at dawn. Jackson's ceaseless chatter had the unintended effect of making everyone dismiss his words as harmless banter. If Ram were here, this could have escalated into a real mess. These kind folks wouldn't take well to rough people. If we cause a commotion, it will make achieving our goals difficult. The villagers will keep watching us. Though not coded language, Jackson's remarks often seemed like it, with Encrid being the only one able to decipher them. His words were fragmented and scattered across their conversation, blending seamlessly. After entering the inn, they requested a dinner made with goat's milk liquor and unpacked their belongings in their room. The two men shared a room. Why split the rooms like this? Shinar grumbled but relented when Finn tugged her arm and led her to the adjacent room. Jackson stood by the wooden-framed window. The hinges squeaked as he opened it, clearly in need of oiling. He paused to look outside for a moment before turning back, and in that instant the essence of Cray vanished from him. The possession had ended. It was evident just from his expression. The spirit of Cray's had left Jackson's body. Encrid found himself marveling once again. Jackson's acting was good enough to rival the leads in theatrical performances occasionally seen in the capital. If a playwright saw him, they'd likely go to great lengths to recruit him. What's wrong? Catching Encrid staring, Jackson asked. Nothing. Encrid had nothing more to add. What could he say to someone who did their job flawlessly? But Jackson wasn't done. In fact, he had plenty to say. The number of things he had observed and deduced was staggering. Internally, Encrid couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for the level of preparation these villagers had gone through. Of course Jackson, as always, spoke casually. They'll likely lace the food with sleeping agents. Jackson predicted their actions, and though Encrid found it hard to believe they'd resort to drugging them right away, he decided it wouldn't hurt to proceed with caution. Shouldn't we warn the next room? Jackson shook his head lightly. They've got the fairy, don't they? Their heightened senses wouldn't miss such details. Could their taste buds be any less discerning? That was why fairy cuisine was always deliberately mild. With their sensitivity, even a light seasoning would bring out the flavors and aromas vividly. Of course, this didn't mean they weren't connoisseurs. With their keen senses, they were naturally drawn to fine music and exquisite food. They'll manage. Jackson spoke confidently, inspecting the bed and pulling a small bottle of oil from his belongings. He applied it to the creaky hinges, ensuring they wouldn't make noise later. It was meticulous work. Moving silently didn't rely solely on physical agility. It required preparation and foresight. Preparation and anticipation. A part of Encrid's mind was always occupied with swordsmanship, leaving room for thoughts of swords, knights, and dreams. Among those occupying this mental space, some whispered, "Isn't this just like the structured form of a sword ritual?" It was true. While it didn't lead to a breakthrough, it was a moment to reflect on the craft of the sword. While Encrid lost himself in thought, Jackson finished his preparations. He oiled the hinges, checked under the bed, and even tapped along the ceiling with his fingernails. Finally, he spread a large cloth above the bed, pinning it at the corners with needles to secure it. Encrid didn't bother asking what he was doing. For a moment, he was absorbed in his own world, preoccupied with practicing his mental sword swings. Jackson, relieved by Encrid's silence, found it easier to focus. Explaining every little thing was tedious work. We make a surprisingly good team, don't we? Jackson thought about how crucial it was in their line of work to gauge how well a team worked together. And he knew this was one of Encrid's strengths. Who wouldn't get along with him? Encrid got along effortlessly with Auden Rayam, and even Shinar. That was the kind of leader he was. So while Encrid might not seem suited for this kind of work in a way, he excelled at it. As Jackson moved, his mind painted a picture of what was to come. These weren't deductions made through intellect, but rather experiences etched into his bones. Chapter 270. Not everything goes as planned. 1. The Black Blade Bandits were large enough to be considered a small sovereign state. Thus, they were one of the greatest blights and afflictions plaguing now Aurelius and the kingdom alike. They were that dangerous. A piece of cheese slipped from the mouth of one of their high-ranking members. He had just heard something utterly absurd. Grabbing a linen napkin, he wiped his mouth roughly before speaking. All the assassins were taken out. He sent knife-wielding assassins, swiftly eliminated. Then, a mercenary unit, completely decimated. Faced with such failures, the Black Blade officer decided to up the ante. He dispatched an entire unit of top-tier assassins. And yet, failure. Bam! The officer slammed his fist onto the table, shouting furiously. Are you trying to drag the name of the Black Blades through the mud? Fine, so you're a skilled fighter, huh? Then let's see how you handle this. He gathered all the assassins in their branch, sparing none of their elite killers. No matter how great a warrior or fighter, there's no defense against a blade striking from the shadows, especially one laced with poison. He sent over 15 assassins, all adept in the arts of poison and stealth. Surely, with such numbers, even if they couldn't kill their target, they should at least have inflicted a grievous injury. And the target? Completely unharmed. Our men? All dead. What about the scout left behind to report? He's dead too. If they hadn't stationed another observer further away for cleanup, they wouldn't have received any intel at all. If I had gone closer, I would have been killed too. The scout, sweating profusely, knelt on one knee as he spoke. Beads of his sweat fell onto the smooth stone floor, darkening the pale gray surface with each drop. The puddle of sweat slowly spread, leaving a blotchy pattern on the ground. The scout had not even seen Jackson directly, only the grisly demise of his comrades, who were closer to the target. We couldn't even see him. His comrades flailed in midair, seemingly caught by something unseen, before dying one by one. The scout had immediately turned and fled. Even though he had sensed no presence, the sight of his comrades' deaths had sent him running. His instinct screamed at him to leave, or die. What kind of monsters are they? The officer's voice carried an undertone of despair. Every assassin he had spent a lifetime gathering was dead. They had existed, and now they didn't. Gone. Wiped out. Meeting them again was now impossible, except in the afterlife. Who are these bastards? His mouth hung open, the absurdity of it all leaving him speechless. Turning to the scout, the officer demanded more details, but the scout only buried his head further. There was nothing else to report. The only information he had was that they were all dead. What should we do now? A servant standing behind him hesitantly asked. What do you mean? What should we do? The officer snapped back, chewing over the servant's question. Damn it. The situation was spiraling into the worst possible scenario. If he failed to resolve this, he would be overthrown by those scheming beneath him. There were plenty who coveted his position, though they couldn't replace him immediately. After all, the web of operations he had built wasn't something that could be unraveled so easily. The businesses. His position was secured for a simple reason. Thanks to his dealings, there were few nobles in the kingdom unfamiliar with his goods. The profits from those drugs had funded the operations of the Black Blade Bandits. The main branch will send assistance. Until then, leave it be. There was no one left to send. It was true that nothing could be done until reinforcements arrived from the main branch. In the meantime, we focus on the burrow we've dug. The term was slang, but everyone in this room understood it. As long as the burrow remained intact, his foundation would be secure. For the time being, he decided to forget about Encrid, the madman of the abyss. Of course, that grudge would resurface soon enough. He had no intention of letting it go. Where's that man now? Likely swinging his sword somewhere on the estate. The sharp-eyed, quick-witted attendant answered. He was a striking man, with a clean-shaven face that made him stand out. His judgment was reliable. They had previously conducted a detailed investigation into Encrid's daily life. That sword lunatic. The kind of man who earns such a nickname naturally. Marcus had concealed the departure of Encrid and his party for their mission. It wasn't a calculated move, but rather a habitual one. Marcus knew too well that limiting information always worked to one's advantage. Above all, Encrid was an easy man to hide. He was the sort to vanish into the training grounds or his quarters for days on end. Sure, eventually his absence would be noticed, but a week might pass without anyone realizing. This meant that even the lieutenant of the Black Blade Brigade didn't know that Encrid was in their burrow. Shinar entered the room and stood silently, concentrating. The faint sound of activity drifted from the adjacent room. She assessed the situation through the surrounding noises, scanning for any prying eyes. There were none. Once certain, she raised her right index finger and made a small circular motion in the air. It was a gesture only known to select members of the ferry company. "This is the last one, right?" Finn asked. "It seems so." The ferry company commander spoke, reclining on the bed at an angle and stretching her long legs. Her supple, flexible muscles extended smoothly. Unbothered by the cold, she wore only leather pants, allowing for unrestricted movement. Otherwise, her demeanor was entirely composed. Only the small brazier in the inn-room seemed to bother her. She had pushed it aside upon entering. When asked why, she replied, "It might start a fire. Are we fine just idling here?" Finn, fastening her layered armor, asked again. Her armor was made of hardened leather sandwiched between fabrics. Though stiff due to the poor quality of the leather, it was warm and sturdy. Without a hint of amusement, Shinar replied, "This is important too." "Fair enough." Finn pulled a chair to the window and leaned partially against it, watching outside and oiling her hinges. They had plans to sneak out under the cover of night. As a ranger experienced in various operations, Finn was adept at such tasks, though not quite on Jackson's level. 7th one. Finn. It was the count of incidents Shinar and certain ferry company members had initiated so far. Jackson missed no details. He was meticulous to the extreme. Watching Jackson, Encrid felt as if he was on the verge of grasping something. It was tantalizingly close, yet just out of reach. Strangely, it wasn't frustrating, but rather fascinating. He marveled at how his thinking had evolved. Once, such thoughts had never occurred to him. This, too, was evidence of growth. As Encrid observed, Jackson spoke. With Christ's spirit absent, it was purely Jackson's words. Small things build into something great. Streams converge into rivers, then lakes, and finally oceans. While it sounded abstract, it felt as though the elusive thought Encrid had been chasing moved one step closer. Now, he could almost see its indistinct form. Mastery in swordsmanship or training is vital, but a single small preparation can decide victory. Imagine if it were a life-and-death battle. Encrid had once lacked innate talent in his body. Now that deficiency was mostly resolved, and his once decent mind worked sharper than ever. He revisited lessons and realized things he had previously overlooked, especially regarding swordsmanship and combat. In Jackson's explanation, one could find hints of the Valen-style mercenary swordplay. Encrid now possessed the ability to classify swordsmanship. For example, the orthodox techniques of unnamed schools taught how to wield a sword, building upon fundamentals. In contrast, Valen-style mercenary swordplay was on a different trajectory. It's more like personal tactics. A fighter must always use their head. This phrase was written in the Valen-style manual when Encrid first learned it. The line itself had been helpful, But realizing it anew, he thought, that line saved my life. Since learning it, how many times had it allowed him to escape death? His reflections led to a series of small revelations. It wouldn't drastically improve his swordsmanship or bring about a dramatic change. He knew this instinctively. However, the accumulation of experience and knowledge left Encrid with something meaningful. If an opponent used a long sword, how should one respond? If their belts seemed unusually thick, what might they be hiding? What if they wore a curved blade like a saber as a belt? Could the angle of their sword belt hint at habits? Before any of that, what about positioning oneself advantageously for ease of movement? Everything seemed possible, and Encrid realized he could make such preparations too. It was the realm of personal tactics. Now the indistinct thought solidified into something tangible he could grasp. Elation and the joy of growth welled within him. However, he didn't burst into laughter or drool like an overexcited fool. I'm not Rem, after all. Encrid occasionally drooled when overly focused, though he would never admit it. Dinner? Perhaps, Jackson suggested. Encrid nodded in agreement. The dining area on the inn's first floor doubled as a tavern. Sitting down, Jackson summoned Crace's spirit back into his body, while Shinar silently played the role of the taciturn fairy guard. It wasn't hard. She only needed to avoid her usual jokes. A fairy, huh? What an esteemed guest, remarked the innkeeper, personally bringing over stew and roasted pork. He stole glances at Shinar multiple times, clearly fascinated. Shinar had kept her face concealed beneath a robe while entering the village. Only inside the inn was it revealed that she was a fairy. Otherwise, she would have drawn stares everywhere she went. The innkeeper's awe prompted Jackson to play along with an air of mild arrogance. Ah, best not speak to her too casually. My father assigned her as my guard, and her temperament is particular. With a single line, Jackson established himself as the spoiled son of a wealthy trading company, while hinting at his bodyguard's no-nonsense attitude. He played the part so well it was almost natural, as if born into such a role. He's changed since merging with Craze. Behind the innkeeper, a clumsy servant tripped, dropping a cup and spilling wine on the floor. Clumsy fool, the innkeeper shouted, advancing angrily, as the servant bowed repeatedly, apologizing profusely. It was a minor commotion. Two nearby patrons, a bearded man drinking fruit wine and another with plain brown hair, briefly turned their heads before resuming their business. Come on, go easy on the lad, Jackson interjected lightly. This level of interference felt very much like Crace's influence, meddling just enough to be annoying. Shinar stood impassively, her gaze fixed on a corner of the table like an unmoving doll. Finn, playing her part, leaned in and remarked, Master, remember you must return to the caravan in 2 days. The words were all part of the act, simple lines scripted by Jackson. 1 day's delay should be fine, Jackson muttered. The plan was straightforward. Their departure in 2 days would buy them enough time to act. Shinar's presence served as both a deterrent against poison or treachery and a warning to their enemies. Jackson's carefully crafted persona reinforced this perception. I'll manage with this, Shinar added, holding up some dried fruit, signaling she didn't require a full meal. What a joyless existence, Jackson quipped, digging into his stew. Encrid also ate comfortably. Jackson's actions served as a signal that the food was safe. Later that night, when all had fallen asleep, the oiled hinges allowed a window to open without a sound. Let's go, Jackson whispered. On the roof of the inn, Jackson met Finn. They acknowledged each other silently and then parted, each heading to their assigned tasks. Jackson leapt over 2 rooftops, while Finn descended to the ground. Suddenly, a blade emerged from the shadows, slicing through the air toward Jackson. It moved without a sound, undetected by even the keenest senses. The blade tore through his clothes with a sharp hiss. Chapter 271. Not everything goes as planned. 2. Finn subtly glanced in the direction Jackson had taken. Is he heading straight for the village chief's house? To her, this village raised far too many suspicions. Among the people passing by, wasn't there a woman whose movements were noticeably sharp? Even Finn could tell that woman wasn't ordinary. These thieving bastards. Finn had seen enough through her work with Shinar to understand just how deeply the shadow of the Black Blade had infiltrated the kingdom. Perhaps central nobles or lords with vast estates were involved. Among them, the biggest problem was, of course, lost in thought as she walked under the cover of darkness. Her ranger instincts led her to avoid the eyes of others and move carefully. Her steps were deliberate, always conscious of whether someone was tailing her. Finn made her way toward the mill on the hill. Just as she neared it, something struck her head. Reacting immediately, Finn twisted to deflect the point of impact and minimize the force of the blow. Her reaction, right before the strike landed, was half luck. The other half, however, was skill. Since meeting Encrid, Finn had constantly trained in martial arts alongside Odin and Shinar. Her focus had been defense, not out of preference but necessity. If you get hit, you'll meet the gods, sister. Odin's punches, if miscalculated, were enough to knock on the gates of heaven. You're full of openings. Shinar, without warning, often jabbed her in the back of the head or neck. For various reasons, Finn's awareness had sharpened, her senses heightened, and her reaction speed improved. Thud! The sound of impact echoed, but Finn neither fainted nor fell. The strike aimed at the back of her head hit closer to her ear instead, thanks to her instinct to tuck her chin and tense her trapezius muscles. Though her head throbbed, she was still on her feet. Her assailant wasted no time. A second attack came swiftly, this time targeting her legs with a well-placed sweep. Battle. The assailant was skilled, employing tactics to disorient. The first strike aimed high, the next low. It was a strategy designed to be difficult to counter. But Finn wasn't caught off guard. She bent her knees and planted her feet, using stabilization techniques. As the attacker's leg swept toward her shin, she twisted slightly, deflecting the blow once again. Damn bastard! Her head still rang, but she knew that if this continued, she'd lose the upper hand. In one swift motion, she drew the short sword strapped to her sword belt. Shing! Without hesitation, she swung it horizontally, blindly but with full force. The blade met no resistance. The attacker retreated, and Finn could feel their movement away from her. Though her vision blurred, she frowned and concentrated. Don't move. If you move, you die. The voice came from her left rear. Accompanying it was the click of a crossbow being drawn. Damn it all, Finn cursed internally. She'd fallen into a well-laid trap. Her opponent was adept at ambushes and seemed to have been waiting for her. This wasn't just a random attack. It was premeditated and dangerous. You think we're blind fools? I swear, I'll cut your limbs off and sell you to some filthy brothel for pocket change. The attacker, holding a short club, spat out vulgar words. Instead of responding, Finn focused. Sweat trickled down her temples, the cold of winter entirely forgotten. Her head still spun, though slightly less than before. Right now, her priority was to escape the situation, and for that, she needed to assess her surroundings. Don't shoot. Hi! Finn raised her hands slowly, letting the short sword fall from her grasp. It landed with a dull thud, embedding slightly into the dirt below. You fools have no idea where you are. The club-wielding thug sneered, his lips curling into a mocking grin. This isn't good, Finn thought. By pretending to surrender, she managed to piece together the situation. There were 3 key takeaways. First, the villagers weren't stupid or oblivious. Second, her team's actions had somehow made them appear careless. Lastly, not everything went according to plan. The original plan was to observe the village for 2 days before unleashing their stationed forces to sweep through. Gather evidence first, she reminded herself. Using that evidence to gain approval from the local lord, overseeing this region, was the priority. The border guard was technically part of a fief, and there was nothing truly resembling a border outside of it. If anything, this area belonged to another noble. In fact, there were numerous political elements at play in this situation. Marcus had been planning to turn the border guard into a fief under his control, and needed this incident to assert his influence. While he was certainly angered by the drug makers and the Black Blades assassination squads, there was more to it than that. Marcus, the politician that he was, had been plotting this course of action for some time. His ultimate goal was to liberate the village, remove the criminals, and re-establish order by organizing the innocent inhabitants. Instead of the village being a haven for the Black Blades' drug-dealing thugs, he sought to make it a village protected by the border guard. The noble overseeing the area would undoubtedly make a fuss, but Marcus knew there were many ways to handle that. The best course of action would be to find proof of the connection between the local lord and the bandit groups, though he knew that might not be possible. But he was confident he could exert his influence and gain control of a village with ease. Once he had one, getting more would be easy. He understood that once the first village fell, it wouldn't be the last. But who would know? The local lord was just a fool, a pig-headed idiot. And on top of that, Marcus had prepared various plans and entangled the situation with plenty of intricacies. But it all started to go awry. Of course, Finn couldn't know any of this. She only focused on her mission, remaining a soldier through and through. As she surveyed the situation, she realized that finding evidence had become like trying to gather spilled water from dry earth. I'm really down bad. She had fallen into an ambush. Sweat trickled down her face, but she steeled herself and prepared for her next move. She wouldn't just surrender. Fight and fight again. She had learned that much from watching Encrid. Never give up. Keep moving forward, and in doing so, you change. Finn had watched Encrid do just that, right beside him. With a swift motion, her foot kicked the sword lodged in the ground, sending it flying. At the same time, she drew 2 hidden daggers from her forearms. It was time to fight. Even if victory was impossible, it was a moment where she had no choice but to act. It was after Jackson had slipped out through the window. Encrid absent-mindedly gazed outside. How did he slip through that small hole? The window was tiny. Jackson had somehow managed to squeeze through with almost no effort, a feat that seemed almost magical. He didn't struggle or squirm. He simply judged the window's size and his own body, and made a quick leap, vanishing outside in an instant. It looked as if he had been pulled by some invisible force, his body perfectly aligned as he glided out. Jackson's kinesthetic awareness was impressive. I wonder if I could have done that. Encrid doubted his own ability to pull off such a feat. His curiosity didn't extend further than that, and he continued to stare through the window at the moonlight, which scattered and shimmered like dust. It was a clear, moonlit night. After observing the outside for a moment, Encrid turned his gaze back inside. Though it was a winter night, the air was cold. There was a hearth burning nearby. The hot stones and glowing red charcoal beneath a large piece of firewood provided warmth. Encrid moved the hearth closer to the bed and gazed at it for a while. He placed another log into the fire, and it immediately began to sizzle as the embers met the wood, flickering with a bright red flame. The crackling sound of the fire was soothing as Encrid watched, almost trance-like. The flames danced and spat embers, creating warmth that cut through the chilly air. The heat from the fire mingled with the cool air, creating a comfortable, warm atmosphere. Encrid felt as though the heat was wrapping around him, holding him gently, almost as if he were being cradled. He didn't remember the warmth of a mother's embrace, but in this moment, the sensation was close enough. Like a child seeking comfort, he curled up, feeling the peace of the moment wash over him. A warm bath and a brief dream helped him to relax deeply. In his dream, Encrid was a child again, whining in his mother's arms. Then he left home to embark on a long journey. 10 days into it, he was faced with a life-threatening situation. After narrowly surviving, he regretted his decision. Why did I leave home? Leaving had only led to hardship and danger. Every step was a risk, like crossing a cliff on a thin rope. Would you still cross it? A voice asked him. He could have gone back home, but Encrid didn't. Even though he yearned for the peaceful air, the pastoral landscape, the warmth of his mother's embrace, and his father's hands, he didn't turn back. I'll cross. Why? Do I need a reason? No, but everything has a reason, whether you know it or not. Why are you walking this path? Encrid thought it was a question with no answer, but his dream self replied without hesitation. It's fun. Is that all? Should I show a smile on my face, or should I frown? Is it better to feel pain or joy? What? The person who asked the question couldn't be seen. The last sentence was spoken aloud. I'm walking the path I believe is right and enjoyable. There was no hesitation in that answer. Encrid didn't even call it a belief. He opened his eyes. It had been a very short dream. The fire from the logs had hardly gone out yet. Before the wood had completely burned down, before it turned completely black, just a brief moment of rest. And yet his body felt light. His feet were swift, and strength surged into his hands. Normally, after waking up, it takes time for the body to regain strength, but not now. It was as if someone had breathed life into every muscle, and his body was full of power. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Are you there? It was the voice of a tavern servant. Are you in there? The question came again. Encrid quickly dressed. He wrapped a bandage-like undergarment around himself, then layered a thin leather armor over it. He fastened his sword belt. His speed in gearing up was extraordinary. Why wouldn't it be? If your swordsmanship isn't great, you end up doing a lot of menial tasks. Encrid had seen many mercenaries who had to take care of others. Still, for survival, it was crucial to wear armor and be prepared. His preparation was flawless. You're here, and you didn't say anything, the servant said with a tone full of mockery. Hey, you idiot! Then there was a clicking sound, and the door opened. The lock had no real meaning. The room's light from the fire and the light from outside met as the door opened. The light didn't clash, it merely illuminated the surroundings. The tavern corridor was narrow. Beyond it, there was the tavern servant, the owner, and a man with a thick, bushy beard. They all had gleaming eyes and an intimidating presence. Just three? Encrid asked bluntly, skipping the usual preliminaries. He lowered his head, glancing sideways, and adjusted the position of his sword belt. He shifted it slightly forward, making it easier to draw. The servant laughed at the sight of Encrid. Just three? You must be crazy. The servant mocked him. Encrid continued adjusting his gear, realizing again how important these small preparations were. The angle of the gladius on his right hip didn't feel right. He adjusted it, pulling it and tightening it. You use swords, huh? Then what's with that clumsy act? Suddenly, Cray's voice echoed in his mind, telling him to stop acting. Encrid briefly felt frustrated at how the world didn't recognize his acting skills. Once he got to the fief, surely some playwright would recognize his talent. No need to talk long, right? The servant continued to mock him. Normally, the servant would try to exploit any openings or moments of carelessness, but Encrid looked so clumsy that he didn't seem worth the trouble. The fairy standing nearby was trickier, but do they even know where they are? The servant was confident. He was sure he could overpower all these actors who had come into the village. Kill him quickly. The gruff, bearded man who had been silently observing spoke up. This wasn't some playful salon. It was a life-or-death situation. Encrid tightened his sword belt once more, ensuring it rested at the front of his pelvis, making sure it was now in the perfect position for quick use. Finally, he stood tall and straightened his back. While he did this, the tavern servant smirked and shook his hands. The once naive eyes he had were now gleaming with malice. Everything about him caught Encrid's attention. In the slowed moment, he noticed the expression and gaze of the servant. It was only a few steps away. The servant threw a dagger, and Encrid swiftly turned his head. He didn't draw his sword just yet, though. The dagger passed by his hair and embedded itself into the wall behind him. "Not bad, huh?" the servant shouted aggressively, raising both hands. In each of his hands was another dagger. Encrid instinctively gauged the servant's abilities from his movements and the way he threw the daggers. That led directly to more minor adjustments in his own preparations. He shifted his left foot forward. His leather boots slid with a soft screech. It was a subtle move no one else noticed. And now everything was in place. The small preparations were complete. The servant, confident in his throwing skills, swung his daggers again, while the tavern owner unsheathed a short sword. The metal clanged loudly as they all revealed their weapons, proving their presence in the room. Chapter 272. Not everything goes as planned. 3. Things don't always go as planned. Encrid muttered quietly as he moved. Esther, he pressed his left big toe, lowering his waist. In a sharp, low stance, he leaned forward. In a single swift motion, 2 daggers whizzed by, embedding themselves into the back wall of the tavern. Encrid drew his sword. The tavern room wasn't wide enough to swing a longsword, especially with the wall blocking the entrance. They believed in that fact. What would be the point of drawing a sword here? What could he possibly do? Encrid could almost hear the servant's thoughts. He pressed his left hand against the scabbard, adjusting the angle. Instead of a horizontal slash, he transitioned to a vertical strike and drew his sword. With a powerful upward swing, the sword cleaved through the servant, from his groin to the middle of his chest. The sound was soft, but distinct. A whisper of fabric, leather, muscle, and bone being sliced. The sword had been that fast. Encrid had gauged the distance perfectly, cutting just deep enough, no more than the width of a finger. At this depth, a person would die. The adjustment of his sword belt and the careful positioning of his foot were all for this single strike. It felt satisfying. Ah, crack! The servant let out a short scream before collapsing, his insides spilling out as his lungs and vocal cords were undamaged. Damn it! The tavern owner, now revealed as a thief, drew a short sword and yelled, but he didn't step forward. Hadn't he seen his servant die with a single blow? Then, from above, a shadow descended and struck the thief's skull. Thud! Crash! The blow shattered his neck, and his face was marked with 3 deep claw marks, as his nose and eye sockets were crushed and torn. It was the power of a predator's paw. The leopard panther, usually calm, was terrifying in battle. Esther, the one who had struck the fatal blow, landed next to Encrid. With a light thud, she stood easily, her movements seeming faster than usual. Encrid could sense his own body's condition through the precision of that strike. "I feel light as a feather." His body was in excellent condition. Truly, he felt great. But Encrid's light admiration was interrupted as he noticed the wide-eyed, grizzled man in the back. He soon spoke. A cry mixed with tension, fear, and excitement. "You're dead." With that cry, there was a sharp, snapping sound. Encrid's acute instincts immediately pinpointed the source. It was from behind. "What the hell is this?" Another shout followed, sounding from a bed. There were 2 beds, and specifically it came from the one chosen by Jackson. Soon the sound of fabric tearing filled the room. The thief hidden inside the bed had tried something, but it seemed blocked by the fabric added to the ceiling by Jackson. As the fabric tore, something dropped. Esther made a sound as she saw what fell. It was a leather-like sphere, and it soon burst. It wasn't an explosion, per se. There was no pressure or light, just green smoke quickly spreading. Although Encrid didn't smell it, he felt dizzy, the unmistakable scent of poison. And then an arrow flew in through the window. Encrid slashed his sword quickly, deflecting the arrow. With a thwack, the arrow's middle splintered and bounced off the floor. While blindly shot arrows were always dangerous, dodging daggers at close range was far more challenging. This wasn't a serious threat. But the poison gas was another matter. His gaze shifted. Behind the dead servant and tavern owner, the grizzled man slammed the door shut. Trying to lock me in and kill me with poison? Encrid held his breath, not hesitating. He quickly turned to his side. Outside the window, an arrow was aimed at him, and behind the door, the grizzled man was standing firm. Was it better to break through the door? No, considering the situation. There was probably something prepared on the other side as well. It was a gut feeling, and it was right. The grizzled man had prepared the poison spheres the moment he saw Encrid's swordsmanship. The poison would twist the insides, causing vomiting until death after 2 or 3 doses. However, the effect had a limited range, and if it wasn't inhaled, it wouldn't do any harm. If Encrid tried to break through the door, the same poison would be spread into the corridor. The grizzled thief thought to himself, "You fool! How dare you come here?" The man didn't know who the enemy was. To him, they were just fools who had stumbled into the wrong place. This village, a key base of the Black Blade thieves, was supposed to be guarded by skilled individuals. Even though their recent leader had recruited elite assassins, there were still formidable members left. Most importantly, this was one of their strongholds. The grizzled man, despite his appearance, was a crafty strategist, capable of setting up complex plans. He had anticipated everything, made his judgments, and restricted his enemy's actions. He believed it would go according to his plan. Encrid, however, didn't care what the grizzled man was doing, or what was happening around him. That could all be dealt with later. Just from Esther's reaction, Encrid knew the poison gas was dangerous. But it wasn't spreading quickly. It was a heavy smoke. While smoke wouldn't normally have weight, that's exactly how it looked to the eye. Rather than spreading out, it lingered thickly in the air. The problem was that the smoke was overlapping with the spot where Encrid had been standing. But that was easy enough to avoid. Without a second thought, Encrid turned his body. He didn't need to pause for a breath. The tavern had been hastily constructed. It was made of wood, and the walls were thin. Even the voices of Shinar and Finn could be heard. This was no accident. The thieves had intentionally made the walls thin, so they could eavesdrop easily. Of course, Encrid didn't need to care about such details. He turned and swung his sword toward the wall. The blade sliced through the wall with a single stroke. He repeated this twice more, then kicked the wall. Several beams and planks broke with a heavy sound, creating just enough space for a person to move through. Breaking through the wall, he entered the next room. This was supposed to be where Shinar and Finn were, but instead, 3 men with gleaming eyes were inside. "Damn it," one of the men muttered. Their language was foul. Encrid didn't hesitate. Since the smoke hadn't spread to the next room, he took a deep breath and swung his sword. Slash, slash, thud. 2 quick slashes severed the necks of 2 men, while the last one was stabbed through the heart. The frog would be horrified. After a brief thought, Encrid punched the wall near the window with his gloved fist. Crash! The window frame and part of the wall shattered. Even though the structure was built with wood, there were bricks mixed in. Encrid crushed everything with sheer strength. More arrows flew from outside, but Encrid easily dodged them, smashing a few as he leapt out. He landed on the roof of a nearby house and quickly rolled off to the side. As he rolled, arrows continued to land where he had been, one of them even aiming at his expected path. While rolling, Encrid slapped the roof with his palm. The roof broke apart with a loud bang, creating a hole, and the recoil sent Encrid's body spinning faster to the side. Arrows continued to embed where he had just been. After rolling softly down from the roof, Encrid leaned against a wall. Just as expected, a hand reached out from a nearby window. Since he had already anticipated this, Encrid didn't hesitate. He grabbed the wrist and twisted it. There was no need for any special technique. He just used his strength. The sharp sound of breaking bone was accompanied by a scream. Crack! Ah! These assassins lacked the patience of the ones before. Their screams came far too quickly. Encrid yanked the broken wrist forward with force. There was a loud thud and a strangled grunt from beyond the wall. They were either unconscious or dead. Letting go of the broken wrist, Encrid turned and stood in the wide open space in front of the tavern. Things never went smoothly. Not everything went as planned. That was only natural. So what to do next? He would adapt as needed. The Black Knife thieves guarding the village didn't know this, but with Encrid's abilities, stamina, and skill, he didn't even need the ferry company commander's troops. The thieves didn't know that. "Who the hell is this guy? Kill him!" someone shouted. Encrid couldn't help but think that these fools were truly something. The ones who revealed themselves weren't just a few. There were at least 20, and the number was still growing. From somewhere, figures with gleaming eyes and weapons began to appear, one after another. "You fight too well." One of them, a soldier blocking the front, was the one who spoke in a trailing tone. This was the person Encrid had noticed when he first entered the village. In his judgment, the soldier with the trailing speech was the best weapon handler, the most skilled among them all. Ugh. Why not just die quietly? The tone didn't seem like an act. Cack. Before long, Esther, having rushed out of the tavern, landed next to Encrid. "The rest of your party is probably already dead." Encrid didn't respond with a smile or word. He simply scanned the surroundings. Then he asked, "Is this everyone in the village? You're quick to catch on." The answer came from behind him. The sound of clinking metal followed, and a woman with claws on both hands appeared. She was young, and her 3 sharp blades gleamed ominously. Encrid looked at her face and thought, was that what she was hiding in her thigh back then? The claws were long enough to pierce through a person's torso. She was a woman whose movements Encrid had noticed before. She was the second person Encrid had focused on. The third one wasn't visible. "Where are you from? You seem like a soldier, not a mercenary. Who gave you orders? Which fool sent you?" the woman asked again. Encrid spoke up. "Nothing left under there? Didn't you hide a jar of honey or something there?" Her brow furrowed at his answer. They had been exchanging questions instead of giving answers. "Don't you realize what's happening? If it's not a jar of honey, then maybe a jar of medicine," Encrid casually replied, scanning his surroundings. He hadn't answered her question, but he had already gathered most of the information. The number of people surrounding them had exceeded 30, maybe 50. They all moved lightly, and every one of them was skilled with a blade. Still, they seemed less skilled than the border guards who came to visit. There were a few clumsy ones among them, those who had just picked up their weapons. A few movements looked familiar. They had the same scent as the assassins from before. That was no surprise. The Black Blade thieves had recruited top assassins from somewhere. They were all from the Black Blade thieves' base. This was the place they called their den. Even so, a few highly skilled individuals remained to guard the village. 2 of them had surrounded Encrid from the front and back. From the awkward acting to the uncomfortable attitude, "What are you really?" The woman didn't get angry. She tried to provoke him gently, but it didn't work. She seemed to be holding her composure well. "Either we kill you or capture you and interrogate you." The former soldier spoke from behind. Encrid still thought these people were impressive. The growing number of enemies, their actions, and the situation they were in. The conclusion was clear. This entire village was a bandit stronghold. To turn an entire village into a den of thieves. It was proof of the Black Knife thieves' immense power. Where were all these bandits coming from? Should he be afraid? No. Encrid couldn't help but smile to himself. Esther glanced at him from the side. Why is he smiling? Encrid was genuinely pleased. The power of the Black Knife thieves seemed extraordinary. Difficulties, danger, obstacles, crises, walls, death, the boatman, and the overwhelming uncertainty ahead. Encrid knew how to enjoy difficulty. The harder it was, the more fun it became. And the more fun it was, the more motivated he felt to act. So when asked if the ones surrounding him were a threat, Encrid concluded, not at all. Chapter 273. Not everything goes as planned. 4. Jackson twisted his body the moment the blade that had stabbed into his side pierced his coat and grazed his skin. Thunk! Crack! The blade had only pierced his clothing. It had grazed his skin, but left only a minor scratch. However, a slight tingling sensation emanated from the wound. Poisoned with paralysis. It didn't matter. Jackson had trained with various poisons since he was young, so this kind of effect was useless against him. At the same time as the thought crossed his mind, Jackson smoothly extended his hand and grabbed his assailant's wrist. From the assailant's perspective, it was as if his outstretched arm was seized before he could pull it back. All the movements were executed as if they were promised in a single breath. The one whose wrist was caught applied force. Jackson didn't resist. He followed the movement. The assailant, more flustered, reflexively swung his other hand. It was a short, well-balanced dagger with a single sharp edge, and of course it was coated with poison. As the blade aimed at Jackson's cheekbone, he tilted his head back, and the blade grazed the area just above his nose. This time, there wasn't even a scratch. It was a fleeting moment, barely perceptible. Normally, this would be the moment when one would take time to process the situation. But Jackson's instinct dismissed all calculations in an instant. It was an instinctual, intuitive reaction, a realm of pure sensation. Normally, one would observe, react, assess what the opponent had, and then decide on an action. But Jackson bypassed all those steps. This was the same shortened cognitive process that Encrid had performed many times before. It would be ridiculous for Jackson, the one who taught Encrid, to be unable to do this. And so, he did what was necessary at that moment. Gurk! The sound of an unseen voice echoed in the air. That was to be expected. In the time it took to block and dodge the two strikes, Jackson also made his move. His foot stepped on the opponent's, and the blade in his hand pierced the empty air. With a dagger held in his left hand, Jackson stabbed it diagonally upwards, and red blood sprayed out, splattering in the air. It wasn't until Jackson finished his actions that he understood what his opponent had been wielding. An artifact that helps with stealth. If it weren't for something magical, the opponent couldn't have completely escaped his senses. Of course, there might be an assassin skilled enough to deceive his senses, but the opponent's skill with the blade was far from impressive. This, of course, was all relative. Though the opponent was also used to striking from behind, his skills were lacking. Blood poured through the air, dripping over Jackson's hair and face, but he didn't flinch. His red-brown hair seemed to absorb the blood, turning a dark crimson under the moonlight. Blood splattered into the air, the wrist still gripped in his hand. In that state, Jackson pried the weapon from his opponent's hand, casually threw it onto the roof, and then began feeling around his attacker's face. After a moment, he swiftly yanked off the hood. Naturally, his hands were covered in blood, but Jackson remained unfazed. His touch was as calm as if he were handling a lifeless object, creating a chilling atmosphere. Even those nearby, cold-hearted as they were, couldn't help but feel a shiver. Without concern, Jackson checked the belongings his opponent had been wearing. A hooded robe that covers the entire body. It was an expensive item, easily worth its weight. He carefully removed it, noting the cord to fasten it and the additional straps around the waist inside. The hood is simply worn. When worn, it needed to be carefully adjusted to prevent it from being removed. Jackson knew this because he had similar items himself. After quietly untying the cords and collecting the robe, he discarded the corpse as if throwing away a stone. "You bastard!" At that moment, black shadows began to gather around Jackson on all the surrounding rooftops. They formed a tight encirclement. Several more figures appeared beneath the roofs, gripping throwing knives, and a few more highly skilled assassins also showed up. The leader, who appeared to be in charge, stepped forward and spoke. The leader, who had been stunned for a moment, finally opened his mouth. He had seen many strange things in his time, but this felt different. It was as if he were facing some kind of otherworldly creature. A cold, emotionless killing, this battle felt like the slaughter of something worthless. Jackson silently met the leader's gaze. Since Cray wasn't there, his eyes only gleamed with an eerie, unsettling light. The feeling of the moonlight could change depending on the situation, but at this moment, it was like the cold, merciless blade of winter. His blood-streaked hair seemed almost supernatural, its dark red color reflecting the moon's light, making him appear more demonic or inhuman. But if anyone allowed themselves to be intimidated, all the fame and reputation they had built would be for naught. Whoosh! A sound like wind whistling through clenched teeth came from the leader, who then bared his fangs in anger. His eyes were bloodshot. He had discarded any masks or disguises. There was no reason to hide his face. Jackson naturally took in this information and understood a few things, but none of that showed on his face. Still, with the sword in his hand, he remained motionless. "Kill him," the leader said. No long speeches were necessary. This was someone who raised assassins and was himself among the best. He had sent his puppet to do his bidding with the artifact. The puppet moved swiftly to kill the target, but would that be stopped? Jackson didn't just block the attack, he countered with a fatal strike and claimed the artifact. What was happening here? How could he move so calmly in this situation? From the start, there had been something about him. That's why they decided to strike first before pulling any tricks. It was an effective strategy. The unexpected blow had caught the enemy off guard. Neither Encrid, Jackson, Shinar, nor Finn had anticipated this. The issue wasn't that they underestimated Jackson's skill, but that they had misjudged his abilities entirely. They had seen him as just a quick-footed swordsman. Jackson, without a hint of a smile, immediately stood tall. In his left hand, he casually held the coiled-up artifact. It looked as if it had always belonged to him. To take someone else's property made them thieves, but to have something stolen from them, watching the scene unfold, twisted their stomachs. "Don't just take things so boldly." The merchant-turned-assassin's master spat out the words as if to mock him. The words lingered in the air, ringing in the ears. It was part of the plan, after all. The voice was meant to mask the sound of an attack. The sudden shout would distract the opponent's attention. Jackson read the tactic naturally. He wasn't unfamiliar with it. He had used it himself many times. 3 people aimed for Jackson's back, while one masked their presence to strike at the right moment. The assassin's mentor, once a toothless merchant, sneered. Has he ever even been on a rooftop? Fool. The assassin was skilled, but Jackson had dodged the first strike with surprising ease. It seemed more like luck than skill. The second strike wouldn't be so easy. Jackson didn't move. 3 sharp blades, resembling skewers, stabbed toward his back. It wasn't until they were almost upon him that Jackson moved. In an instant, he vanished from his position. The assassin, wide-eyed, watched as Jackson's movements slipped past his senses. As a child, he had ingested fairy blood, gaining some of their heightened sensitivity. But Jackson's movements had eluded him. Thud! A sudden thud echoed, and the assassin felt a blade at his back. He tried to dodge, to counter, but his mind could no longer command his body. He turned and struck, aiming to deliver a low blow while drawing a hidden weapon. It was a thin, needle-like weapon, forged using the unique materials of the fairy folk. His mind reacted before his body, but it was already too late. The moment his weapon came into play, it was already over. His body had failed to respond as he expected. Why? The leader briefly questioned himself but didn't have time to think further. The moment the assassin's head was separated from his body, it remained alive for a brief moment. The severed head's optic nerves recorded something. A second blade, a doll wearing a belt artifact that muffled sound, was clearly visible. This was the true backup plan in case the first doll failed. The assassin had struck with precision, but the expected result didn't unfold. In a flash, Jackson, who had killed 3 assassins in an instant, struck down the 4th. A simple motion, but the hidden strike was thwarted. The skewer-like blade snapped, and the assassin retreated immediately. This was the hallmark of a great assassin, never initiating an attack unless it was a surprise. Then, a dull thud sounded. It was over. The world turned dark for the leader's eyes. Once the most notorious assassin in the Black Sword Band, he now faced the inevitable fate that awaited all men: death. Direction, position, the tremor in the air. Nothing. This was the troublesome foe, as elusive as a hooded robe. A skilled assassin with methods that were effective. He had struck out with precision, deflecting the incoming attack. Using that, he gauged the direction and position, locating his target with the tremors of air. From there, it was simple. Before the opponent could evade, he threw the silent knife exactly when their swords collided. The silent knife lacked the power of a whistle dagger, with a blade no longer than a thumb. However, in close range it was harder to stop, as it flew soundlessly through the air. It was a skillful weapon and technique combination, often referred to as a silent blade. By coating the blade in black and using certain poisons, it could become invisible and inaudible to the naked eye. It was one of Jackson's signature weapons. And that was the end. The silent knife sank deep into the assassin's forehead, undetectable even by touch. There were 6 assailants in total. The battle had ended as quickly as it had begun. This was the true nature of an assassin's fight. Jackson rummaged through the fallen assassin's belongings, finding the belt with the artifact. "This is the item that mutes sound," he observed, instantly recognizing it and taking it for himself. At the same time, Jackson thought to himself, if it were him, he would have given both of these items to a single person. Maybe not. Could the one holding them have used them to eliminate their superiors? Perhaps they were intended for mutual deterrence. That could be it. In fact, it was true. The dead leader had used the 2 dolls to keep each other in check. However, no words could come from the lips of the already dead. Jackson opened his senses from the rooftop. He felt a heavy, sinister presence everywhere. So many. The entire village was a den of thieves. It wouldn't be much of a problem, though. The Black Sword Band didn't know it, but even if their combat forces numbered over 100, they were capable of handling a handful of skilled people, but not the likes of Encrid and his group. Had they known the true identities of Encrid and his team, they would never have dared to strike. But, as they say, ignorance often leads to being punished. Finn kicked her sword away, rolling to the side as she raised her wrist forward. The short sword flew awkwardly through the air, but as the blade moved, her opponent dodged. Moving sideways, the enemy kept his eyes locked on Finn. In the moment, Finn used a small crossbow attached to her wrist, a gift from Encrid, to fire a short arrow. With a ping, the arrow shot out, but her opponent swung her club, deflecting it. Thud! With a loud noise, the arrow veered off course. The enemy, having blocked the shot, was glaring at her with malice in his eyes. What the hell? It was pretty dark now, wasn't it? Even with the moonlight, it was still quite dim. And yet, this guy had managed to knock away a short arrow in the dark? That meant he was at least as skilled as a border patrol guard. Finn, who had been outmatched by Encrid and the independent unit, realized that this man was also no pushover. Finn was well aware of her own strengths and weaknesses. She was good at hand-to-hand combat, but when weapons came into play, it put her at a disadvantage. She had many special tools outside of combat, but when it came to personal tactics, things weren't so simple. So, what should she do? As always, she needed to create an opening and close the distance. After rolling on the ground and analyzing the situation, Finn honestly thought it was getting pretty dangerous. "You're talking a lot of shit." The thug spat out curses, smacking his crotch as he taunted her. "You'd better be ready. If she got caught, it wouldn't end well. Shit, she'd escape if things went south." But then she felt a wave of relief. Finally, Shinar, who had disappeared without a trace, now appeared and swiftly severed the crossbowman's throat. The fairy's touch was chilling and deadly, moving without sound. With a splash, blood sprayed into the air as the carotid artery was severed. The crossbowman's eyes dulled and the last light vanished from them. Behind the fallen crossbowman, in the darkness, only her emerald eyes glowed, floating in the void like an eerie spectre. The darkness seemed to swallow her entire body. "You bitch!" The remaining thug cursed, his foul mouth still running. Finn ignored him and lunged at the third man, who was dazed by the sudden turn of events. There were 3 opponents waiting for her, but one was already lost to Shinar's dagger, leaving 2 remaining. The last man, clumsily holding a dagger, tried to find an opening. It was a huge one. Finn dropped low and charged. The enemy swung his sword downward. She had anticipated the move and shifted to the side. In her twisted stance, she pushed off the ground and soared upward. It was a tackle in the style of Encrid. The thug who had been watching in shock didn't react in time. Finn grabbed his wrist, twisted it, and broke his arm at an unnatural angle. Crack! "Ah, shut up." Finn spoke as she broke his finger bones, her voice cold. Tears flowed from the thug's eyes, and saliva dripped from his mouth as his vision swam in pain. Finn grabbed his neck and twisted it to the side. Snap! The thug's neck snapped, and he crumpled to the ground. Dead! It all happened in the span of a few heartbeats. During that time, the sounds of curses and insults echoed from the other side. While Finn had shattered one man's joints and snapped his neck, Shinar, with her dagger, silently pierced the heart and throat of the one who had been cursing. The thug fell, his body twitching. With a gurgling sound, blood poured from his mouth instead of words. Rich, red blood soaked in the moonlight as it flowed freely. Before her, Shinar, without a word, turned her gaze away. Blood from the corpse splattered across her face. Her white face, her inhuman beauty, was stained with a few droplets of red. The moonlight shone on her face, turning her into something like an unknowable piece of art. Shinar, now looking at Finn, spoke in a calm voice. "We've got a mess on our hands." Chapter 274. "Is that all you have to show?" "Looks like it shouldn't be a problem," Finn responded. The situation was getting complicated, but would it really be an issue? It didn't seem like it. Who came along? It was Encrid and Jackson, wasn't it? With Encrid's reckless swordsmanship, it seemed like half of the thieves here would be cut down without a second thought. Would the band of thieves really stand there and watch? If they did, half of them would probably run away just by watching. Would it be dangerous? No, it wouldn't. Finn had a clear sense of how a band of thieves would behave. It was predictable. Even in the worst-case scenario, if they all came at them, it was Encrid they were dealing with. He wouldn't go down easily. "The scent of magic is in the air," said the fairy Shinar. Her senses were sharp. Finn frowned. A wizard? That was a troublesome variable. Even so, she thought, it doesn't seem like we'll be caught off guard. After all, Encrid wasn't alone. Finn had lived with the Madmen unit long enough to know that Jackson wasn't ordinary either. That's why she said that's that. But it looks like we're not drawing much attention here. She intended for them to handle their own business while leaving the others to do as they wished. Her eyes scanned the village center. The place where Encrid had stirred up a commotion earlier. She could see torches lighting up the dark night, casting light onto the central square of the village. The thieves were gathering there, at least the ones who hadn't fled yet. Exactly. Shouldn't we first find out what's going on? Finn thought it over. No matter how dangerous things got, it was Encrid. He would find a way out if necessary. Shinar nodded in agreement. There was one problem, but Shinar knew clearly what had to be done first. In the village center, the thieves had dug something up. The most urgent task was to find out what was going on inside. That was the reason they'd come after these traces. It had only been a month since he joined the village. His name was Bond. He had been a mercenary for a while, but then his greed got the better of him, and he stabbed a comrade in the back. It wasn't an unusual thing to happen. He wanted to pocket the reward for himself. The mistake he made was that the guy he stabbed didn't die right away. The guy had something like a brother, and he was a guard for some noble. Soon enough, Bond had to run for his life as the guards chased after him. Damn, what rotten luck! His mother was a prostitute. Better off dead. After being driven out by his mother, he ran through back alleys and spiraled into a cursed life. He became known for stabbing his comrades in the back, switching to mercenary work. But his bad habits followed him here too. He stabbed another comrade in the back, and now the situation had him cornered. How many places could he go? By some stroke of luck, he ended up joining the Black Blades, and now he was slowly adapting. And the two most important things he'd learned in the past month were, 1, that if you went against the village's ruler, you'd be dead before you knew it. 2, don't mess with the guards or that woman who uses claws. One wrong word, and your tongue would be cut off. He had seen someone lose his tongue after one wrong word, so he made sure to avoid the woman as much as possible. Still, he knew her face. He had to if he was to avoid her. In Bond's eyes, those two were the very symbols of power in the village. And now those two had truly become symbols, treated like statues that could no longer move. Although they weren't exactly in a pretty state. Grurk. In truth, what Bond saw was more like shadows moving and flying about. There were those like him, holding rusted short swords, hammers, slingshots, or crude weapons like blackjack clubs filled with sand. But they didn't even get a chance to react. Ugh. Ugh. The eyes of the thieves were fixed on the two figures who were laying waste to them. The guard who'd been muttering under his breath was using a short spear. Bond had heard that he used to be a mercenary, and it was said he was skilled. But the moment their blades met, the mercenary's head was cleanly severed. It was real. He couldn't understand what had happened. As soon as the blades clashed, the sword wielder's blade sliced through his opponent's neck. How was that possible? There should have been some kind of clang when their swords met, but there wasn't. It was a swift, smooth strike. It was Encrid swordplay, the type that tore through the enemy with ease. His blade didn't just push, but cut precisely. Then the woman wielding claws was struck, an upward slash, and the second symbol was cut in two. That was it. What had just happened? Bond had heard of swordsmanship like that, where the skill was so exceptional it looked like magic, but now he was seeing it firsthand. The skill gap was so vast it made the swords seem like they were casting spells. Bond froze. Could he fight? No, if he did, he'd be dead in seconds. His instinct screamed at him to run. Run away right now. Hey, move. And through the ranks of thieves, the true ruler of the village appeared. Bond instinctively began to step back, but halted. It was the moment the woman with the spiral-shaped hair caught his eye. Her name was Kaizella. Her curly brown hair, gently slanted eyes, thick lips, and her full chest and hips were all noticeable features. Kaizella, who placed a hand on her slender waist accentuated by her chest and hips, furrowed her brow. It was after she had seen two corpses. As soon as she laid eyes on them, a monstrous being who had split the two symbols of power waved his hand. The enemy instantly drew a knife and threw it. Bond couldn't follow the movements. They were too fast. Instead, he only perceived the results, drawing conclusions based on the scene that unfolded. The blade he threw was stopped by an invisible barrier with a soft thud. Kaizela's brow furrowed deeper. Whenever this happened, villagers either disappeared, or entire groups who stumbled into the village would vanish altogether. Alternatively, someone would die. No hesitation, she spoke, her voice resonating. Beside her, a leopard's eyes began to glow brightly, but Bond couldn't see it. Bond still didn't understand what was going on, but he knew something big was about to happen. At this point, he no longer thought of running. It felt as though something was holding him in place, like his legs had been tied down. Kaizela's fingertip pointed at Encrid. The other party didn't move. At least, that's how it appeared to Bond. With his sword held in his right hand, Encrid simply faced Kaizela's finger. "I'll strike," Kaizela muttered simultaneously. A thunderous sound split the air. There was no warning, no prelude. A massive blue lightning bolt crashed down from the sky, directly above the man's head. Bond was blinded by the light, unable to see anything. Then the light pushed him back, the shock wave throwing him into the air, but he didn't even feel the sensation of floating. No, it was as though he didn't even remember it. When Bond regained his senses, all he could see was the dirt beneath him. "Oh." He heard a groan, though it wasn't his own. Soon, he realized he was groaning in a similar way. Bond twisted his body, trying to get up, struggling to rise. His eyes caught sight of bodies half burnt. Some of his comrades had become charred lumps. What? What just happened? The pain hadn't fully registered yet. The shock had erased the memory of the moment it happened. Bond slowly began to move, feeling a little better than the others. His whole body hadn't been burned. Once he regained awareness of his body, only his right arm ached. He clenched his teeth involuntarily. His gaze dropped. From his right arm to his thigh, his skin was blackened. It looked like it had been scorched. The searing pain made it hard for him to focus. It was lightning. Lightning dart. He remembered seeing a bolt strike near him when he was young. A flash of white fire, a hit from some invisible force. The memory of that lightning bolt resurfaced. He was still in shock. Perhaps it was fortunate. If not, the pain would have caused him to scream. The mere proximity had singed his hair and made it feel as though someone shoved a ball of fire down his throat. Bond blinked a few times. His eyes were fine. As his senses slowly returned, the pain became clearer, swirling through his body. Crack.e. Bond couldn't help but silently scream as cold sweat poured down, his body racked with pain. It felt like rats were chewing through his body. He thought he was standing, but he was wrong. He had staggered back and collapsed to the ground. He crawled, his back touching the wall. The cold wall seemed to numb the pain a little. Only then could he lift his gaze. The distance between him and the black-haired woman was at least 15 steps. Yet, it still felt overwhelming. What about the one who the spell was cast upon? He had probably died, burned to ashes while standing. As he had suffered the same fate, Bond understood. Those closer to him were charred and dead. And yet, Bond saw someone still standing. How? There was a new figure beside the black-haired woman. A woman with long black hair dressed in a gray robe. She raised one hand into the air, her lips parting. "A lightning spell, impressive," she said. Her voice carried a childish tone. It was like an adult watching a child's antics. She looked down on them, judging their level without mercy. Even as Bond groaned in pain, he could sense that the caster had to have noticed this tone. "A madman and a madwoman," she remarked. Kaizela spoke again, her fingers moving. Unintelligible words began to spill from her lips. It was the beginning of another incantation. Despite the pain, Bond couldn't tear his eyes away from the black-haired woman. She was mesmerizing, a beauty who seemed to draw in all attention and perception. Her black hair, each strand like smooth silk, her red lips, and her blue eyes were captivating. There was an aura of mystery about her. If Kaizella aroused desire, this woman evoked a sense of awe. Bond absent-mindedly thought about this, even as he felt foolish for becoming entranced by her beauty. But of course he wasn't the only one. As soon as Encrid sensed the presence of the mage, he tightened the muscles in his thighs. The throwing blade had been blocked, so now it was time to cut straight through with his own sword. But just as he made that decision, something fell from above with a speed impossible for a human body to match. The moment he recognized and felt it, his body instinctively reacted to the destructive flash above him. Time seemed to split, and he braced for impact, preparing to block with his arms to protect his head. At the same time, a whispering voice came from beside him. "I will stop it." No, more precisely, the voice had spoken before the flash of light above, but Encrid had perceived the light first and then registered the voice. By now Esther, wearing a grey robe, had transformed into her human form. With her palm open, she extended it forward. That was all. Two magics collided in the realm beyond Encrid's senses. An invisible barrier, similar to the one that had blocked his dagger, met the destructive lightning before it could reach his head. The crackle of thunder followed. The lightning struck, and its force sent the nearby band of thieves flying in all directions. Encrid saw the translucent shield that had blocked the light. A faint blue glow shimmered from it. When the lightning collided with it, the shield scattered the light, causing the fragments to bounce off and scatter, never to return. The rebellious light now scattered, burned, and pierced the bodies of those nearby. Thanks to Esther's spell, half of the lightning was blocked, and the rest was deflected. "Mirror of Baneth?" the enemy muttered under their breath, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. Esther didn't even flinch. Her attitude was clear. She didn't care what words came from her opponent, arrogant and aloof. But it wasn't off-putting. It felt as if it was how things should be. Encrid, despite the chaotic situation, found himself noticing the mysterious aura of Esther's appearance. However, that didn't cause him to waver. If he had been the type to be swayed by a woman's looks, he would never have been able to walk the steadfast path he had chosen. The enemy muttered something else, and Esther also mumbled a series of words, incomprehensible to Encrid. Suddenly, the sound of insects buzzing echoed from somewhere, and Kaizella's hand began to glow with a blue light, which quickly transformed into lightning. But this time, instead of falling straight down from above, the lightning shot out in a zigzag pattern from her fingertip. Esther raised her hand to meet it. The lightning came at her but was stopped by a transparent barrier, which sent it right back. The flashes of light left afterimages on Encrid's retina. "Disappear!" Kaizella shouted urgently. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth for an unknown reason. "Tsk, child. What do you think happens when you reverse a spell you've just cast? You can't even handle the mana backlash," Esther chided. Kaizella's face stiffened, her expression one of shock. She was flustered. And rightly so. If her opponent had been a mere swordsman, she wouldn't have been afraid. She had prepared for that. A prepared mage could take down 100 men or stop 1,000 in their tracks. But against a mage of a higher tier, she had no chance. This was the established truth. Kaizella glared at the woman who had suddenly appeared, who had transformed from a leopard. "Who are you?" Esther did not answer. She simply looked down at her opponent. She was entitled to act that way. The gap between their magical worlds and the owner of that curly hair was at least 3 tiers of difference. "Impossible," Kaizella muttered. How could such a mage appear in this rural village? What could she possibly gain from being here? Arrogant. Yes, that was a mage. Selfish and narrow-minded? Again, a mage. Kaizella began murmuring words again. Her spell was one that brought her magical world into reality. Esther, without hesitation, moved forward, murmuring her own incantation. Every step she took drew the gaze of everyone around them. No one dared to shoot crossbows or even approach them. Even with the force of the lightning, more than 5 of the crossbowmen remained unharmed, but none of them made a move. Encrid, too, had become nothing more than a spectator. She's quite skilled, he thought idly. He knew Esther was a mage, but he hadn't realized her level of power. Now, seeing her, it seemed she was far superior to this voluptuous woman, Kaizella. That was enough for him. After all, Encrid had never expected anything from Esther. In fact, Encrid had never expected anything from anyone around him. He simply walked his own path, and that was enough to make others follow. "How dare you!" Kaizella cried out. Encrid couldn't understand what was happening between the two. He simply noticed that no magic, no spells, no mysterious forces were manifesting. There was only a trembling in the air between them, and something seemed to be happening, but it was invisible to the eye. Soon, Esther stood before Kaizella. Kaizella was taller, her curvaceous body making Esther appear slender in comparison. However, Encrid had already seen beneath her robe. As Esther raised her hand, the edges of her robe parted, revealing her body. Encrid's keen sight and senses allowed him to piece together the full picture from the glimpses. Esther wasn't lacking in physique either, despite her more concealed form. "Is that all you have to show?" Esther asked, standing before Kaizella. Her words and gaze openly mocked her opponent's physique and magic prowess. Chapter 275. What was inside the village? Esther noticed that Encrid's gaze swept over Kaizella's entire body. Having observed him for a while, she didn't miss that look. Kaizella was wearing clothes that clearly displayed her figure. Her face wasn't ugly, but that was about it. It might catch a frog's eye, but not hers. It was below average. No, it's just that Milan, that frog, had particularly low standards. As they had traveled here, Encrid had casually mentioned that, so she knew the words of Melon the frog. She also knew what kind of place this village was. So, she had already sensed the spells prepared here, and had finished her own internal preparations as well. Esther's eyes casually regarded her opponent. It wasn't just her appearance, but what kind of dark magic was she trying to cast? Was she really attempting to burn that man's hair or something? In reality, the lightning spell wouldn't be enough to kill Encrid. Even though it was a prepared spell, Encrid's body could now withstand it. Moreover, Esther herself had implanted several defenses on the new armor he had acquired. But did that mean she should forgive someone who did such a thing? Esther was inherently far removed from the concept of forgiveness. She would interfere with and dismantle any magic the enemy attempted to summon, disrupting the mana as it gathered and dispersed. Even now, with Banner's mirror, she had reversed the summoned spell and twisted the enemy's insides. As the repeated spells failed, her complexion grew pale. As she drew near, Kaizella pulled a dagger from her waist and lunged. She cried out, "Fire!" The crossbowman, who had been hesitating, reacted. Without a hint of worry, Esther struck at Kaizella's wrist holding the dagger. One of the most useful things gained from the curse was now revealed. The strength of a leopard manifested in her slap. The slap, with a perfectly straightened hand, struck Kaizella's wrist, producing a clear bone-breaking sound. The power from a slender hand twisted Kaizella's wrist. It dangled limply. "Ah!" The one who had ruled the village in fear screamed. The bolts fired by the crossbowmen were blocked by the rapidly moving Encrid. 2 were deflected with his sword, and 1 was grabbed mid-air. When the onlookers saw him catching the arrows, their faces turned pale. It was clearly beyond their ability to fight. "When you're spared, it's better to stay quiet," Encrid spoke calmly. All the bandits dropped their weapons in fear. Some quick-witted ones had already begun to retreat. There were too many to chase, so they were left alone. Esther took Kaisella's dagger from her hand and drove it into her heart, turning it into a brooch. With a dull thud, the dagger pierced her heart and twisted. Kaisella gasped and whispered, Why was there a mage like you here? You don't need to know, Esther murmured with a smile. A small sense of satisfaction crept in. Encrid, who had been watching, approached. Good fight. Not bad, she answered quietly. And Encrid nodded and looked around. A mage had appeared, gritting his teeth, and at the moment of battle, Esther had done it all herself. It wasn't necessarily a bad thing. There was no problem with her stepping forward if she wanted to. Encrid considered Esther part of his group. Whatever she did, it would be better than Rem. The defeated ones, those who had been shocked by the lightning, and those still staring blankly. And from the back, throw down your weapons. The ferry commander's unit entered the village and began to surround it. He wondered how they had known to arrive at this exact moment. A man who appeared to be the squad leader hurriedly approached. He looked around, his confusion obvious. Everyone, huh? What? Oh, have you already thrown down your weapons? He muttered in disbelief. He was panicking, but asking the enemy wouldn't give him any answers. He said to throw them. An answer came from one of them. The one with a burned arm murmured, his eyes spinning wildly in panic. Throw them? Throw them just like that, the squad leader repeated. Encrid silently watched the back of the squad leader's head, wondering what kind of exchange that was. The squad leader was baffled. Having seen the increased number of torches in the village from a distance, the atmosphere in the village seemed strange, so he had hurried the unit in. But as they entered, everything seemed already over. The village was in disarray, seemingly under the control of a few individuals. A thief using magic was lying dead with a dagger embedded in her heart, and those who were still alive had lost the will to fight. All the rest were dead. That was all they could see. The squad leader didn't understand the situation fully. But there was one thing, scary. Though he had always felt uneasy around his squad leader, this place was far more terrifying. Should I gouge your eyes out? A voice came as Esther's gaze was drawn to the figure beneath a robe, where faint skin could be seen. Black hair, red lips, blue eyes. A mysterious aura, illuminated by falling moonlight, and a curved silhouette. Everything about her stole his attention. It was only natural for a man to be captivated. But despite the brief glance, the words coming from her mouth were chilling. He's an ally. Don't gouge his eyes out. Then should we beat him? That's not allowed either. How about blinding one eye? Just keep your own eyes well covered. Disappointing. In truth, Esther was awkward with all things human, and everything felt strange to her. Encrid, while speaking, thought to himself that training this one would be a hassle. Anyway, I've seen it too. Are you going to gouge my eyes out as well? You're an exception. What? Never mind. Esther pretended to think for a moment before shaking her head. Then she nodded, signaling she would leave his eyes alone. Encrid exhaled lightly and gestured toward the squad leader. Clean this up and tie them all up. Huh? Okay. But where are you going? Inside. Neither Shinar, Jackson, nor Finn had returned. They must have gone inside. The village chief's house in the center of the village was quite large. It looked like a good place to hide something. I smell magic, Esther spoke, and Encrid also sensed that something was amiss there. Esther confidently moved forward, with Encrid by her side. Do you know the way? He asked half-jokingly, wondering if she might be like Ragnar. Do you think I'm some fool who can't find his way? So she had thought that about Ragnar all along. Encrid silently responded, No, you're not that kind of fool. Then the two entered the village center, while the squad leader, looking over the remaining enemies, shouted, I'll gouge your eyes out if you move recklessly. His voice echoed as he and his subordinates began tying up the remaining bandits. By the time they were finishing, Shinar, Jackson, and Finn had already descended into the underground tunnels beneath the village center. There were a few things left behind by the mage preparing for them. For instance, ghouls and werewolves. And naturally, those creatures posed no threat, being sliced and cut down easily. When the three entered, they were met with a scene of indescribable horror. Grr, medicine. Give me medicine, one of the victims mumbled, his nails broken and bleeding as he clawed at the walls. A small child lay collapsed nearby, drooling uncontrollably. There were no words left but for horror. The bodies of ghouls, werewolves with severed heads and arms, and a few man-faced dogs were scattered around. The collars around their necks suggested they had been used as guard dogs. The man-faced dogs, too, were cleaved in half. It seemed like a path paved with the blood of monsters. The village chief's house was an unusual structure. Inside, there was a sloped path leading further down. It led to a large underground cavern, which felt like a vast cave. Though there was no wind, the space seemed quite expansive. A wide but blocked cave. It was the perfect place for strange things to happen. Encrid and Esther entered. Torches were placed along the walls, illuminating the way. As Encrid observed the monster corpses, he noticed signs of Shinar and Jackson's presence. They've cut their way through. They arrived at a rather large cavern, where Shinar, Finn, and Jackson were already waiting. "You're late," Jackson remarked. Encrid sensed a slight awkwardness in his tone. The cavern had more tunnels, and some were barred with iron bars, holding people inside. They looked like half-mad individuals. Encrid approached. Amidst the crowd he saw an older man muttering. He had a stubborn face, with a hooked nose, sunken cheeks, and protruding cheekbones, his small eyes glaring. His demeanor didn't seem typical. "Shut up," Finn said coldly, reflecting the torchlight off her blade. The man only pouted. The light didn't penetrate deep inside. Encrid grabbed a torch from the wall and illuminated the room. "Do you have medicine?" "Huh? Medicine? I'll treat you well, I promise." A frail woman, her chest sunken as though she were starving, whispered. It was clear from her vacant gaze that she was not just addicted to the medicine, but had already lost all sense of reason. If left alone, she would spend the rest of her life searching for drugs until she eventually died. "Do you have any medicine?" This one was a slightly better case. A man with broken nails and scabs scratching at the wall was beside her. His eyes were hollow. Next to them, a child lay on the ground, drooling, but Encrid could tell the child was already dead. There was no life left in his eyes. The chest did not rise and fall. No sound of breath was heard. "He was alive just a moment ago," Finn muttered from behind. Shinar was busy surveying the surroundings. As a fairy, she remained focused on her task, whether it was horror or anything else. She searched for hidden items. "Do you even know what that is? And you're touching it?" The middle-aged man with the hooked nose shouted. Meanwhile, Encrid continued his silent examination of the tunnel. One by one, he observed everything without a word. "Leave it." Shinar ignored the man, and when Finn noticed his eyes were sinking, the man backed off, not daring to interfere. After all, it would be foolish to challenge someone with a weapon drawn. With a small snort, the man crossed his arms and turned around, showing some semblance of defiance. But he remained silent. Shinar continued her search. Encrid then spotted something strange in the next tunnel. It was a human, but their eyes were a strange color, the pupils missing and replaced with dull, monochromatic sclera. The blackened eyes and the visible split muscle fibers of the thigh were unmistakable. "What is this?" Encrid asked, his gaze not wavering. "Ah, that's a failed experiment," the middle-aged man answered nonchalantly. "A failed experiment? It didn't work out. Was it human originally? Why ask if you already know?" Encrid silently watched for a moment before drawing his sword. The blade sliced through the iron bars, ending the life of the half-ghoul, half-human creature that had been breathing weakly. The tunnels contained several such creations. "The werewolf we saw on the way here was similar," came Jackson's cold voice, even colder than usual. Encrid's head turned slightly, and his foot took a step. He did not show anger or sadness. Finn watched him, wondering if it was because he didn't feel anger at something that could no longer be undone, or if he was detached from the horror, like the fairy. Did he, like Shinar, not accept the atrocity as his own and simply view it as a result of someone else's actions? Finn noticed something about the difference between humans and fairies in this situation. She saw that Shinar did not react to the horror with any emotion. "Monster deserves to be torn apart," was all she said before returning to her task, searching for clues about the drugs and any potential noble involvement. If she could find any leads here, it would define who to punish. She wasn't sure whether it was acceptable to kill freely in pursuit of answers, but Encrid trudged forward. Finn, holding her sword, watched him. Jackson remained behind, not seeming to care about confronting anyone. Upon arriving, Jackson asked a few questions, received his answers, and then stepped back, as if it were not his concern. Finn's heart ached. Seeing the dead child, the drug-addicted woman, and imagining the screams and horrors that had happened here, she was in pain. She wanted to strike down the alchemist with her sword, but she knew that wasn't something she could decide on her own. The alchemist was quite famous. His name had spread across the kingdom. Lavan, the alchemist, though he couldn't create gold from nothing, his skill in brewing potions was unrivaled. "Hey, I was forced into this." The Black Blade ordered it. Lavan muttered, seemingly aware of something as Encrid approached. Esther, who had transformed from a leopard into a human, silently observed Encrid. And it wasn't just Esther. Everyone's eyes turned toward Encrid, Jackson, and Shinar, who had stopped what she was doing. What would he do? If they took Lavan and sent him to the kingdom, it would be a significant achievement. His value wasn't just in his body, but in his mind. Perhaps by helping him now, they would owe him a favor. After all, he was an alchemist. The lives of many could be saved with his healing potions. He had experimented on humans, but was that truly a crime? Among the great alchemists of the continent, how many hadn't used people for their experiments? Moreover, it wasn't entirely his fault, since the Black Blade had ordered it. If someone dies by a blade, should the blame fall on the blade, or the one wielding it? Encrid locked eyes with Lavan. There was no remorse in those rotten, soulless eyes.